Paulie, are you there? Okay, sorry, just to give you a heads up, we are going to be running slightly late, ladies and gents. Big welcome to Zwartkops for the final round of the Extreme Festival National Championships. There's a slight delay. I've just been told by the COC that there seems to be a bit of a malfunction on the timekeeping equipment that's now overheating in the Pretoria West sun. So they're just putting a gazebo up and trying to get it to cool down quickly before we get into race action, but I'm sure we'll be into race action in a few moments' time. So just a heads up, this is how we're going to be running for the day. Investchem Formula 1600s and Formula Ford Kent, race number 1. That starts us off for the day. And then from there, we head into a full day's racing, as you can see there. And what an incredible day's racing. Volkswagen Rookie Cup, race 1, South African Touring Cars and South African Touring Cars Super Cup. Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop, Astron Energy Polo Cup, Sunbet ZX10R Masters Cup race 1, Gazoo Racing South Africa's Cup driven by Netstar. There's a small break in proceedings at about 20 past 1 this afternoon if we run on time, and then we do a full set of second heats of everybody. It's 2 heats for everybody today, so slightly different to what we had in Cape Town, where we had the 3 heats of a couple of categories, and a couple of other regions we've been to where we ran 3 heats. Everybody today has 2 heats to wrap up their championships. There are a couple of championships that are wrapped up. The first one on the cards, though, Investchem Formula 1600s, is still up for grabs. And we'll be with you shortly with race action on track as soon as we've got our timekeepers' timing equipment under a little bit of shade, because we're expecting temperatures to get up at, I mean, the poster says smoking hot action from the final round. And we've had temperatures yesterday of up to 37 degrees Celsius. So looking forward to more of the same. Big welcome to Peter Nagel and to Jade Whitehouse already joining us. And I believe we already got some people joining us from Sarno in Italy as well, with Jared Ray and Carl Lawrence, who are already there. We've got 2 drivers in fact 3 drivers that are racing today that'll climb onto a plane this evening to head across to Italy for the World Karting Finals. So let's get today done and dusted as soon as we can. Just going to get some gazebos over our timekeeping equipment, and as soon as we've got cars on track, we'll be back with you with commentary. we got cars on track, as you can see there, making their way out for the first heat of the day. This championship is not done yet. Still very close between Jagger Robertson and Casey Ensor-Smith, and they sit second and third place on the grid. Incredibly, this morning it was Karabo Malamela who put it onto pole position. But if you look at the race times, the first 6 cars are within the same second. A 103.6 from Karabo to put it on pole, and a 103.9 from Renzo Ribeiro to put it into 6th place. And then from Renzo down to 10th place, Ewan Holtzhausen, only another couple of tenths of a second, because the first 10 cars are split by 1.2 seconds. So there's absolutely nothing in it here between our Formula 1600s as they go to battle now for the penultimate time in this championship's innings. This is the second last time we'll get to see these cars go to battle, and incredibly joining them for the very first time as a rookie for the class, but someone that will definitely be in contention next year in MSA4, which will be the new format of single-seaters in 2025 here in South Africa. It's a whole new car. It's powered by a Volkswagen 1-litre turbo Polo engine. It's got a Halo-style device on the front, wings and slicks, and basically a whole new ball game when it comes to South African single-seater racing for 2025. Joining that class and joining us today for the very first time, a big welcome to our new lady driver in number 11, that's Sipiwe Ohlalo. We wish her all the very best for her debut into Formula 1600. Joining Formula 1600s today as well, not only do we have the 1600s out front, we got these guys, the elderly statesmen of single-seater racing, Duncan Voss, Ronald Van Wheelie Sr. running at the front end as well, with Ian Schofield, and looking to go to battle in the Formula Ford Kents. That is the pole man, Karabo Malamela, in the black and red race driver SA car, looking to try and stay at the front if he can. But Jagger Robertson and Casey Ensor-Smith, that is the championship battle that you see going through your screen right there. Behind that is the usual contenders. As I said earlier on, incredible effort from not only Casey Ensor-Smith, but Alex Voss, Srin Naidu, and Renzo Ribeiro, all to get within the same second of the pole man. Alan Mayer will bring up the rear end of the field there. The Lieutenant Colonel retired. Of course, maybe he'll be in battle and going to work next week in the Vonneboom Air Show just down the road from here, getting back into a plane. But today he's in his favourite flyer, his little Formula Ford Kent. There's 4 of them at the back there: Schofield, Voss, Van Wheelie, and Mayer. But at the front end, we're expecting a big battle. And of course, Jagger Robertson wants to try and get a clean sweep here today. By doing that, he will wrap up the 2024 championship for Investcam Formula 1600s, winning the biggest prize purse in South African motorsport at the moment, 225,000 Rand, and a chance to go and test for Ian Schofield's single-seater team and into possibly, I don't think he's going to go the route that most of these drivers tend to go, and that is into the global touring cars or South African touring cars. But I think he's going to be looking to maybe retain the title and move it on to MSA4, the Formula 4 category for next year. So as they line up, Karabo will be on the right-hand side. It's the cleaner line of the two, but sometimes that's not the ideal line to be on, particularly at the start of the day when temperatures are cool. Tire temperatures will be getting up as quickly as possible. That inside line that you see, the number 76, the yellow and blue car, is possibly the better line to be on. There's a little bit more traction there due to there being a little bit more dirt on that inside line. Right behind him is Alex Voss. Behind that is his cousin Renzo Ribeiro, as you can see. Further back, have a look and see as we get a final high five there for Michael Besaidenote. Liam Palome had a fantastic outing at the previous round, also getting better and better. Siyabonga Monkonkwana will be a bit disappointed having to start down in 9th place. He would have expected to be slightly higher up, but if you look at the way this field is split, as I said, by 1.2 seconds, there's nothing in it. It's like MotoGP style. So we're in for a big battle. It's about to start. Remember, for this one, we're going at it for 10 laps. 10 laps of race action as the 2-minute board comes up. Karabo Malamela already in attack mode. Look at his car slightly to the left-hand side of that start gate, trying to get ahead as quickly as he can on Jagger Robertson. Jagger going to try and get the drop as the 30-second board goes up. We're about to start the penultimate round of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport here at the home of Extreme Festival, Zwartkops International Raceway. Drag off the line with a little bit of wheel spin. Factors of Alex Voss as they go down in turn 1 for the first time. Jagger looking for a chance to get into the whole shot. He's got it. Jagger Robertson into turn 2, gets the whole shot and goes to the front. Alex Voss side by side with Casey Ensor-Smith as they come out of turn 2. Ensor-Smith trying to get just the nose behind him there. and not a good start, unfortunately, for the 11 car. Our debut lady driver on the sideline, and that's in a very dangerous position. That's literally on the race line as they come out of turn number 1. So possibilities here of a safety car. Alan Mayer's got problems down at turn 2 as well. Lieutenant Colonel Alan Mayer's pulled the Formula Ford Kent to the sideline. Jagger Robertson leads out. He's got Karabo Malamela in second. Casey Enzo Smith, his closest rival in the championship, is in third. He's got problems of his own coming from Alex Voss. Inside from Shin Naidu, getting through on Michael Mercedes. Yellow flag into turn 1. Not a safety car, just a stationary double yellows. Double yellows into turn 1. Just to warn the drivers that we've got somebody stuck on the race line into turn 1, on the exit of turn 1. Jagger looks over through his rearview mirrors. You can see Karaba's there. They put it in, safety car board went in as they went across the line. So as they went across the line, the safety car board went out. Hopefully that wasn't enough time to catch up to the back end of Jagger. I don't think there was, though. Jagger will probably slow down and allow that Toyota Corolla hatch, the GR hatch that Pretoria North Toyota supplies here as the safety car. Here it is on circuit as we speak. He'll go around the outside of all of these cars to get to the front end. Jagger will hold the field up and assume the safety car role until that Toyota gets in front of him. But what this will do is it'll just concertina the field up again. We didn't complete one lap in race action, so if we did have to stop this race, we would have a full restart. But fortunately, we didn't have to. Simpiwe Motlalo, unfortunately, there with a bit of a nightmare of a start there to her baptism into single-seaters. Got off the line, and unfortunately the car died into turn 1 and couldn't get going. So the young lady driver pulls to the sideline and out, and this time out of race number 1. She'll be back later, I'm sure, if she can get that car sorted out for race 2. Shouldn't be too much of an issue to get that car cleared from turn 1. It was right at the pit exit, so they could possibly push it back into pit lane the wrong way around. But until that car is clear, we're under safety. Pretoria North Toyota Corolla GR hat leads out the Pretoria North Toyota and Liquid Molly sponsored man in Jagger Robertson. Karabo Malamela is second. Casey Enzo Smith second in the championship is third. He has to try and get through on Malamela, and he has to pass Jagger Robertson. It's all about wins today. Out of the two drivers, the most wins will get the championship, and at this stage, it looks like that might be Jagger's mantle to have. If he gets the first win in the bag, he'll have that one hand on the trophy. He's got a little bit of a margin to play with between himself and second place Casey Enzo Smith coming into this round. So it's going to be 2 laps under safety while they extricate Simpiwe Lalo's car out of the way. It was just on the right-hand side of a shutdown. We might actually see them working on the car if we pan through with these cars as they come through turn 1. As I said, this will be the last time, or this is the penultimate time we'll ever see these cars in full race action as a national championship category. Not quite sure what the plans are for them there. You can see that looks like it might be Recovery 2 that's gone down there to help out, get the car off the circuit. But all of these laps count. There we go. I'll tow that car down towards turn 2 and out through that gate where the orange tires are. So Simpiwe's day ended very quickly. Just about to give her a big shout out and a welcome to single-seater racing, and it just all went haywire for her, unfortunately. So we'll keep an eye out on whether they get that car sorted out for race 2. That's the idea. So it's Jagger Robertson leading things out over Karabo Malamela, Casey Enzo Smith, Alex Voss. That's how they're lined up at this point in time. Voss has got Shin Naidu. Shin Naidu's got Michael Besaidno's got Renzo Ribeiro. Ribeiro's got Palome behind him. Then behind Palome looks like it's Siyabonga Monkonkwana. Monkonkwana is ahead of Ewan Holzhausen. That's how they are at this point in time. Big welcome to all of our guys on the live stream. Thanks so much. Moira. Pops, as I said, is in the house. Jody's just joined us all the way from East London, and the whole East London massive are in the house as well. Eli and Jason, and well, Eden Miles here too, and all the way from New Zealand. Expected to see the Smiths. They are here. Vanna, Nicky Nax, and the kids all watching from the island at the bottom end of the world. Probably about 9:30ish there at the moment. They're about an hour behind us, but it's nighttime as opposed to daytime. Safety car's gone, so Jagger now will lead them across the line. It'll be single file across that finish line, and then it's every man and lady for themselves, although we've lost our lady driver. right in the opening lap of race 1 of the 10 lappers here for Investchem Formula 1600s and Formula 4 Kins. Jagger's dropped the hammer. Jagger has dropped the hammer and said, right, I'm going to dictate the pace and I'm gone. I'm out of here. Try and get that championship wrapped up here in the first seat if he can, by the looks of it. He disappears down into turn 1. Carabo second. Casey Smith is third. That man in the African heating, Miguel, is absolutely hauling, trying to close the gap down there on Carabo Malamela, our pole man. He's got to catch Malamela. He's got to catch Jagger. He's got to pass both of them to get to the front and ensure that he gets a race victory to bring him back into contention for a possible win. Don't you worry, Jake Whitehouse. The new cars look incredibly good, bud. And the Formula Fords, although they've been very, very good and had some fantastic battles throughout the couple of seasons that we've had them as our national championship single-speeder class, this new class for 2025 is pretty spectacular, and it's going to be one to watch out for. A lot of drivers showing interest in moving across into MSA4 because of how things have gone in Europe and internationally. Back end of the field, we're watching for the 10 category. It's Ron Van Wheelie out front. Come on, you old dog. That's lovely stuff. The magnificent painted hardware man getting it up close and personal and touching Schofield coming out of turn 6. So Van Wheelie leads out. He's got the lead at the moment, but he's got massive pressure coming from the Investchem man right on his tail. So Ronald leads out over Schofield. Make it fast just behind them and a bit further back, as you can see there, just coming through the field. Fantastic race action. That's the kind of stuff we like to see. Absolutely brilliant. It's in fact, I beg your pardon, it's Nicholas Van Wheelie. It's not Ron. Ron's in the second of the car, so apologies there, Nick. I thought it was Ronald Van Wheelie giving Schofield a run for his money because they're both in the same colour cars. So Nick Van Wheelie there fighting with Schofield. That's probably why he's fighting so hard with Schofield. Take nothing away from what Ronald can do in a car. Let's get back to the front end though. Things starting to spread out here and a little bit of gap starting to open up. Someone's run wide. That's Schofield. Schofield's run wide. Schofield and Van Wheelie running wide out of turn 4. As they went out of turn 4, both of them onto the dirt. Malome comes down on the brakes into turn 8. Running past Volkswagen Driving Academy and onto the main straightaway to start another lap. We have got 5 to go. Halfway stage is reached. Jagger Robertson doing everything right at the front end so far. Leading and getting away from Malamela, getting away from Ansel Smith. Malamela with the fastest lap of the race so far, 1:04.3, coming out of Carabo Malamela. Not quite the 1:03.3 he did this morning in qualifying, but if he starts to up that pace even more, he'll close that gap down. Back to the Kents. Nicholas Van Wheelie all over the back end of Schofield, looking for a way past. Scove hanging on for now. Duncan Foss dropping back into the clutches there of Ron Van Wheelie. Jagger controlling things. Malamela closing him down. Casey and Smith does not look like he has got an answer. He has to try and make up at least a second gap there between himself and Carabo Malamela for second, and then still find a way through to get ahead of the leader. Jagger across the line, heading down towards turn 1. And another lap completed with 4 to go. Awesome stuff here from these guys as they go into it now, into the second half of this race. The kind of race action we expected to see all season long, and we have seen. There's no doubt about it. These guys know how to put on a show, and they always do. So looking forward to what's going to happen now between Malamela and Robertson. Malamela's not really involved in the championship, although he'd probably like to finish up as high in this championship as possible, and securing race wins at the final asking would certainly help him out. Look at this. Van Wheelie now closing up again, looking for a way through there on Schofield. Schofield thinking to himself, hang on a second. I'm not used to a magnificent painted hardware car being this close and up close and personal with me in a race, but he is loving life and always enjoys a great task. We got 3 to go as they cross the line this time, and it's Jagger from Carabo. No changes there. Casey Smith dropping even further back now. Almost 3 seconds adrift on the top 2. Duncan Foss is closing slightly. Not enough to mix there with Ian Schofield and Nick Van Wheelie. Ron Van Wheelie in the background coming through Kenwood Corner. Siyabonga Monkongwana finding it very difficult to get through, even on Ewan Holzhausen. I'm not quite sure what's gone wrong with Sia's car. It was an incredible car throughout the season, but today it just seems to be battling with pace. He just can't find a way through here on both of these, Palome and on Holzhausen in the Snapback car. Fight between them though, and certainly a great little battle. It's going to rage right to the end of this one to see who's going to secure single digits. Oh, there you go. There's a single digit for you, Monkongwana, up to 9th. You're into 10th. Ewan Holzhausen goes down to 10th place as Monkongwana moves up into the 9th spot to close down on Palome. Ian Palome having a fantastic run here in his debut season in the Formula 600s. I'm sure he'll be looking forward to MSA4 in 2025. Once again, Karabo Malamela goes quicker. 1:04.094 from the man in 2nd place. We go back to the battle for 5th place. That's Michael Saidnote fighting there with Renzo Ribeiro. 6th place, I beg your pardon. Trinidad just ahead of them there in the 5 spot. Karabo is closing, but Jagger is fending him off. Little look up the inside there from the race driver SA and InvestChem car of Alex Voss. Just showing a wheel and looking for a way through. Just picking him out for now though. Down on the brakes. Oh, Nick Van Wheelie's back in front. Van Wheelie once again back in the front end of the Kent class. Gets ahead of the man who's done such an amazing job for South African single speakers in this country, Ian Schofield. Side by side with Paloma and Siyabonga Monkongwana on his outside. Down towards turn 8. Monkongwana is going to have to be very late on the brakes. Oh, but a lock up from Paloma and a mistake. Runs up the circuit and heads straight towards the tie barrier. Just misses it. With the pressure on Liam paid off there from Siyabonga Monkongwana. He moves himself up now into 8th place. And Liam Paloma is dropping down. He'll drop behind Nzala Khoza. And he'll probably drop behind the 4 Formula 4 tents as well. Jagger heading on this final lap. Potentially putting one hand on the trophy. I'm not sure if a victory is going to be enough to take the championship. I'll have to get that from his dad, or maybe somebody will send us the information. But in terms of this championship, I think this could possibly be it, done and dusted. The victory and a 3rd place may be enough here for Jagger Robertson to secure the championship. They come hauling down into the final corner. Jagger Robertson with the first victory of the day here for Pretoria North Toyota and Liqui comes through and wraps it up. Flag to flag, basically. He was second on the grid and he finishes first on the race, ahead of the pole man. It's Casey Ensel-Smith ahead of Alex Voss and Srin Naidu for your top 5. Going back to the Formula 4 Kents now. We're going to try and pick him up coming down the hill towards us. Any second now. It should be Nicholas Van Wheelie that we're looking for. Van Wheelie in with a chance of taking the victory here over Ian Schofield. One of the first times that Schofield has been beaten this season in the Kent class. Here they come. Out of turn 6, double right-hander. Wicked left down the hill here. There's enough space there, I think Van Wheelie to wrap up the day here for the Kent class for race 1. It's going to be a Van Wheelie 1 and 4. So a little bit of meat in the sandwich there was Ian Schofield and Duncan Voss. They wrap up the Formula 4 Kent side of the single seaters for the day. So InvestChem Formula 1600s coming to a close there with Jagger Robertson, Malamela and Ensel-Smith, your top 3. The win was 3rd place. All right. Amazing stuff there from them. So before we get into the next part of the day's racing, of course, we're going into the Volkswagen Rookie Cup class. And before we get into race action with them, Claudia's caught up with one of the coaches there, Matt Merton. Let's see what the plans are today for these drivers, because there's only 3 points in it between the top 3 in Rookie Cup.
Matt Mertens, you are the coach for the Rookie Cup. Tell me, how's it been coaching these kids this season?
It's really been awesome. Obviously a great group of youngsters, and they've really improved a lot throughout the season, and just excited to see where they go in the future.
And like every coach, they generally do have a favorite. Who's your favorite?
Oh, to be honest with you, I don't really have a favorite. They're all great group. I love the progression that they've all had. All had struggles here and there, but they've learned so much, and hopefully it goes well for them.
Who was your coach?
I had a coach, started off in motocross actually, Gary Peterson, related to Dave Peterson. That was my first coach that I had, and then obviously going into the racing side of things, I've got quite a big family involved in racing, like Arthur Bursky, Jade Kruger also related to me, so there was a lot of dealing with the family and asking questions that way.
Awesome job.
Cool, yeah, thank you.
Well, we're getting Palomi's car back onto into the pit lane, as you can see there. Good recovery from our marshals to get his car out of harm's way. We are heading into the Volkswagen Rookie Cup. That'll be the next race up. It's an 8-lap race for the 5 drivers involved. First 3 in the championship are only split by 3 points, so there's nothing in it. And lots to play for today. As soon as they're on track, we'll be back with commentary here from the final round of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport National Championship. We then go into Touring Cars and Super Cup. We are into the Astron Energy Polo Cup and Extreme Supercars. Of course, that'll be up straight after that. Sunbet ZXNR Masters Cup. That first race will be a 10-lapper, not a 12-lapper as per the program. So a little change up there that came through from the COC to me. The second one might be 12. And let's go down back into pit lane again and catch up with Claudio. He's now going to pick up with Divyan Naidu.
Divyan Naidu, how's the season been for you so far?
No, it's been good. It's been challenging, but it's been really fun. And yeah, last race of the year, close to the championship, but I'm just going to try and make the most of it and have as much fun as I can, because that's all I can do, and we'll see what happens in the race.
It's really close between you and Judd and Uzier, so what's the game plan?
Definitely just to, push, because they are quicker than me slightly, so we'll see what we can do, but just my main goal is just to have fun and enjoy the race.
All the best, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, as you heard there from Divyan, it's a big fight there between himself, Uzier Khan, and Judd Berthold. Berthold coming into this race with the advantage, so he's the man to beat. But if you look at how things went in qualifying, it's pretty interesting to see that Uzier Khan actually put it onto pole position. So Khan in pole has the advantage, but that means that there's going to be some work done from Judd Berthold alongside him, Divyan Naidu behind him. Josh Moore not really involved, and as I said, Matty Merton, as we just heard there, is the coach in the 5th car. But the coaches have been in the cars with them all season long. What the idea behind this category is, of course, with the coaches being involved, is to give them a chance to get up close and personal and to feel what it's like to be in a pack of cars. So the additional cars that the coaches have driven are basically telling us exactly how they can get into that pack and how they feel it. Let's catch up now with our championship leader at this stage, heading into the first heat, Judd Berthold.
Judd, it's very close in the championship. What's your game plan going into this last round?
Yeah, very close. Ahead by only 3 points in the last round. I mean, all I can do is my best, so I'm just going to do my best and see how it goes from there.
All the best, bud.
Thank you.
One thing I can say is that whatever they've been doing on the media side of the training for these rookies, they're getting better and better behind the microphone. The first couple of interviews we did with these youngsters were one-word answers. So hats off to Mike, Matt, John Machotsi, and of course Daniel Sun, Daniel Rowe, all involved as coaches with these guys. I know Graham Nathan put some input into them as well. But they all get sent through a program that teaches them not only how to drive the car, how to get the best out of that car, but also how to handle themselves as a racing driver off track at the circuits and off track while they're doing other things that they do in their normal lives. So it's a really nice package put together from Volkswagen. I believe there's going to be up to 8 cars next year, so possibilities of 8 drivers joining the Rookie Cup for 2025. And, long may it grow, because these youngsters are going to be the future of what will be the new Polo Cup for 2025. We'll get into that a bit later on. Hopefully get a shot of that new Polo Cup car that is out there and on display. I'm not sure if it's going to be driving, but it definitely was driving yesterday with Daniel Rowe behind the wheel, showing off the new big wheels, a wing on the back, slightly bigger turbo, and of course a new look and feel to the upgraded facelift of Polos in the country. So really nice to see that car on the track for the first time in anger. It was about half a second quicker than the normal cars that are out there. So nothing major in terms of power differentials between them, but certainly a really nice looking car and a facelift on the current categories machinery. So that'll be a change up for 2025 as well. And as I said, youngsters coming through the Rookie Cup will look to step up either into single seaters or go the route of tin tops, and the next route, of course, out of Rookie Cup would be into Polo Cup. So awesome to see all the changes that are happening here in South African motorsport for 2025. Rookie Cup are up next. We've also got young Josh Moore involved in that class. Speaking of other developments, that's a nice shot there of our other development sponsors, and they've put in a massive effort this year too with Toyota Gazoo Racing. They'll be on track in a couple of minutes' time. They're the last of our first heats of the day, and that's the new Gazoo Racing headquarters up there at the top end of Zwartkops International Raceway, alongside AMG on the left. There you go. With the brightest tackies in the world there for our start line and pre-race marshal. Ends the rookies onto the circuit. We stand by. Africa from So it's Volkswagen Rookie Cup making their way around now, trying to get some heat into those Dunlops that are supplied as our official tyre sponsor for the Rookie Cup and for pretty much all the categories out on the track today, other than ZX10R Masters Cup. They run on Bridgestones, of course. Right, heading down into turn 8 now. Coming to take the positions on the line. I'll do one more lap behind the safety car there, our Astron Energy official safety car for Polo Cup and for Rookie Cup. So it's Azir Khan, Judd Berthold, Divya Naidu, Josh Moore. Coach Dan at the back. He'll be looking to get into the mix there, probably with Josh Moore and with possibly Divya Naidu, if he can get up and close and personal with them, just to give them a bit more traffic to play with and get them used to being in traffic. That, as I said, was the idea of having coaches in amongst the drivers themselves. A couple of weekends ago, we had them teaming up with some media contingent, and those media guys and girls that had fun on the top of the hill event here at Zwartkops certainly enjoyed themselves in these cars. Good little race cars, these, and certainly a great way to learn the how to master the art of racing a front-wheel drive car, especially when you've got some of the best front-wheel drive drivers in the country and in the world as your coaches. That Berthold gets the line. And the warm-up lap. Seasonani and Glass Partners, of course, is the sponsor on Judd Berthold's car. The man on front is TSS. He's got his sponsor on the side of the car as well. Fleet Dynamics sponsor Josh Moore, and Production X are on the side of Divya Naidu's car, along with all the associate sponsors, of course, here with Rookie Cup, being Dunlop, the tyre suppliers. Great to see them getting behind this initiative. And a lot of categories in this country now are also, of course, involved with the Dunlop brand. Sparko supplying them the race seats and the race overalls and race kit that they need to keep themselves safe inside the cars. Polo moves off circuit completely now and allows them to come to the line for race number 1 start. 8 lapper coming away. Yeah, certainly the Berthold name is kind of more synonymous with off-road racing, that is for sure, Jade. But good to see both brothers involved in circuit racing, learning the trade. Judd hoping to get the victory here in the Rookie Cup and secure himself a seat in Polo Cup next year with Volkswagen Motorsport. His brother Bjorn, of course, will be in action a bit later on, looking to try and get into the mix in that mid-pack of the Astron Energy Polo Cup. Right, they are lined up. All 6 cars now ready to go. 3 points in it. Judd Berthold has the advantage. 5-second board goes to lights on. When those lights go off, we go racing. Slightly higher up as they go down into turn 1, and Ozir Khan's got problems. Khan dropping by the wayside, dropping almost to the back of the pack, right into the clutches there of Matt Merton. It's Berthold who's got... No, it's not. Looks like it was Berthold. No, it was Berthold. Berthold getting the whole shot. Divya Naidu there into second. Berthold has got the whole shot and is getting away from Naidu. Moore into third. So exactly what he needed to do, he has done into turn number 1. And Judd Berthold leads out, heading up towards turn number 4 for the first time. Looking to see what color the wing mirrors were on Judd's car. They're all white. The black ones are Naidu, the blue ones are Josh. And on the outside, you can see a bit of fun and games there between the 2 coaches, because Matt Merton has been joined by Danielson here, and the 2 of them are now wing mirror to wing mirror as they get up towards AMG Driving Academy. First 4 are the rookies. Second 2 at the back there are the coaches, side by side. Nice to see no arms given and no length and no gap given whatsoever between the 2 of them. They're still wing mirror to wing mirror coming out of the back and down towards turn 8. Watch out for the return of Azir Khan coming on to Josh Moore now as they complete the first lap of 8. 7 more to go. Mertens and Rose still wing mirror to wing mirror into turn 1. That's great. Formation flying there from the coaches, showing us how it can be done. Inside line from Azir on Josh. Yeah, Azir has got through by the looks of it. And almost a touch. Oh, there's a touch. Touch between Azir and Josh. Front right and back left of the 2 cars coming together out of turn 3. That'll slow them up a little bit. Judd Berthold getting his head down. The Seasonani HP and Glass Partners man getting away now from Naidu in that Production X car. Head past Universal Racing Stable up towards AMG, going to turn right and go past Kazoo Racing. But it's all Volkswagen Polos out front at the moment. And on track, the only cars littering the circuit here at the final round of Extreme Festival of Motorsport. Here they come, down on the brakes. I know we're not really supposed to be concentrating, but this is such a good dice here between the 2 coaches. They are loving it as they come across the line. But the reason being is our man out front is just disappearing. Devien spoke about the fact that he didn't have quite the same pace as Judd. And Judd Berthold in this position is in a great position to be in terms of the championship, exactly where he wants to be, try and ensure that he can put at least one hand on the trophy. Couple of guys joining us later. A big welcome there, Graham. How's it going, buddy? Thanks for coming to join us here. Thanks for the comments. And for everybody else out there in YouTube land and on our other Facebook platforms, a big welcome to all of you from all around the world. Hope you've enjoyed all the race action so far. We are definitely in for a fantastic finish to the 2024 season for our national championship categories. We've seen Jagger Robertson take a victory already in the Formula 1600s, putting one hand basically on that championship trophy, with his closest rival, Casey Enzo-Smith, only finished up in third behind resurgent man of the season. Karabo Malamela had to possibly be in the running for driver of the season. There is Malamela if I had to take a vote for it in the Formula 1600 championship. These four still going at it though, and not done yet. They're about to get to 5 laps to go, 3 completed for Rookie Cup. Rookie Cup are in the house. Tanya's in the house as well, rocking a Sunbit Cares ZX10R Masters Cup t-shirt. We'll get into that a bit later on. Thanks so much for all the support that they give to motorsport. And here they go again. Is this going to be 8 laps of them literally side by side? That'll be awesome. I don't think we've ever seen that in any other race other than in Rookie Cup, and that's exactly what we're expecting to see here now. These two boys literally side by side for 8 laps, and they're still going at it. That's a nice way of showing what they can do in terms of their race skills, and what they're now passing on as race skills to the drivers up the road from them. They also were helped out, of course, by Jonathan Mahotsi through the season as well, but he's concentrating his efforts today on trying to wrap up the Super Cup category, which we'll be getting into in a few moments' time when touring cars and Super Cup come on track next. Josh Moore, massive improvement out of the youngest and smallest driver in our pack of contenders here this weekend. Uzir Khan closes up the gap now on Divya Naidu. So what's going to happen here is Berthold is going to, if he finishes up at the front, he's going to extend the lead slightly. And there's going to be a slightly closer gap between Uzir and Divien. Speaking of close gaps, there's no gaps between those two. That is lap 4 of side-by-side between Merton and Rowe. Nice formation flying there from the two coaches, showing us the skills they have as race drivers. Here comes a move from Uzir to get on the inside of Divya Naidu. Naidu opened up that door through turn 3, and I think we may see a change up for second. Coming up into turn 4, it's the red liveried machine, lipstick and wing mirrors on that car. Show you it's Uzir Khan, who didn't get the start he wanted in the TSS car, but he moves up now into second and ahead of Divya Naidu. Took him 4 laps to do it, but he eventually got there. There's 4 more laps to go, or 3.5 by the time they come through here. Has he still got enough to possibly catch and pass Judd Berthold? Berthold is just flying out front and controlling things admirably. He got the gap up to about 2 seconds. It's just over the 2-second bracket right now over Divya Naidu, and that's due to the fact that he slowed up ever so slightly to try and fend off the attack coming from Khan. What's that gap like now? Judd Berthold goes quickest, 1:19.2, and the lead car. It's up to nearly 3 seconds. So Berthold opening up a margin while the two cars in second fight it out for second. That's going to be the fight for second in the championship as well if they carry on the way they're going. They should be working together to try and bridge that gap on Berthold so that at least they can stay in the hunt for the front end of the championship, but that's not the case. They're fighting for second on the road, which is fighting for second in the championship as Judd tries to get the job done. Berthold with that last lap, as I said, a 19.206, fastest lap of the race so far there from Judd Berthold. So incredible stuff coming from him. And yet again, we pick up on these two. That is now 5 laps of literally side-by-side formation flying from the two coaches from the Rookie Cup class. It's testament to what has happened with those two drivers in terms of their careers. Remember, Matty Merton came out of single seaters, came into Polo Cup. Daniel Sun came into Polo Cup. Those two have both been at the front end of Polo Cup. Daniel winning a championship in the Polo Cup class. He went on to win a championship in the touring car class as well. So knows exactly what to do. Him and, of course, Keegan Masters, who's here at the circuit as well, were teammates. Masters winning championships in that category, and went on to win, of course, the Italian Porsche Cup Championship only last weekend. So showing what the progress can do out of Volkswagen's development program. They didn't have Rookie Cup around in those days, but they certainly have it now. So is this the future that we're seeing right now? And will this be competitors we talk about for the next 10, 15 years in South African motorsport, or are they going to go international on us and do what the rest of South African drivers that have come through this program have done? The likes of the Van der Linde brothers, and one of them, of course, is in the running to win the German Touring Car Championship this weekend. So we have got some unbelievably talented drivers all around the world. I even saw Jade Kruger here yesterday. He's helping Casey Ensel-Smith out with some prep. Yeah, there you go. Literally. Oh man, if they go 8 laps side by side, I don't think we've ever seen that. I think that'll be history in the making. Literally 8 laps side by side there between Merton and Rowe as they come out of AMG corner past Gazoo Racing. Who's going to give a little inch in the end to see who's going to get the victory? I don't think they're going to. I think they're going to try and stay side by side with a lap to go. It's the 27 car out front though of Judd Berthold. Good number on that car, Juddy. Hanging on for the win ahead of Azir Khan and Vivian Naidu. Now over 3 seconds, just over 3 second advantage. Naidu and Khan are going to have to fight for second in this championship. Judd Berthold is about to put one hand on the trophy with this victory, but it's not done yet. There are still some circumstances that could come into play mathematically in race 2 that could change things up between Khan and Naidu, and whether they can close the gap down on Berthold. It's never over until that fat lady sings, and at this stage I don't think she's been queued up to the podium just yet, unless she's got these two in mind. Here we go again. Turn 4, side by side. Just enough room there to play for the two of them to go through to turn 4 side by side. Merton and Rowe having an absolute blast down in the back for the coaching side of things. But this is the man who could potentially be your champion. It's not yet. But with one race to go, he's certainly given himself a very big advantage in this championship with the victory over Khan and Naidu. Josh Moore, much improved Josh Moore there for 4th place. And as they come down towards turn number 8 now, who is going to have the advantage between the coaches? Are they going to stay side by side? It looks like just inside. Matt might just have the advantage. He's going to come to the line. They are literally side by side and cross the line with Matt Merton 9 thousandths of a second ahead of Daniel Rowe. What is that? The Volkswagen badge. I think it's just the width of the Volkswagen badge ahead of Daniel Rowe as they wrap up Rookie Cup race number 1. 8 laps in the bag there for these drivers. What a great way to start the day there for the Volkswagen Rookie Cup. The championship looks like it might be headed towards the Berthold family stable at this point in time, but we've got one more to go later on this afternoon, and then we can wrap up the 2024 Volkswagen Rookie Cup. From Rookie Cup, we head into the Premier Touring Car and Super Cup class, and that'll be coming onto the circuit shortly. So stand by for race action from South African Touring Cars and the Super Cup category. All right, as we head down into pre-race for race 1 of Touring Cars and Super Cup. One of the competitors that's got a busy day in the saddle today in the Toyota Starlet is Brad Liebenberg. Claudio's caught up with him just before he gets into the 2 races and then has to climb on a plane to head to Sarno, Italy for some karting finals. Down to Claudio.
Brad Liebenberg in a new car for this season. It's been a bit of a difficult one this season.
Yeah, look, it's been a bit of a tough one. I was really hoping this weekend we could come away with one victory, but starting P12, it's not going to be easy from here, especially in the heat. But yeah, let's see how it goes. You know, it's championship round, anything to play for. You never know what's going to happen there at the front. I've been there a few times, so yeah, I just want to wish everyone there that's fighting for the championship good luck, and yeah, keep it safe out there, boys. And yeah, let's see what happens. And hopefully we can stay cool. It's a nice hot day, and yeah, my nice Sparko gear is going to keep me nice and cool, nice and safe. And yeah, let's see what happens after race 1.
All the best, bud.
Thank you.
All right, second place in the championship at the moment for touring cars as Robert Volk wrapped it up. Robert Volk wrapped up the championship, remember, in the previous round in Cape Town, so he's basically sorted. So let's get on to Michael van Rooyen, who's fighting for second with Julian van der Walt.
Malcolm van Rooyen, last race of the season. How do you feel going into this one?
Well, I think it might be a bit of a boxing match. Race 1, we'll see. I know the crowd. I know everyone's hungry to get a win in the last event. So yes, everything up for grabs. Race 1 and 2. It's going to be a tough fight, but yes, let's see.
How was the qualifying this morning? How were you feeling?
Yeah, I think it was a bit disappointing. We went in the right direction. I think our pace was a lot better, but I think we'll be even stronger in the race.
And the feeling in the car good?
Yes, it's very good. It's I think we made good progress since yesterday, and yeah, we're looking a lot forward to today.
All the best, Mark.
Thanks.
Yeah, there's a big fight expected there between himself, of course, and Julian van der Walt. Great to have Saud Variawa back in his race car. His brother, of course, stepped into the pilot seat there on the last outing due to a big crash in the off-road series that Saud was involved in, but he's been signed off and is cleared to race again now for the Touring Car Championship. He unfortunately will lose that number 1 plate that he picked up last year, and it's already gone to Robert Volk in Cape Town. I see Claudio heading down the pre-race area, probably to Campos by the looks of things. Hopefully we can catch up with Keegan Campos, because remember, he's got it all to do there from pole position. He's got to try and hang on to pole position and ensure he keeps Tate Bishop and the two Diaz boys between himself and Mkhotsi, who's got the championship lead at this stage. Let's go down and find out what Keegan's plans are. I didn't think we were going to get any words out of Keegan Campos at that point in time. There's too much pressure there, and I think he's got that race pace on already. You look at the way that they qualified: Campos, Tate Bishop front row, Dominic Diaz and Jonathan Mkhotsi the second row, Jason Campos and Charles Visser are the third row. So it's going to be a bit of a fight on. As you can see, it's basically Keegan ahead of Dominic, and then Tate ahead of Mkhotsi as they line up on the grid. So, oof. Yeah, stand by. That's all I'm going to say. The 12 lapper, the first one here for these guys. As they roll out, it's touring cars first. Followed by that Campos Transport Angry Racing, the Carrillo and Chemi machine there of Dominic Diaz. He's battling a little bit with a bit of a viral infection, so Dom's fitness might come into play through this one. Calvin, his brother, get right up to the front end at the beginning of practices yesterday. Both Diaz boys found some serious pace in those Chemi Carrillo machines. But whether or not he can hang on for all 12 laps is a big concern, because he has got a serious viral infection that's been with him for the last couple of weeks, actually. So he's been really battling to get rid of it. And something that might just affect him throughout the race. One man we've got to watch out for is Jonathan Mkhotsi. And if I see them rolling around there right now, I don't see Mahotsi's car on the circuit at this point in time. Did I miss it going through? I don't see Jonathan Mahotsi or Charles Visser there. Here comes Liebenberg. Maybe I missed it on the swing through or the pan that we had, but I didn't see Mahotsi's car on the circuit at all. And if that's the case, that's a huge problem, because Mahotsi's got a 13-point lead coming into this round over Keegan Campos. That's Saud Variawa. There's Campos, Tate Bishop, Dominic Diaz, Jason Campos. No Charles Visser, no Mahotsi, because that's David Franco in the GSW Team Red Racing Machine. That's Calvin Diaz. That is Dean Fenter. That is Saad Variawa. Yeah, they come. Jeez, I was going to say, if they didn't get there, there's going to be some serious problems. Mahotsi flying around, and late entry to the circuit there for Jonathan Mahotsi. Not quite sure why I was so late to come onto the circuit, but I was really concerned there for a while. Mahotsi just coming onto the track exceptionally late to come and take his position. His teammate is there as well in Charles Visser. There you go, confirmation of that. He goes around the outside of the Platinum Wheels car there of hard charges in this one, of course, and some big charges in the 27 car coming through there of JP van der Walt. JP will line up alongside the rookie to the class, just outgunning that car of JP's, the Platinum Wheels machine, was the man from Bulawayo, and a nice debut there for Dylan Praji for Bucketless Racing. Nice job there from Darren on that car as well. Darren doing the delivery on that. You can see Natium Samanga looks like he's got his race face on as well with the shot through the door there. Looking forward to the fight that Michael van Rooyen was just talking about. He said it's going to be a battle. They're not going to hold back in this final race, that is for sure. But have a look at that front row. That is the champion from 2023, alongside the man who took the championship away from him only a race meeting ago. So the new champ lines up in pole alongside the old champ in second. That's got to play around a little bit in your mind, hey? What's the thinking there between those two drivers? Do you try and outgun each other? Do you leave the fight behind you between Michael van Rooyen, Van der Walt and Natium Samanga to play out along with Anthony Pretorius? Pretorius, of course, who's just got back from some international testing with Mercedes-Benz in the GT4 class for next year. Possibilities there for him, joining Ryan Nyker as part of a export of more South African talent into some international GT4 spec cars. That's a great pack of Super Cup competitors as well. Back of the grid there in the Super Cup class. Welcome return from one of our masters there, Andre Besaidenote for Team Perfect Circle. He's the last car on circuit. Great to have him back into the field. Maybe a little bit rusty because I think he's only had 2 outings in this car this year. So he was hoping that Roberto Franco would come and join him for this last round so they could at least have a bit of fun. But I think you'll see Frisco getting into the mix there with JP Van der Walt and with Dylan Praji. Time to clear the grid. Photographers making their way to their vantage points. Pit crews making their way off the circuit. We got a red flag moving out of the way as well, as these cars will now head off onto their rolling start lap, led out by Robert Volk. There'll be a small gap between Volk's teammate Andrew Schofield and the pole man in Super Cup, Keegan Campos. Campos needs a clean sweep. Basically, he needs both victories and the 2 fast laps. And in order for Jonathan Mahotsi to lose that 13-point advantage that he's got, he has to finish lower than 3rd place in both races. If that's the case, Campos would take the championship. If not, Mahotsi will take the championship. Lallies is in the house. I see Ladies F1 Motorsport joining us along with Jade and all of our friends and fans around the world. Thank you so much for your support, guys and girls. Please remember to share and like and pass this on to all your friends and family as well, so they can see what we're going to be up to here at Extreme Festival. Got some big plans for next year as well, and a nice calendar that's going to be coming out in the very near future for you all to keep your eyes and ears open for. I'm sure you don't miss any action from these categories. Egan Campos has been in this position plenty times. The pressure is on. Brad Liebenberg was closer to him in the championship the last time he was in a similar situation, but Brad's a bit further down there. He's also not looking to do anything too crazy today in that Toyota Starlet of his, knowing that he's got to get onto a plane later on this evening and fly out to Italy, along with Charles Visser and Ben Swartz, who will be involved in the Gazoo racing category as they make their way out to Italy to represent South Africa at the Rotax World Karting Finals in Sarno in Italy. It actually starts today, but of course all the kart handovers happen tomorrow afternoon. So they've literally got to get there by tomorrow afternoon to get their karts to get ready to go. Looks like Campos is trying to catch them napping us slightly. He's going to try and hold them up. We go for a start in touring cars as they head towards one. It is the champion who takes the lead, well, the outgoing champion that is. Howard Variawa getting the whole shot down into turn one. Up head towards one as well as they head down in there for the very first time. Through the triangle, not 40 k's an hour into turn one, that is for sure. Someone's off though. Someone's run off in the dust. Who is it? Trying to be for the back in the pack there. Possibly Nicky Bastanis. I think it was Nicky Bastanis who got involved there, maybe with the GSW and Team Red Racing of David Franco. And on that as they come up towards turn four. Back of the pack as well. Was that also JP Van der Valk maybe involved? Lots of dust there that you can't really see what's happening, unfortunately, just yet. Up towards Gazoo Racing, and it's Gazoo Racing 1, 2, 3, and 6 at this point in time. Line there, not at the back end of the field. In the mid-pack, it's Michael van Rooyen leading the race. It's Saud Variawa, a welcome return here for the man who was crowned champion last year, fending off the man who just took his championship away only a race meeting ago. Anthony Vittoria's tucked in behind Michael van Rooyen as they go through the settling dust in turn one. There'll be a little bit of debris there, might affect the grip of these Dunlops. Inside line from Michael van Rooyen trying to squeeze out Robert Volk and Volk. Oh, they're getting close together again. We've seen that on a few occasions at a final round. Michael van Rooyen said he was up for the challenge and up for the fight, and he's going to definitely go for it here into turn number 4 to secure the deal. He gets up the inside and now fends off Robert Volk, the new champion. Volk's got pressure of his own coming from Victorious. Anthony Vittoria's trying to make it 2 owners, 1, 2, and 3 as they head to the top of the hill. We've got Gazoo Racing 1 and 2 going past their stable. The third Gazoo car trying to sneak up on the inside of Victorious. Will he get that one done? Not quite. Anthony just spots ahead of Nigel Samanga. Then it's Van der Vat and Schofield. Variawa getting away now as Michael van Rooyen holds the rest of the pack up. Including Volk, Victorious, and Samanga. What a start to this one. Absolutely amazing stuff. They head up in towards turn 1 again, completing lap 2 of 12. 10 to go. 10 more laps of this. Who's going to be left? They are fighting so hard. Brilliant stuff here. Natib Samanga trying to find a way through there on Victorious. Can't find it just yet. Volk trying to come back at Van Rooyen. Change of surface flag being put out there through turn number 3. So I wonder if there's been an issue up here through turn 4. Possibilities there. Maybe somebody going off the circuit as well through turn 4. Pulling some rubble onto the track. Doesn't look like it. Everybody gets through there pretty unscathed. No worries at all. Up towards turn number 5. Hard on the brakes. Volk on the outside. Van Rooyen later on the brakes keeps him out for now. Pretoria still keeping and fending off the attack coming from 90. Oh, inside line from Robert Volk. Robert Volk sneaks through on Michael Van Rooyen. Van Rooyen tucks in behind him. Here comes Pretorius and 90. Down the hill, Anthony Pretorius late to the brakes. Has a look. Not close enough to get through there on Michael Van Rooyen. What a fight for second here. Remember, this championship is wrapped up. The fight for second place in the championship is that man, Julian van der Vat. And out front, Michael Van Rooyen. Out front in Super Cup, it's the angry car. Kate Bishop has got away. Where is Mahotsi? Looks like he's up there into third place. Yes, he is. He's behind Campos. Exactly where he needs to be. Campos wins and Mahotsi gets the third place. That is exactly what Jonathan Mahotsi has to do to try and wrap up this championship. Jason Campos in the Super Cup class now, pushing hard as they come out of that change of surface area. The Super Cup class absolutely flying there as they came through. It's Super Cup 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. He is behind Campos as they head through turn 4. Up the hill, a little bit of a gap opening up between them. Behind that, it's Visser. Visser hangs on ahead of Saad Variawa in the first of the Toyotas. Looks like there's a bit. Jonathan Mahotsi is doing everything right. Jason Campos has to get ahead of Jonathan Mahotsi to try and help his brother out. If he gets ahead of him, then we have to see Keegan Campos get ahead of Tate Bishop. That's how the permutations work in this category for the Super Cup Championship for 2024. Saad Variawa basically putting Dean Fenter in a Toyota Starlet sandwich there, because behind Fenter comes the second of the Starlets, and that's Brad Liebenberg. Liebenberg trying to get through there, maybe look for a way through, but can't just yet as they go down towards turn 2. Gazoo Racing versus Dean Fenter out at the front end. No answer just yet though from Campos to close the gap down on Tate Bishop. Bishop has taken a victory in Cape Town. He was certainly the man to watch in Cape Town as he muscled his way through on numerous occasions and eventually secured himself a victory in the Super Cup class. The angry car prepped by Lee Thompson Racing is flying, but it's Campos trying to close him down. Keegan Campos with 1.6 seconds adrift on Tate Bishop on the last chance of asking. He's down to a second, so he's pulled up that 0.6 of a second between Bishop and himself. Mahotsi also trying to do the same thing, but what's the gap there between Jason Campos and Jonathan Mahotsi as they cross the line this time in the Super Cup class. Down on the brakes into turn number 2 goes Tate Bishop, leader of Super Cup. Mahotsi just staying exactly where he has to, behind Campos. I think if Campos goes for the lead, he might change his mind slightly and turn the wick up. Battle continuing up a third. Multiple away slightly there from Michael Vanoyen in the touring car side of this championship. We go back to the front and into the touring cars. It's Saud Variawa, Robert Falk, Michael Vanoyen, Anthony Vitouris. Yet comes Nati, has another look at turn 8. Not close enough to make a pass though. They're going to have 6 to go as they cross the line. Halfway stage reached. Vanoyen, Vitouris, Manga. 2 Gazoo Racing hatches fighting with that saloon version of the Corolla that Anthony Pretorius pilots for Lee Thompson Racing. Nice to see that car in full flight, and of course looking for a way through. Back to the Super Cup class we go. No changes. Tate hangs on. Keegan in second, Mahotsi in third. Mahotsi just has to follow Keegan Campos around if he's not in the lead. And even if he was in the lead, third place is good enough for Jonathan Mahotsi. It's up to Jason Campos to try and help his brother out. If there would be any in-car communication between these guys, but if it was me, I'd be telling Keegan to maybe back up. Oh, there goes Dom. That Dominic Diaz, I think you're pulling to the sideline and out. I did mention the fact that he had a little bit of issues with a viral infection that he's been really battling with over the last 3 weeks, so maybe that's got the best of him, yeah. Across the line go the touring cars. Second place is Volk, who's been closed down again by the 16 car there of Michael Van Rooyen. Van Rooyen's bringing a trail of cars behind him, including his teammate, Natium Samanga. Pretorius, who's the meat in the sandwich between those 2 Gazoo Racing Corollas. And just in the background comes Van der Vat. Wow. Whatever they did to get Saud Variawa back up to pace has worked. Yes, he's working hard, of course, and concentrating whatever he does today as part and parcel of his training to go to Dakar again to represent the Gazoo Racing squad in the Dakar Rally. But I can tell you something, if he had this kind of pace all season long, he would have been a tough man to beat. There goes Nicky Vastanos into the pit lane as well, out of the Super Cup class. Maybe a bit of damage. We did see Vastanos go off track early on. So very good possibilities that he might have some damage to that car that's now affecting his ability to go fast. Going fast is Msimanga, looking for a way through there on Torres into turn 1. Watching his rearview mirrors, here comes Van der Vaart. Van der Vaart having a look. Van der Vaart had a look into turn 2. We'll see whether that happened or not as we went back to action here from the Super Cup class. Mokgotsi still in third. Jason Campos is doing everything he can to try and close that gap down to help his brother out, but he can't get there. No matter what Jay's trying, he hasn't found a way through there on Jonathan Mokgotsi. Van der Vaart has got through though. Van der Vaart's move on Nathi Msimanga paid off into turn 2 and he makes it stick, moving himself up now into the top 5. Wolf, Van Rooyen, Torres, Van der Vaart, Msimanga, Schofield. No answer. Starwood Variawa. 103.2s coming out of Starwood Variawa. Fastest lap of the race. And an incredible run there from him to get away from this big pack that have been fighting without him for the last 2 rounds. Round in Cape Town, he was injured. He was substituted by his brother Saad, who climbed into the touring car for the first time, and Dad jumped into the Toyota Starlet in the Super Cup class. Shamil. You see Mokgotsi, Campos, Diaz, Carl Visser. About to be under a little bit more pressure from Saad, the man I've just been talking about. Variawa. Behind Saad, we've got Dean Fenter and the second of the Starlets there in the hands of Brad Liebenberg. David Franco behind that for GSW and Team Red Racing. Massive improvement coming out of him. Is that locking up coming out of Visser? It was. Visser locking up down into turn 2. Back to touring cars at the front end. Do we have a change up? No. Everything stays the same as they cross the line and complete another lap, and we've got 2 to go. Penultimate lap has started. Starwood Variawa with a comfortable 3.5 second lead. Possibly coming up on some back markers. I just saw a car just in the distance there going through into turn 3. Possibly Andre Besaid, note there for Team Perfect Circle, I think it is. The only master here today in the Super Cup class, about to be caught by the leading category in terms of touring cars. Look at this, massive pressure from Saad on the back end of Visser. Dean Fenter and Brad Liebenberg in the mix there as well. They spread out, looking for a way in. Oh, is that a chance for Brad to get through? Yes, it is. Brad Liebenberg leaps and higher and gets through on Dean Fenter into turn 1. Now goes on the attack for Starwood Variawa in the first of the Starlets. The 2 Toyotas now are right up close and personal. Push to pass coming from Brad Liebenberg. That might be enough to get him through, and Dean Fenter's going to try and follow him as they come onto that back straightaway. We're on the last lap, remember. As they come up onto that back straightaway, yeah, Fenter looking for a chance now to get through and follow Brad Liebenberg. I think he's done that. Going back to the... Oh, we've got problems. Touring car's got a massive problem. There is Starwood Variawa leading things out. There's Volk. Where is Van Rooyen? Van Rooyen's gone missing. Van Rooyen and Nathi Msimanga looks like they've both gone missing as their lead car has got through on the side note for Team Perfect Circle. There they are, stuck in turn 1. That is Michael Van Rooyen. Very deep into Kinilita. You're not going anywhere, Mike. No matter what you try, you're not going to get out of that Kinilita. They're going to possibly finish on the double yellows, or at least a stationary yellow into turn 1 as the final lap starts now for the Super Cup class. What a race. Franco now being caught by Starwood Variawa as well. Checkered flag is out as they come across the line. And Starwood Variawa wins from Anthony Pretorius. I was trying to work out who'd come through there. There were so many cars in the mix there. Variawa went through early on. We missed him getting the flag, but we got Pretorius and Van der Vaart. What a finish. Campos has got through. Keegan Campos has got through on Tate Bishop. Now where is Mokgotsi? Mokgotsi must be third. He is. He's in third place. That's enough for now. But Keegan Campos has done it right. He's got the victory. Mokgotzi's done it right in terms of maintaining the championship lead. But it is going to be an exceptionally awesome battle to wrap up Super Cup later on this afternoon. if Keegan Campos gets the fastest lap, let's have a look and see what his laps are like. He did a 106.8. No, Mahotsi did a 106.6. And Bishop did a 106.4. So no, none of the two competitors in the championship battle are going to score that extra point for the fastest lap. As the rest of the pack come through there, what a finish to the first race. I don't think Sawad Variawa saw the chicken flag. He did an extra lap there ahead of Dylan Praji. So he gets the victory, ahead of Anthony Pretorius and Julian van der Vat. Van der Vat finishing the race may close the gap down on Michael van Rooyen and his teammate Natim Samanga, who also I don't see. I have to assume that both of those cars are down at turn 1, because we did see Michael van Rooyen stuck in the kiddie litter, deep in that kiddie litter in turn 1 with a lap to go. So let's catch our breaths there. Sawad Variawa takes the victory ahead of Anthony Pretorius and Julian van der Vat. Keegan Campos gets the win, which is what he needed. But Jonathan Mahotsi had to finish lower than third for Campos to be in the running. Now, the permutations for the next heat means that Keegan Campos must win, and Jonathan Mahotsi has to finish, I think, lower than 7th place to not secure the championship. Interesting stuff coming your way in the next heat of Touring Cars and Super Cup combined. Up next, though, we're going to Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. Before we get into race action now for the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop, let's go down into the pre-race area, catch up with a couple of contenders. Claudia, I think, might have caught that Bobcat Audi of Arnie Nevelings.
Arnie Neveling, how's the season been for you? At finally wrapping up here at Zwartkops, how's it been in the Bobcat Audi?
Yeah, it's been a fantastic season. You know, the support from Gospel and from Bobcat has been absolutely astonishing, and you know, Stradale Motorsport has done such a good job on the car. The car has been flawless the whole season, and now we're in for the fight for the championship. So it's all to play for, and really looking forward to it. So let's go do this.
How's the car feeling this morning in qualifying?
Car's feeling good. Just one sec. Car's feeling really good today. The conditions, especially with the heat, it's not ideal for the track, but you know, we're making the best of it. We made some small adjustments, and I must say everything is really feeling really proper.
All the best, Ari.
Good, thank you.
So Claudia's caught up with another one of the drivers down there. I was just chatting to somebody in the studio at the same time. So let's head down to Claudia and see who he's got waiting to chat to us.
Silvio Scribanti, a long way from home. Tell me, what brings you to Zwartkops?
Yeah, we're having a great time there. We're competitive. We on the pace. We very close second to Jonathan in front of us. So we expect to see a very close race. So looking forward to it. It's going to be quite taxing with the hot weather as well.
How's the car feel around the track here?
No, the car feels superb. We're quite confident, yes.
And how was quali this morning?
Oh, quali was good. I mean, there's like 5,000ths of a second separating 1 and 2, so yeah, it's going to be an interesting race, eh?
All the best, Silvio.
Thank you.
Arguably some of the nicest sounding cars about to make their way onto the track now for their first outing of the day, and round 10 of this championship. Remember, they've had a couple of extra rounds at various other events throughout the season, kicking things off at the opening round of South African motorsport in this country, as we know, being the National Speed Festival. And if you've got a program in front of you, do yourselves a favor. It's kind of the center spread or just past the center spread. We don't do center folds in programs anymore, even though my good friend Anthony would love that again. But yeah, we don't do those anymore. The 24th Passion of Speed Festival takes place on the 31st of January and 1st of February. My bank manager was telling me that, yes. The second round of that one actually stays up here on the Highvelds, and we head to Red Star Raceway about a week later to go at it at Red Star Raceway. So back-to-back rounds of the Passion of Speed Festival at Zwartkops, and then at Red Star Raceway as a change-up for things for 2025. So do yourselves a favor, have a look at the program. If you haven't got one, make sure you keep your eyes on social media getting into the first part of 2025, kicking the South African motorsport season off as we always do, the Passion of Speed Festival here on the 31st of January and 1st of February, and that will be here at Zwartkops. Someone pulling in the pit lane, is that Ricky Jonakara? It looks like it might be. Ricky Jonakara in the McLaren pulling into the pit lane, or is this him here? That might be Ant London, I think, in that car. Porsches, Dodge Vipers, BMWs, Z4s, a whole array of supercars about to go and fight it out now after their 2 warm-up laps. Shay Harpel making a debut in his 997 GT3 Cup car. He's part of the Stradale Motorsport camp that, of course, are the backers of our man on pole and looking to wrap up what will be a championship possibly there for Arnie Neveling in the A+ category. GT3s, as you heard from Silvio Scribanti, is still in with a chance to beat Jonathan du Toit, but he would have to beat him on track today, and Jono would have to have some kind of major issues. The way it stands at this stage, though, Jonathan has got a slight advantage over Silvio Scribanti in being 1 position ahead of him on the grid. That's the only advantage, really. The fight's still on there for GT3 honours. Aldo behind his brother. Then you've got Chris Budnick in the massive V10 powered Bucket List Racing Dodge Viper. It was great to have that car on the circuit. And I said I think Ricky Jonakara might have pulled into pit lane there with some kind of an issue. Here we go, though. Arnie Neveling will set the pace. Eveling has got the pace. It's slightly quicker than everybody else in qualifying this morning and looking for a chance to maybe get back down into those 58. It was Jonacaro who pulled into the lane. The lights are on. We go for a rolling start here. Arnie will wait for those lights to go out before he drops the hammer and gets the drop on. Got from Gianni Jonacaro there in the distance, R35. So the back in that back 52 car, piloted by Uli Sana. Great to have him back there in the GNH Transport Racing stable in that Z4 BMW. The pack come out of turn 2. Pressure coming onto the back end of Aldous Grabanti from Charles Rangi's in that Porsche. Charles Rangi's piloting the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup MR category car. Slightly different version of the GT3 Cup machinery that runs in Europe. That Charles has brought across here to South African shores to race. So Arnie out front, if he wins this one, wraps up the A+ car. Jonathan was staying where he is right now, will be keeping one hand on the trophy there, ahead of his first rival. Of course, yeah, that's really sorry, my apologies. I know that Arnie was talking about taking the A+ category in his interview. That's why I'm saying there was a possibility of him getting it, but of course Stuart White would have wrapped that one up. So Arnie looking to try and get up as high as he can in that championship for A+, and he ran in with a couple of categories. So it's for the overall championship that he'd be looking for here as well, as opposed to the A+ category. So overall championship will be between him, Jonathan DeToy, and Stuart White. Those were the top contenders there for the overall Supercar champion driven by Dunlop. Great battle between Silvio Scribanti and Jonathan DeToy for the GT3 class. That's the national championship class in this category. Aldo Scribanti also second in A+ and fourth on the road. Or third on the road actually at this stage. Problems there by the looks of things for Mark DeToy. Mark DeToy slowing up as he comes out of, oh yeah, big problems there. Lots of fluid coming out of the side of that car, so hopefully not slippery fluid. Willie Sana's gone through, so has Shahir Harpel in the Porsche, so I think it might just be petrol that might be coming out of the side of the Ferrari, but certainly some kind of fluid dripping out the side of that 430 that's what it is. Ferrari 430. I'm trying to remember which derivative of Ferrari they've got. They've got the two 430s in that France Africa racing stable. This logistics machine there of Gianni Jonacaro. He also runs in a very good hunt at the front end in Gigi's point of view for, to be honest, he'll be looking for possibly third place in that championship if he stays kind of where he is right now. Nice to see him up there. But we've got Audi A8 in front of two Lamborghini Hurricanes, make that three of them. Pushing to try and get away from Charles Rangi's in the Porsche Sputnik, Dodge Viper, Gianni Jonacaro in the Nissan R35, and London in the McLaren, and Uli Sana in the Z4 BMW, just ahead of Shahir Harpel in the Porsche GT3 997. So that's the array of the top 10. 15 lapper for these guys, so slightly longer race. That's what these cars are kind of built for. They're not sprint cars. Most of them are endurance spec style cars that run sprint races here in the Extreme Festival. Still a long way to go in this one. Laps. Going to make it 10 as they cross the line this time. Bucket Racing, of course, not only helping out the Sputnik there in the Dodge Viper, but also doing Pragi previously in the Super Cup class, and they're also the guys who prep all of those Toyota 86s for Gazoo Racing. Helping with the preparation on those cars is the Sputnik and his team. Silvio Scribanti close the gap down there slightly on his arch rival for GT3 Honours. Monza and Scuderia Scribanti, I should say. Lamborghini goes down on that Polo Motorsport race. Lamborghini of Jonathan DeCoy. Slightly new livery on that car as well, on DeCoy's car. Changing up that livery for the last round. It's kind of been more orange and white through the season. It's now sort of more of a kind of a more dark orange / red, black and white machinery. There for DeCoy. Back marker's about to be caught by Arnie. Shahir Harper will be the first of those. You'll see that Bobcat and Gospel machine on his inside up the hill. Oli Sana will see him coming, probably give him some room on the inside with the blue flag waving. Nieuweling knows exactly where to place that car. We get on the brakes, use the aerodynamic and electronics of the car to get the car through the corner. Coming up on the back end now, Ricky Donacaro. Donacara's had a bit of a nightmare of a weekend. Chatted to him yesterday, he said they were battling with some fuel pressure problems. The Levane now on this one. The Viper still hangs on. I think the second of the Donacaros out there in Gigi. 7th place, but what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the national class overall. Jonathan DeToy looks like he's gone missing. That's a big problem for DeToy, and that's just a massive bonus for Silvio Scribanti. Silvio Scribanti, there he is. Yeah, there's confirmation. Scribanti 2 and 3 now on track. DeToy's gone missing. So that's going to be a massive turnaround in the GT3 class and overall. It's going to give a massive advantage to Arnie Nieuweling to extend his lead in the overall championship. If it doesn't finish this one, I think Arnie Nieuweling might wrap up the overall championship. He comes down onto the breakers. This is Silvio on the inside of Ulisana. Jonathan picked up where Jonathan DeCoy ended up. I haven't seen him around the track, so he must have gone into pit lane. Didn't look like there was any issues on that car, so I can't tell you what has gone wrong with that. It's been bomb-proof literally the entire season, and has run at the front end not only with these two cars, but also on occasion with the all-conquering Stuart White's car from A+, as well as Franco Scribanti's car, the General, the Porsche 997. DeToy's out there, but circulating. Yeah, there we go. Circulating very gingerly. Short shifting. Yeah, there's definitely a problem on that car. You even hear the short shifting coming out of turn 3. He would hold that gear change a lot longer before changing gears up into turn 4. So still circulating. Down in 7th overall. Silvio doing 102s, Jono doing 105s. So there's definitely a problem on the car that he's trying to nurse. And if anybody can nurse a car around, Jonathan DeToy can. Listening to come out of turn 5 and 6 there. Doesn't sound like there's an issue, but it must be something electronical inside the car that he might have to just keep an eye on. Arnie Nieuweling in 1st, with Jono down in 7th. That might be enough to wrap up the championship, even if he's down in 7th. Check what the points later on, but needless to say, not what Jonathan DeToy wanted. Jonathan DeToy has to keep going to stay in the hunt for the championship, which is probably why he's staying out there. He knows 3rd place will keep him in the hunt for the championship for the last race. If Arnie wins overall, Arnie's going to score maximum points for the win. But Jonathan will only score 3rd place points if he stays where he is right now in Class A+. Yeah, because the only other car that was in A+ is not out there, and that would have been Charles Joubert. He didn't make it onto the circuit, unfortunately, in the Honda-powered Lotus Siege. Or Elise, I should say. The Honda-powered Lotus Elise. Butnick down the back straightaway towards turn 4. Formation flying out from the brothers from Roberta. Into Concrete and Darius Gravanti. They'll be 1 and 2 in a plus GD3, I beg your pardon, in the GD3 class. Behind them will be Charles Orangis. Now, Charles Orangis, remember, is running in Class A. He's fourth on the road, but lone contender at this point in time in Class A. Long way up the road from Budnick, and a lot even further way up the road from Ricky Jonakara. Ricky Jonakara getting on track was definitely an important factor for him to keep himself in with a shot of at least some kind of honours in Class A. Oh, hello, change up there between the brothers. Oh, there's no team orders by the looks of things. Or is there a problem there on Silvio's car? Silvio seems to be battling a little bit now. The pressure coming from Colorangi. Aldo went past Silvio pretty easily, and Silvio didn't really give up much of a fight. Here comes Sean now to look through. Silvio's dropped to second in A+, and now third overall on the track. I wonder what went wrong there on that machine. The MR Porsche is closing rapidly on the back end there of that Semza machine of Silvio Scrimanti. That Lamborghini Huracan is in trouble. Can't say the same thing about his brother. Look at Aldo just disappearing. Has he got it all sorted out? Was it just a bit of an electrical gremlin and he had to try and work out for himself on the lap? Looks like it's back up to pace again. Certainly up to AMG on the last pass. It was pretty easy stuff for Silvio to be passed by Aldo. 3 to go for that Goscore and Bobcat car. Has he lapped Jonathan DeToy? I think he has. I think he's just gone past Jonathan DeToy. Watch in the background. Oh, didn't get in the shot of it. But I think Arnie Neveling might have lapped Jonathan DeToy. Blue flags waving there for Shahir Harpel, warning him that the Bobcat car is coming to lap him for a second time, and Ulistana. That for a bit of drive. Within the space of 15 laps, you get lapped twice by the lead car. Shows you how fast that Goscore Bobcat Stradale Motorsport Audi is, particularly with Ari Neveling behind the wheel. An ultimate lap to go. 2 more for Arnie Neveling. Just watching the timing monitor, and yeah, Jonathan DeToy is still circulating. So with him still circulating, DeToy will still secure 3rd place in GD3s, keeping him in the hunt for the championship. The overall side of it, that is. Silvio back up the pace. Is Aldo going to give him a chance to come back at him though? Knowing that the championship is up for grabs for the GD3 class. Aldo Scribanti, he runs an A+, remember, so it's not really necessary for Silvio to pass him. Aldo's classified as an A+ car, so he'd be second in A+ at the moment. Jonathan would be third, second in GT3. No, he wouldn't, he'd be third because Johnny Jonakara in there as well. There's so many permutations in this class, you've got to keep your eye on everything here. Yeah, so first place overall, Arnie Neveling, A+ first place, and second place overall, and A+ is Aldo Scribanti. He's on his last lap out of turn 4. First place GD3 is Silvio Scribanti. Second place GD3 is Gianni Jonakara, and third place is Jonathan DeToy. That's how they stand at the moment in terms of the classes. with 2 corners to go for the lead car. Arnie Neveling down the hill. If he stays on track, will make Arnie Neveling have to ride and race the final heat before he can wrap up the championship. We think. If our calculations are all right. You never know. You never know. Yeah, nicely done though. Here comes Jono. He will finish. And he's going to finish just ahead of the 2 cars he was ahead of earlier on. Aldo Scrivanti coming to the line. He will win out the battle between himself and his brother. But he gets 2nd place in A+, 2nd overall. GT3 win goes to Silvio Scrivanti. Charles Oranges will win Class A. Chris Budnick coming across the line there will be 2nd in Class A. Gianni Gianacaro, when he crosses the line, will be taking 3rd in the 2nd in the GT3 battle, ahead of Jonathan Vittori, who's already crossed the line. So that's turned things around here ever so slightly. Yep, we are up to 31 degrees Celsius real feel here in the west of Pretoria at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. The race action has been hot. It's been absolutely brilliant so far. And we're about to get into one of the most hotly contested categories of the season. Although we have had the championship wrapped up as of yesterday's Super Pole session. We are going down to Victoria in the Astron Energy Polo Cup with Claudio to catch up and see what the pole man's going to do.
Rory Atkinson on pole again. You're just picking up from where you left off in Cape Town.
Yeah, excited. The race is about to start. Butterflies are kicking in. Just trying to stay calm and looking forward to a good start.
Talk us through your quali lap that got you here.
Sure, it was a bit of a bonsai lap because it was very, very close. But just put it all on the line and it paid off. So super chuffed.
All the best, Raw.
Thank you.
Right, from the pole man, we head down to Claudio, who's picked up with the newly crowned champion after yesterday's qualifying session, Jason Loosmore from Team Red Racing.
Jason Loosmore, I think the bit of the pressure is off now that you've got the #1 plate on.
Yeah, a lot of pressure off now. I'm very chuffed to have the #1 plate on. And just very happy to do it for Universal Racing again.
Talk me through your qualifying. How did it go yesterday?
Qualifying, we tried to set up, the car was a bit tight, so we qualified 6th, but we managed to bring it back to 2nd on the grid in Super Pole. So yeah, all good.
All the best, bud.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, no pressure on that man today, that's fortunate. But certainly some pressure on his teammates further back and the rest of the pack of the Astron Energy Polo Cup for 2nd place. That's still very much up for grabs. Looking forward to seeing how that's going to turn around here today. And in that Astron Energy Polo Cup, remember we've also got the Masters category. That Masters category is still wide open. Wayne Masters on pole position, but closest rivals in the championship are right there with him in John Kruger and Derek Smallberg. Go down and pick up with one of those and see what the Big Mac of Masters has got, Derek Smallberger.
Derek, how's it feel here to be at Zwartkops after coming back from Cape Town? Talk me through the difference between the tracks.
Yeah, Zwartkops, nice and hot here. Tracks very different from Cape Town. You know, it's short and it's a lot of corners and the brakes work very hard, tires we get very hot. So yeah, a few adjustments to be made. But yeah, we're fighting for 2nd in the championship. Wayne was basically not finished if I want to come first, but I must keep John behind me. So
all the best, Derek.
There you have it, exactly what I was saying. John Kruger and Derek Smallberger fighting for 2nd. Wayne has to have a DNF to give Derek Smallberger a chance, or John Kruger a chance, to win the Masters side of Astron Energy Polo Cup. And I don't think that's going to be the case. Not the way that Wayne Masters has been driving over the last couple of races. He's literally been untouchable. So putting it on pole yesterday, His only chink in his armor was in Cape Town, where we saw Elna Cruiser put it on pole ahead of him. Big surprise there from the lady driver, but she has also qualified relatively well and will be looking for a great battle. We welcome into Team Red Racing, but also into Astron Energy Polo Cup for the first time, Milan Emsley as a rookie to the championship for the very first time, qualifying himself into 12th place overall. It's the second last car of the Cup category cars. If we look at how they're going to line up there, also massive improvement coming out of Hannes Skippers there. Doc was up to 3rd place in qualifying. He managed to drop down 1 place behind Charles Smallberger in Superpole to finish in 4th. Carl Visser, race winner from Cape Town, is in 5th. Carla Robinson also looking for her first race victory. Might be a outside chance. Team Red Racing and AF fans. Behind that, the man who unfortunately lost the championship yesterday is here in JRT's machine. He needed pole position to keep himself in the running, but unfortunately both him and Jason, as you heard, didn't get that pole. It went to Rory Atkinson. Jean-Andre Marais changing stables, coming out of Team Red and moving into Summit Racing. Good move from him. Now up into 8th place overall ahead of Mo Karodia. Karodia had some problems of his own yesterday in the Lee Thompson Racing and Fast 5 car. He's ahead of the Ninja, and I think Nirav Singh will be looking to impress all of his fans that are here today, supporting him from the sideline. Bjorn Berthold, we saw his brother Judd involved in the Rookie Cup earlier on, taking the first victory. What can Bjorn do? The other of the Cizanani Plastics cars down in 11th. They are both ahead, as I said, of Milan Emsley, who was 12th, and Pierluigi Mussolini, they're in 13th place overall. There's Kruger, there's Smallberger, that's the top 3. Elna Cruiser, as I said, is in 4th place. The lady driver who was on pole position in Cape Town, she managed to outgun Pierluigi Mussolini. Sam Dale also there out there in the Posi Drive car. The Paybar car is Mike Barbaglia. He's battling with a bit of flu this weekend, so he might be feeling the effects of that at the end of the next 10 laps of racing. And he's got Elio Mussolini right behind him, and that's Big Daddy to Pierluigi, a bit further up the pack. There you can see Mike Rowe. He'll be looking forward to wrapping up this championship and wrapping up Volkswagen's input to motorsport for 2024 today in all the categories they're involved in. It's just Volkswagen Challenge that have got to still be done on the 16th of November. But more importantly than that, it's time to get to the business end of Astron Energy Polo Cup 2024. Dunlop tires on these machines. They'll get one more lap behind the safety car, the Astron Energy Polo GTI. As I said, for next year, it'll be a whole new look and feel to this category in terms of the facelift that's coming for 2025. Not massive changes in terms of the bodywork of the car, other than a wing on the back, slightly bigger wheels, but inside the actual management and control system of the car, the engine, that's where we're going to see some changes. It's a slightly bigger turbo, I think they're going with. And there's actually a version of the new car parked down in pit lane. If anybody is here at the circuit that is watching on the live stream, you want to see what Polo Cup's going to look like for 2025, you can head down to Volkswagen Motorsport stable, and there is a new car parked in that stable. I think they might have moved it across to Volkswagen's driving academy building for their get as well. So, let's get it on. It is the penultimate round of Astron Energy Polo Cup 2024. And heading down into their warm-up lap now. This is where the race face comes on. The concentration levels start to pick up. Thoughts of where to go, what to do, and how to get through turn 1, 2, 3, and 4 unscathed are going through these drivers' minds. John Kruger needs to be ahead of Wayne Masters by the time they come to turn 2 if he wants to stay in the running for possibly a shot at the Masters Championship and give Team Red the win in both classes. Jason Newsmore there. Not him at the moment in the shot. That's his teammate, Paolo Robertson, but going to Jason Newsmore. It's the 5th time out of 6 askings that Team Red Racing have won Polo Cup Championship. The only one they missed out on was in 2022 when Quinton Mercedes, who was originally a part of their team, now moved across. Hollywood going to be doing some drone footage for us, I'm sure, for our post-production. They're hard for Volkswagen and for Dunlop.
Dave, I love you.
That's always nice to hear from Hollywood Roberts. I think Dave Peterson, he loves his work. There you go. Right, so let's bring him to the line. Summit Racing's Jean-Andre Marais. He'll be looking to get up into that top 6 at least. Watch out for Mocha Rodia. Fantastic outing only a couple of weekends ago. In fact, last weekend at Zwartkops Raceway in his Polo Classic. Now back into the hack version. And looking to go to battle yet again for the penultimate time in Astron Energy Polo Cup. Couple of practice starts there on the line. And we get a little bit more heat into those front tires. Rory Atkinson is a tough man to beat at this track in a front-wheel drive polo. You can ask a whole bunch of drivers in that Masters category and a whole bunch more possibly watching us on the live stream. As they roll up, you see, there we go, Smallberger takes up his place. Alongside him will be top skippers. Behind that, Mr. and Robinson. We are under starters orders. Remember, separate starts here for the Cup and Masters category. Lights on after the 5-second board for the Cup class. Listen to those revs pick up ever so slightly as the lights go out. Here we go. Good start from Loosemore. Great start from Atkinson, but Loosemore looks like he might have slighted. No, he hasn't. Looks like he had a little advantage off the line, though, but it was Atkinson who got down into turn 1 in the lead and holds that outside line. Martin's underway as well. He's down towards turn 1. Not bad yet. Big press on Dell. In behind Luigi Ferro as they go there into turn 1 for the first time. The Cup class are already out of turn 1 and touching. Nirav Singh being sent on the sideline by Jean-Andre, comes back at him. Inside of that is Mo Karodia. 3 cars out of turn 3, side by side. Here they come onto that back straight away. It's Atkinson. He's just up the road and getting through ahead of Jason Loosemore. There we have the return from Jean-Andre Marais to get on the inside of Nirav Singh. Somebody running off the circuit ever so slightly. There was Smallberger. Smallberger under attack now from Skippers. Skippers looking for a way through, under braking for turn 5. Inside line from Fisser. Inside line from Ethan Garcia as well. He's got through there on Tyler Robinson. He's moved up 1 place as Ethan Garcia. And now tucked in right behind Kyle Fisser. Herodia closes in on Tyler Robinson. Former teammates now fighting there for 6th, 7th and 8th place. They come down under braking for the first time into Volkswagen corner. Across the line they're going. Oh, what a start here from these 3. Absolutely hauling down towards turn 1. Here we go. An amazing start as always. There is the Ninja. Already in the mix there with Jean-Andre Marais, getting a little bit of a nudge onto the dirty stuff coming out of turn number 2, heading past Castro Corners. Barriers there at turn 2. You can see just how hard these guys are fighting for honours here in the final race. Atkinson wants it. He wants the last victory of the season, but Jason Loosemore wants to wrap up his title with a swan song of double victories if he can get them. Then it's Smallberger and Skippers. Fisser, Garcia and Robinson. Get back from that. Bjorn Berthold trying to close the gap down there. He's just battling to find a way to catch Andre. Behind him is Nirav, Luigi Mussolini and Milan Emsley, all on the back end of that top 13 of the Cup class. Look at the pressure being applied at the front end from Loosemore, looking for a way through there on Atkinson. Jason Loosemore wants at least one of the victories here today to secure that championship and put the cherry on the top. Put the number 1 plate on already. Can you believe that? That's amazing stuff here from him as we go through into the opening the couple of laps of this one. There's absolutely nothing in it as they come through. And it's Rory Atkinson from Loosemore. Smallberger pulling slightly away now from Skippers. Skippers with a bit of pressure from Fisser. Fisser now trying to find a way past. Is he good enough on the brakes? No, he's not. He hangs on for dear life, but it's so close there between the 2 of them. It's going to be even closer because Karodia and Kutsia are about to join the party. Look at how Ethan Kutsia has brought Mo Karodia along for the ride. Karodia lost out a little bit out of turn 2 on that last pass. So did Jason Loosemore. Atkinson must have gone with a push to pass to get away there from Loosemore. And maybe a little mistake from Jason dropped him slightly back and further away from the man he's fighting with. There we go back up into where Mussolini is fighting. Mussolini fighting hard there with the new man. What a start there from the young man in Team Red Racing, Milan Emsley. Baptism of fire to come into a race like this right in the closing stages of the season and to be in the mix with some of South Africa's finest front-wheel drive pilots. Once again, that gap comes down again. It's a gap that I'm watching, though, between Charles Smallberger and Loosemore that seems to be closing up even more. Smallberger in the Sabertech car, an OMP-sponsored machine, closing the gap now on Jason Loosemore in that Renegade Racing and SFA Team Red car of his, the new champion. Ethan Garcia looking, Ethan Garcia was very, very good through turn one, and he closed the gap down there big time on Carl Visser. Visser's going to have his eyes on those rearview mirrors all the way through the next couple of laps. Same thing can be said here from the Ninja. Mirav Singh watching for Mussolini and Emsley to join the party, and about to join them is the lead car in the Masters in Wayne Masters for the machine that he's in. Terra Energia and Alpha ESS machine now closing down on the back end of the fight between the last two cars in the Cup category. He's pulled away from Smallberger. Smallberger's got through on John Kruger. Kruger down to third place, into the clutches possibly there of Elmer Cruiser. There's a move from Ethan Garcia on Visser. Visser going to have that go defensive. Comes across, Ethan Garcia holds the inside line. Oh, there's a touch! Little nudge there between Garcia and Visser. That's going to give Karodi a chance. And about to join the party in the background. Watch out as well, because there comes a big charge from Gendre. Gendre Marais about to look for a way through. If Karodia goes, Marais is going to go with him. And Ethan Garcia could possibly open up the door if he continues to put that kind of pressure onto Carl Visser. Nothing in between these four. That is the fight currently for sixth place on track, last for the podium positions in the Polo Cup category. How close do you want it? It's a steam train of cars coming through there. Led out at this point in time by Volkswagen Motorsports' Carl Visser. Visser won the Rookie Cup last year. He got the drive in the Polo Cup. Berthold will be looking to do that later on today if he can just wrap things up there in the Rookie Cup later, and he will take that position away from Carl Visser in the new cars for 2025. Further back, it's nice to see Barbaglia still out there, battling a little bit with the food today is Mike Barbaglia. Here comes Masters. Masters on the inside of the rookie. Too easily done. I don't think Milan Emsley is going to have an answer there to Wayne Masters. No, he hasn't. Wayne Masters has got through. Smallberger and Kruger heading up the hill, trying to close the gap down there on the final of the Team Red cars. Mussolini now under pressure from Masters. He wants away past and put two cars between himself and his rivals in the championship. That Alpha ESS and Ferro Energia cars had a fantastic run this season. His teammate Luigi Ferro not too far behind. Here they come down the hill. Defensive line from Pierluigi. Not going to give Wayne Masters an easy run to the front. Doesn't really have to keep him out. You can let him go because he's not fighting with him in the championship. But of course, it's for overall honours, and more importantly, in this class, there's fights. Doesn't matter what class you're in. They're going to fight you right till that checkered flag comes out. He's eventually got through though, and finds his way ahead now, putting two cars between himself and his closest rival, Derek Smallberger. With that though, Milan Emsley capitalized big time and has closed the gap down on that FSS machine of Pierluigi Mussolini. Lost a bit of ground. Yes, he has. Carl Smallberger losing a little bit of ground there to Jason Loosemore. Loosemore's actually closed the gap up pretty tightly onto the back end of the lead car of Rory Atkinson. So it's not done yet. Atkinson thought he had a comfortable margin when we saw Jason Loosemore drop back ever so slightly. But now, with half the race to go, or just under half the race to go, he's closed the gap down again on Atkinson. Remember, as I said, he wrapped up the championship yesterday in qualifying, having not taken pole, and Ethan Garcia not taking pole. That was enough to give Jason the number one plate. Now, can Jason do the swan song and put the cherry on top with a victory in hopefully both races today? The man looking to spoil his day in the Industry Petroleum car is that man right there, Rory Atkinson. BHIT Logistics and Industry Petroleum on the side of that car helped racing, prepping the machine there for Rory. They've been doing his car for years and making it very, very difficult here for anybody to get past him, even Jason Loosemore, with a 5-time back-to-back championship mechanic in his stable. Lights on there from Tyler, trying to get away. Why is Tyler Robinson so far back? That's a big, big concern. He's right at the back of the pack and headed into turn 4 with the lead cars about to catch and pass her. Something's gone wrong on the young lady's car. Tyler Robinson's found some kind of an issue. Yeah, there she is, parked and pulling to the sideline to allow the rest of the pack through there. We'll wait and see how many cars get through there. The entire pack is going to go past there. Going to try and stay out of harm's way. They're holding that inside line. Not going to get in the way of any of the cars coming through there. There's Berthold getting onto the dirt. That's not what you want to be doing with those Dunlops at this stage, especially with Gendre and Masters closing you down. But Tyler has got some big problems. Just waiting for the pack to go through. That's nicely done from the young lady, realizing that she doesn't want to get involved in any of the championship battles that could be raging behind. Rather just stay out of harm's way, wait till they're all gone past, and then just make your way back to pit lane. I know there's going to be some frantic work done at Team Red Racing to get that car back on track for race 2. Skippers, as I said, has had some incredibly good races in the last 4 or 5 heats of this race season. Just not enough to get him to the front end. But if he stays here for next year in the new cars, that's definitely another man to watch out for. He's been running top 6 in the last 4 outings for Astron Energy Polo Cup. Yeah, not found a way back ahead of Fister. He got through for a little while. Fister came back at him almost instantaneously. Cambodia about to join him for that party. They are currently fighting for that last step of the podium, as I said. Fister at the moment is in 5. Kutsia is in 6. Cambodia is in 7. Cambodia wants by big time. Cambodia race with this car. It's the hatch version, but in challenge he runs the classic version in that Lee Thompson Racing and fast-fired machinery. And I can tell you, he is a seasoned campaigner now in this class. Having been with Team Red for a while, he moved on to his own racing stable. Then Lee Thompson joined him, just with the setup, and that car seems to be working really nicely, but not quite as good as these 3 out front. Loosemore has come to the party. Rory Atkinson, 13.9 on the last lap. Last lap from Jason Loosemore, 13.4. Half a second quicker from Jason Loosemore with 1.5 laps to go. The champion wants this victory. He wants to secure the championship with at least one of the victories here today, and he's putting massive pressure onto him. Oh, Ross sliding into turn 4. Rory Atkinson with some big understeer into turn 4 there. You can hear those Dunlops squealing as he went through there. I don't think he braked. I don't think he even lifted off. He just kept it buried through turn 4, which is not what you can do in a polo usually. It normally ends up with you running wide, but Rory Atkinson kept it on the black stuff for now. 1 lap and 2 corners to go. Loose ball all over the back of Atkinson. 3rd place, I think, is secured with Smallberger. 4th, Corner Skippers. 5, 6, and 7 still up for grabs. As Fister's now hanging on to keep out Ethan Gutstier and Mo Carodia. Here, Luigi Mussolini in the battle of the Masters. Has he got in the mix there amongst the Masters? No, he's tucked in behind Nirav Singh. And Nirav Singh just behind Wayne Masters. So Wayne has actually got 2 cars ahead of Derek Smallberger. That's perfect placement there from Wayne Masters to keep out his contenders. If he stays where he is right now, there's a possibility he's going to wrap up the Masters Championship. Because I think Derek Smallberger had to beat him in both races today. Here we go. Onto the back straight now. On the final lap. Is there any chance here from Jason Loosemore to find a way through? I think he's too far back to have a go at Rory. That BHIT and Industry Petroleum car, prepped by Help Racing. Looks like it's on its way for a victory for the first time today. We've got another heat to come later on. It's the 3rd last race of the day, and it'll be the final race of the 2024 season. Jason Loosemore might have to wait till that one to see if he can secure his championship with a victory here at the last round. He doesn't have to. He's got the number 1 plate on already, as you can see, and heads down towards turn number 8 for the last time. No changes here in the top 6. They're going to stay the same. Atkinson taking the victory. Great run there from Roars to beat out Jason Loosemore and Charles Smallberger. Skippers, Fisser and Kutsia make up the top 6 in the podium there for Astron Energy Polo Cup. What a run to the line. Wayne Masters is going to win out the Masters category. He's in amongst the Cup class cars for Alpha ESS and Vera Energia. Yes, it is. Derek Smallberger coming through there just to win out ahead of John Kruger for 2nd and 3rd. Good run there from Chris Dale and from Mike Babaglia. Remember, Babaglia battling with a bit of flu this weekend. Finishing up, and a nice run there as well from Milan Emsley to finish up his first race in Astron Energy Polo Cup. What a good start to Astron Energy's final round. We got one more to go later on this afternoon, but before we go there, we're going to go for some 2-wheeled action in a few moments' time as the Sunbet Masters Cup make their way onto the circuit for a 10-lapper for race 1. We'll be back shortly. Down in pit lane before we go to the Sunbed ZX Masters Cup. We're going to try and catch up with a couple of the riders, but we're still waiting for, of course, the Polo Cup to make their way off the circuit. As they do that, our man down in pit lane.
Round of the year and being crowned ZX10 champion, how does it feel?
Yeah, it was excellent. You know, we were fortunate enough to do it at the Festival of Motoring, which made it extra special. But yeah, today's an awesome day. The weather's beautiful. King Price Extreme team looking good. The race team is just always another level, and Steve Cannon prepares an incredible bike. So go out and have some fun. I've got to get going though.
All the best, bud.
Cheers.
Resonant RFI, radio frequency interference. That's possible. Also, electric current somewhere.
as they make their way to second now. Of course, it is Unbed ZX Master, and we are celebrating. October, as always, is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and I know that the Unbed ZX are running a campaign with pink shirts for all of their ladies and people in the backgrounds. I think some of the riders are even running those pink t-shirts in between the races as well. So looking forward to a fantastic battle again here. As you heard, Clintilla wrapping up the championship overall for King Price Extreme, taking the victory already at the round that happened at the Festival of Motoring. But there's still some battles between classes A, B, and C to be sorted out here this weekend, and still some fights to happen as always on track. Hopefully a couple of these riders are going to stick around and come and do some fighting tomorrow as we go for some brunch run and thunderbike racing here at Zwartkops again as part of the close-up for the season. Tiny's pit box has just jumped in. Looks like Tate broke the gearbox on the last lap. He's going to try and fix it for the next one. That's the information coming from Cape Town via Tiny. And Tiny's pit box on ours. Big G. Oh, thanks for that, Harry Portkita. HP will be back again tomorrow to try and give it as much as we can in terms of the live stream that we try and do together. It's not as comprehensive and as professional as we've got running here today from Two Wheels and Planet Margate, but we certainly give it our all to give you some action tomorrow on the Sunbet ZX10R Masters, joining the brunch run and thunderbike class, hopefully tomorrow with a couple of riders here today. It's a big field. It really is great to see such a big field of riders in this category, but they have been all season long, and it just shows you that this is becoming the premier class in terms of motorcycle racing in the country. So great to see the fights raging all the way through. Remember, you've got classes A, B, and C in this category. Class A is your veterans. It's 35 and up, 45 and up for your masters, and grandmasters are 55 and up. So classes A, B, and C still up for grabs here today. Clint Senna did put it on pole position. He got a 102.2 eventually out of that King Price Kawasaki of his, a 103.4 out of Damien Purificati, and a 103.8 out of AJ Fenter, our Isle of Man pilot. He's there on the front row for the Volt Markets and Lacquer Racing Kawasaki. Second row, Ryan McMahon, Dave Enticott, and Graham Van Bredar. BBD will be losing that number one plate. Yeah, Stella will the number one off his number plate for next year and just leave one of them on there as opposed to the double 11, the double digit one he's got on the moment. Number 11. Dragonot, Everinga. There as well. Try and push yourself to the field as rapidly as possible. Watch through the pack as we get Paul Junel joining us as well on our live stream. Big welcome to everybody out there on the live stream feeds on the various platforms. Thanks, guys, for joining us. Make sure you like and share this onto all of your friends and fans and families around the world so you can see what we're doing here at the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. You can see in the background there of that shot, the karting circuit is in full flight as well, with youngsters and slightly older people getting a chance to get into some karts and have some fun. Other activities here today include all of our usual vendors that are around the cafe. Down on the skid pan, we've got some drift cars, we've got some pedal cars for the youngsters to powder it around as well. So catering for every aspect of entertainment here at Zwartkops, the final round of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport. This is the final round of the Nationals. Remember, the 16th of November, we come back here to wrap up the final round of the regional classes of Extreme Fest. Baringa is ahead of James Parson and Peron Barassaman. We've got Byron Rothwell, Christian Caravello, and Adi Vandalen ahead of Renato Spanica. That is how they make up the top four rows of the grid as we come under starters orders now. Slightly different grid. Remember, they come slightly further back on the grid for the start. That's where the bike grid is here at Zwartkops. JL gets out of the way. Henny will put up the 5-second board. That'll go to lights on, revs up. Let's go racing. Great start from AJ on the inside line. Looks like he might have got the whole front. There. sneaking through with a chance of the whole shot. The rest of the pack finding a way through turn one and seem to all stay upright. Baringa's got through there on Parasimon. Parasimon putting a bit of pressure there onto that pro-proof bike of James Barson. James Barson having to take a little bit of a sit up there through turn two as Parasimon was on his inside. No, it is Sella who has got the whole shot and hang on. Yeah, fantastic start there from AJ. He's up in the second with Van Breda in third. BBD made his way up rapidly from the second row, 6th place to third. 3 positions in the space of half a lap as they head to AMG Driving Academy at the top of the hill. Pitching it through and now into turn 5 and 6. Bit of pressure now on the back end of GVBD from Purificati. Damien Purificati trying to bring Endicott along for the ride. He's tucked in behind that. So Dave Endicott now pushing hard to stay with Damien Purificati and GVBD. Getting down and completing the first lap. Remember, this is a 10-lapper for this one. 10 laps of race action coming away now for the ZX10R Masters Cup. 9 more to go. They come down on the brakes. That is a big move. James Barson under pressure there, as you can see. Nice move there coming from Safisa Temba. Also trying to find a way through there on Christian Caravello. Peter Hazeman has dropped back ever so slightly behind the two of them. So Hazeman is going to try and make up a little bit of ground there for the Crucella angling supply. How's this fight? Great job here from Perron Parasim and James Barson trying to find a way through, and I think he's got through. And Clinsella just cleaning up at the front as he has done all season long. AJ into second, pressure on the third bike coming from Purificati, trying to find a way through on Graham Van Breda. Van Breda is soaking up that pressure though. Byron Rothfield stays just ahead and keeps up Christian Caravello. Definitely stocks Moto Kawasaki of Van Breda still in the 3 spot. Purificati's right on his tail though, and Endicott's coming along for the ride. Just keep an eye out on Hein McMahon, tucked in behind that. McMahon on the K9 Law Enforcement and X-Pro bike, right in the mix there as well, with Endicott. And looking for a way through there on Dave Endicott. Cape Town-based rider has come to join us here for the last round. Great to have him here on that Ravenol Motorwise and Scarham Engineering Kawasaki. There's a move. Oh, nicely done from Purificati. Gets up the inside of Graham Van Breda and squeezes the current number 1 out. Back to the top they go. Finding a way to try and get through on Graham Van Breda is not an easy thing to do. Will Hein McMahon be able to do the same thing? Barson dropping back slightly, but getting away from the bike behind him there of Adi Van and Perron Parasim. Brian Rothfield is also in the mix there. They come to complete another lap. Endicott has been, the change up there between Endicott and the 4 bike. Hein McMahon now ahead. Endicott looking to change that up again. He was very late on the brakes into Castro Corner, couldn't quite make it stick though. But these guys all had a red square reload before they started. Themselves a little bit of extra energy through this 10 lap race 1. 7 still to go, or 6.5 as they go through turn 4. AJ hanging on for second at the moment, but no answer really to Clinsella. Fastest lap of the race came from Sella a couple of laps ago, but he's consistently lapping now in the 102s. AJ 103.9 on the last lap. Getting close to that 102 bracket, but not quite there yet. AJ was chatting to me yesterday, both him and Purificati, remember, on Gen 5 Kawasaki's, whereas Sella's on the Gen 6 bike. AJ was saying that when the bikes are banked over, very difficult to open the throttle because the electronics won't allow it. Whereas on the Gen 6 bike, Clinsella is able to get that throttle response earlier, even when the bike is banked over like it is here in turn 2 at Castrol. So just some modifications to the newer bikes that allow Sella to have that little bit of an advantage. They're working frantically to try and remedy that for 2025. Big Dave Baringa, the juggernaut. James Baskin, JB, having a phenomenal run in this final part of the season there for the Steel Monkey and Pro-Proof waterproofing machine. Hazelman's had a fantastic season. He really, really has. He's staying up the road, just ahead of a hard-charging September there for the IM63 and Wakahina Racing Machine. Kinsella goes past his sponsors just on the left-hand side. They've taken the first corner here at Zwartkops, as they always do. And the King Price bike well on its way to another victory here at Zwartkops. Difficult man to beat is Kinsella when he's in this kind of form. Purificardi is coming along for the ride though. Damien Purificardi definitely looking for a chance to spoil his stablemate stay there. It's a Class A battle, 1, 2 and 3 on the circuit, 1, 2 and 3 on the road as well. And 1, 2 and 3 in Class A are those first 3 bikes. So Sella, AJ and Purificardi. And McMahon now moving up into the 4 spot. Makes the Class A bikes 1, 2, 3 and 4. Van Bredar down into 5th. Put them into the lead and keeps him in the lead of Class B. Enticott at this point in time also looking for a chance to maybe squeeze Van Bredar out and put all the Class A competitors in those first 6 bikes on the road. Dropping the number 1 bike of Graham Van Bredar into the clutches of the 15 bike of second place in Class B, James Clarkson. Baron having a fantastic battle there with Aiden Van Dalen and Christian Caravello. Caravello got off the bike yesterday after the final qualifying and was high-fiving everybody. He got down to one of the fastest laps we've ever seen out of Caravello here. He got into the 6s. Well, I can tell you he's gone even quicker here. Christian, well done. Into the 5.5s now in race 1. Interesting to see as well. Go on to the weather app. Hopefully it'll give me an indication in a few moments' time as to what the current temperatures are here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring, because that's definitely going to be a factor here going into the second half of today's racing. Even though there's a bit of a cool breeze blowing across the circuit, it'll cool things down ever so slightly, but because the track temperatures with high ambient temperatures are always a big factor to look at race days like this. We're sitting at 33 degrees Celsius. The track temperatures will be close to the 40-degree surface temperature there for these Bridgestones to negotiate the next couple of laps on. Coming into the picture now is Byron Rothwell up in the 12th, just ahead of Renatus Finicak. He's beginning to close things down there on Christian Caravello. Rasmussen's pulled a small margin over those 3. Eddie Van Dalen, Christian Caravello and Byron Rothwell as they head to the top of the hill now. Harassman is absolutely flying, but there's no answer from the riders behind him at the pace that he's picked up. Big answer coming now from Damien Purificardi. Purificardi closes right onto the back end there of AJ Fenter. And Alan John Fenter can feel the pressure. He can hear that cup ringing in his ears as Purificardi goes inside at turn 4. Just not able to sneak up the inside. 1.5 laps to go now for Damien Purificardi to find a way through there on AJ. Purificardi late on the brakes. Is he late enough? No, he's not. AJ shuts the door on him into turn 5. Past AMG. Past Kazoo Racing. Into Kenwood corner they go. Flick over onto the left-hand side. Down the hill towards turn 8. Ryan McMahon still hanging on to the 4 spot on bike 4. Ahead of Graham Van Bredar, leading Class B. In 5th place. 1 lap to go. Alan John Fenter's not going to get this up without a fight, but I think Purificardi might have the pace on him. Purificardi leaping in a 104.3, 104.2 out of AJ. Just up the pace slightly there. Keep out the attack coming from his stablemate. Further back in the pack there, the 69 bike, of course, synonymous with this class. Great to have him back again. 60, I am 63, Safisa Temba. Temba just out of the top 15 at the moment. They'll probably be a little bit concerned about the pace that they found this weekend. There comes the leader though, in amongst that back marker pack. And Stella heads down the hill. Check the flag on standby. Let's flag the flag there for Kinsella. On the back wheel, and another happy win there. Steve Cannon first to congratulate him on the wall. And it is all the preparation there on Kinsella's bike. Another victory in the bag for Sella. Win place, second place to Fenta, third place to Damien Pierre-Picardi, and fourth to Han McMahon. That's Class A 1 to 4. Winning Class B will be Graham Bambadar. Endicott's across the line. He'll be fifth place in Class A. Harassment down into the final turn now. We're on harassment, possibly up into a good finish for. Oh, looks like Hank Scaling got some issues there. The man is pulled to the sideline. We're going to look at that bike. Running his famous number 69 number, but there you go, down the back straight. Seller's a happy man. Let's give him some noise there. Ian Harwick on the 2-4, ahead of the dog doctor there on 65. Han McMahon just beat Graham Bambadar to the line, but Graham Bambadar will still win out Class B. He beat James Barson for second place in Class B, and I think third place would be Perron. Perron Harassment will get third in Class B, if I'm not mistaken. Or would it be Dieter Hazeman? It might be Dieter Hazeman, actually. So that's how we finish things up there. No, it'll be Dave Varinga. Dave Varinga, beg your pardon, will be second. So it's actually Dave Varinga in second, ahead of James Barson for Class B. Class C honours, further down, possibly going to be going to... Who would that have gone through? Jacques Cruz. Jacques Cruz winning out the Class B battle. So from two-wheelers, we go into the final heat of the race ones of the day, coming from Gazoo Racing Stables, Toyota GR Cup, and the Yaris's 86s and Corolla GR hatches are waiting down in pre-race. And let's go down to Claudio, who's picked up on Darby van der Merwe, waiting to go.
Sorry, hold on. Darby, how's it been going this season?
Very good so far. This weekend is definitely going to be a bit more difficult with the time management and the heat, but I think, let's hope and see what we can do in the race. So really looking forward, and let's see if we can finish off well.
How was quali?
Very good. Difficult, but let's see race one what we can do with the time management issues.
All the best, bud.
Thank you.
Another man who had some big pace this morning in his machine. It was great to see Rion Esterhuizen stepping back into his car. Let's find out what his plans are for race number one.
Rion, the boss man from Gazoo Racing, you're in the car finally. How's it feel?
In the hot seat, having a ball. The competition is tough, and I think we're going to have a great race. The two categories, or the three categories, are actually very closely spread. So yeah, going to be a jaw, and we're certainly going to feel the heat and work up a sweat. So looking forward to it.
How was the qualifying this morning?
Very good. Managed to put in 2 good laps, so qualified P2, which I'm quite chuffed about. But I know the pack behind me is going to be chasing us as well. So let's see what happens.
All the best, bud.
Thank you.
Nice to see some big support up at Gazoo Racing as well, where you can see the racing stables headquarters fully packed on the grandstands. There's a wave from everybody. Hey, how you doing? Yeah, great to see you guys up there. Thanks so much. You guys must be watching us on the live stream because you can't hear us on the PA. You can hear us on the live stream. So thanks for the wave. Appreciate that. Up between turn 5 and 6. On the banking there, if anybody's watching us on our live stream feed on your smart devices, if you can hear us, make some noise. You're on the live stream feed at the moment. I know that normally the PA system commentator Leon Odendaal will get that back straight fired up and get them making some noise, but we're not going live on the PA today. We are only on the live stream for today's racing. So hope you've enjoyed all of the race action we're bringing you so far. Up next is Toyota Gazoo Racing's GR Cup, driven by Netstar. We've got 3 classes involved in that. One of them is the Toyota 86, which is piloted by mainly all of the development drivers, and yet last year's media champion, Sechaba Mashigo. The media class are in Toyota Gazoo GR Corollas, the hatchback versions of that one, the all-wheel drive cars, 221 kilowatts of power in those cars. And then we've got a Gazoo Racing Driving Academy teams that fight in the Yaris Cup further back. And the Yarises are the sort of more white versions of the Toyotas that are coming out of the driving stable there, out of pre-race. The black cars mainly are the media challenge cars, so that's the differential there. But of course you'll also see, you can tell the difference between the Corollas and the Yarises. Very similar, but slightly smaller cars there are the Toyota Yarises. Avi van der Merwe, Nico Zafiris on the front row as they were in Cape Town. Sechaba Mashigo and Ryan Naka behind them. Dylan Praji just behind that, so he's the 5th car in the 86 league. That will start separately. Means that we are missing. Who are we missing from that front pack there? I can't look out. No, it's gone. I can't remember. Sean Nurse leads out ahead of Rian Esterhazen, as you heard. 2 front row there. 1 in the Yaris, 1 in the Corolla. Ahead of Theo Brits and Mario de Souza. Paul de Vos, Hannes Visser, Alex Shahini, and Vanna Fenta are leading things in terms of the Yarises and Corolla mix-up. So, that's Toyota Corolla. We'll bring them round for one more lap. I thought we were going to go into formation there, but we didn't go into formation. I'm not sure why. They give them 2 laps to get a bit of heat into the rubber. Don't need to worry about getting heat to the rubber with 40 degrees Celsius track temperature. Heat will come on its own. Bernie Alberg watching for a chance to have a bit of fun there with Theo Brits possibly, and Kumbi on Cars Man there. Machikazi has had a fantastic season, but now they'll start to get into their race formation. And remember, we saw Ryan Naka, I mentioned earlier on, already done some international duty this year, having gone last weekend to Europe to do some testing for Mercedes-Benz in some GT4 spec GT cars. That's where he's looking to go for next season after a good outing here, not only in Toyota Gazoo Racing but also in the BMW M Performance Racing Series Class A. Nurse will line up. We'll have Esterhazen, Brits and de Souza to fend off and keep out for the first couple of laps. Watch out for Paul de Vos coming through there in the Driving Academy car. Literally, I think the only championship that's still up for grabs is the Yaris Cup individual category. The team award has already gone to the Driving Academy team. Darby's wrapped up the 86s and Sean Nurse has wrapped up the media challenge. So it's basically every man and lady for themselves out there. If there are any ladies driving with us today, I don't think there are. There were on a few occasions, but not this time out. Darby gets the whole shot down into turn 1 and Nico Zafiris tucks in behind him. They come out of 1 towards 2. Yeah, exactly what we expected. Sean Nurse trying to get the drop down on Esterhazen. Esterhazen will put a bit of pressure onto Nurse. Watch out for the 3 Yaris behind them. Then Alex Shahini trying to find a way through there on the Latviel car of Hannes Visser. They come down under braking. The Motors Toyota moves up into 4th place, forcing the Foss wide. Foss slightly wider and under a bit of pressure there from Hannes Visser as they came out of Casper Corner. Look at the pressure being applied by Dylan Praji to get through there on Ryan Naka and on Chaba Mashigo. Carrying the corner speed, following Naka up the hill. It's not a bad place to be in there for the Bulawayo bomber. Hard on the brakes. And Naka looking to squeeze through as he gets past Chaba. Chaba keeps him honest. They stay literally side by side through turn 7. Oh! Chaba runs wide. Chaba runs wide, drops to the back of the pack, and loses a lot of ground there. Here comes Dylan Praji trying to bounce. Catch Ryan Naka out, and the braking into turn 8. Close race action there between the two of them as they were on the brakes. Nurse leads out. Esther Hazen in second. And then from Theo Brits, he's up in the third place ahead of Mario D'Souza, Paul De Vos, and then Hannes Visser. Visser keeps out. Then Fenta. Fenta's got through, I think, moved ahead of Alex Shahini, so the Car Magazine man dropping back one place. Allowing Fenta through. Fenta, I think, in the NMI car, if I'm not mistaken, so nice run from him. NMI Menlin machine doing a superb job, getting himself up ahead of Hannes Visser. Visser now returning the favour. Bit of a fight on there between them, but De Vos now getting into the mix, bringing that DR Driving Academy machine into play. Slowly but surely reeling in both Brits and D'Souza. That feels Hannes Visser on the tail end of De Vos, looking to use the Yaris van, maybe to bring him closer to that little battle just up the road. Let's go back to the front to the 86 lead. No change between the top two. Derby from Nico. Ryan Naka still hanging on for third. GR Racing Academy Kart Club open up in the background as you saw. The youngsters and those young at heart still having a bit of a chance to go down to turn number 3. Go to that kart track. You can get into one of the karts and enjoy yourself here at Zwartkops on a race day. The higher karts that run all day long, giving people a chance to feel what it feels like to be in a race car. Nice defensive driving. Praji hangs in. He's got ahead now of Ryan Naka. Has he? No, he's got ahead of Sachaba, I beg your pardon. The tip of the curb there, coming through from Brits, I think that was. Big car. Little fly there from Banner Fenta too. Oh, just the Foss tip in the curbs. The Foss tip in the curbs there, coming out of turn 5 and 6. Maybe using a little bit of his track knowledge for a quicker line through there. Alex Shahini's closed the gap down. He's brought Bernie Halberg along for the ride. Man from Driven. Behind him, Halberg. Actually, Shahini, he's lost out to Halberg there by the looks of it. No, beg your pardon, there's little change up. Speaking of change ups, there's a move from De Vos. Inside line, easing through. Now, one place higher. Let's see what he needs to do. Voss is back at the moment, doing a 13.8 down in 6th place. Sean Nurse in the leading Toyota Corolla. Halfway stage reached of the Gazoo Racing GR Cup, featuring the 86 League, Media Challenge in the Corollas and the Yaris Cup all combined. An ultimate time for them to finish up the 2024 season. They got one more race later on this afternoon, the last race of the day. And awesome stuff so far from these guys. Top two though, just disappearing at the front end. Bobby Fanamava, Mika Zafiris, pretty much in a class of their own yet today. No answer from Nika, Praji, Shikaba Mashiga in the 86s. Certainly some work to do now for Mika Zafiris if he wants to possibly spoil the day here for Derby van der Merwe. Not an easy thing to do. Derby definitely the man to beat this season. Final turn. Still another 3 laps of race action to come your way. Alberg just in the background, trying to close that gap down. Hasn't quite got there yet. And the fence are not too far away from him. He has found a little bit of late race pace. Whether or not he can put it all together, we'll wait and see. Just have to wait and see on this one as they come down into turn 2 again, Cashel corner. At NMR, Toyota, Fenta. Sean Nurse catching Sechaba Mashigo now. I've seen him as a bit of bait to catch there up the road. And slowly reeling him in. He does that, you go past the AMG Driving Academy and past Kazoo Racing's headquarters. And favourite is Sean Nurse, I'm sure in that Auto Trader car, but now in amongst the 86, it's going to be a little bit of fun. He was Chaba Mashigo fought all season long last year. Teammate at Auto Trader at Lookoff. Oh no, he's looking to move and we're going, oh no, it's another Auto Trader coming up on the tail end. Rian Esthazen, great run here from the boss man in second. Could potentially be in the mix there by the time we finish this one up as well, with about 2 laps to go here, just under 2 laps to go. The boss definitely moving up one by one. Now got Theo Brits in his sights. He's through on Mario de Souza. So the Motors Toyota dropped down 1 place. As a move from Nurse on Shaba. Shaba once again shutting the door, not letting anybody through there. Nurse though going to carry slightly more top end up the hill. But the nimbleness of that little Toyota 86 keeps the Shaba ahead of him for now. And Sean Nurse wrapped up the media challenge already down in Cape Town. So he's not really too concerned. But it would be nice if he could maybe put a little bit of a dig in there. Last year's media champion about to be caught by the new media champion. Top 2 down towards turn 2, Cashel corner for the last time. This is the last time of all of our Heat 1s as well in this epic race day to finish up the 2024 season. Just joined us, it's the Extreme Festival of Motorsports National Championship categories. We're at Zwartkops International World of Motoring just outside of Pretoria West in Gauteng, South Africa. It looks like it's another flag-to-flag victory, possibly on the cards here for Derby van der Merwe. Out of Kenwood, through the left-hander, down the hill towards Volkswagen Driving Academy turn. Derby van der Merwe for the win. Coming through for a victory. And looking for a chance now to finish up the season with an almost perfect run. We finished up ahead of Nico Zafiris, who will also beat Ryan Knight to the line. Sean Nurse has got through there onto Chaba Mashigo in the closing stages, so Nurse will finish up in 5th overall. Chaba in 6th ahead of Rian Esthazen. And it looks like coming through there. The Foss stays behind Theo Brits. Brits keeps him out. So Theo Brits beats out Paul de Vos and Mario de Souza for the Yaris Cup. The rest of the cars come through to complete race 1 of the Toyota Gazoo Racing GR Cup driven by Netstar. A big run through there. Darby van der Merwe, Nicholas Severus and Ryan Naka ahead of Dylan Praji and Shaba Mashiga for the 86th League. Sean Nurse wins out over Rion Hazen and B. Bernie Halberg, I think, in third for the media challenge. So a nice run from them. And in the Yaris's, it was a win coming from Theo Brits. So congratulations to those drivers. They'll be out later on this afternoon. We are going to have a short break, and I'm not quite sure how short the break is now in proceedings, to give us a chance to do a bit of a circuit cleanup and get our marshals and medics all fed and ready to go for the second half of the day. That's how the second half will start. It's Invescam Formula 1600s and Formula Ford Kents ahead of the Volkswagen Rookie Cup, Race 2, South African Touring Cars and SA Touring Car Super Cup, Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop, Astron Energy Polo Cup Race 2, Sunbed ZX10R Masters Cup second heat, and to close things off, our final race of the day will come from the Toyota Gazoo Racing GR Cup driven by Netstar. We'll be back shortly with action here from Zwartkops International World of Motoring. It is the Extreme Festivals National Championship final round. Paul, are you there? DP? I've got on a side note in the studio with me just to have a quick chat before we go to single seaters. Just a general chat about single seaters and the new class, etc., and also just a general motorsport chat on the health of the sport and the politics of dancing. No, he's not going to say we'll be done. No, we'll be done before the race. No, not for the race. Just to talk just before the race. Well, folks, it's almost a couple of minutes to go before we get into racing again after the lunch break. We're going to kick things off once again with the single-seaters, the Investigating Formula 1600s and Formula Ford Kents. And a man who spends a couple of days a year with us in the studio right now. Just to run through there, you can see the race program for the rest of the day. 1600s and Kents first up, then Rookie Cup, Touring Cars and Super Cup. That's the only championship that's still got to be decided here today. Extreme Supercars, Astron Energy Polo Cup, Sunbet ZXNR Masters Cup, and Gazoo Racing from Toyota side of things, driven by Netstar. That will wrap up our day and, of course, the season for the national side of the Extreme Festival. The man who's been in and out of the season all season long joins me in commentary for just a couple of comments and quotes on motorsport in general. On a side note, Team Perfect Circle, it's great to have you back in the car, first of all, sir. And I know it's been sort of in and out of that car all year long, but the cool thing is that you do get to spend every now and again, when business allows, a chance in a race car.
Yeah, Greg, it's a great opportunity every time to come back and play with the guys. You know, as I always say, when life goes on a little bit longer and you get into your 40s and 50s and 60s, where I'm now at, every time that you race, I look at it and I pinch myself and say it's fantastic that there's still space for us to compete against the youngsters, and they make me feel so welcome. So it's great to be here today.
I know Roberto was a little bit concerned that you didn't make Cape Town because he was looking forward to a bit of a fight. He didn't make it here, so it's vice versa, I think. But before we get into the second half of the racing, we were just chatting off air, and the reason I brought you into the studio is exciting times, I think, in South African motorsport. You mentioned the fact, that you think it's quite a good venture that we've got a new CEO with Vic Maharaj taking over at Motorsport's helm.
Yeah, motorsport has had the benefit of Adrian Scholes with institutional knowledge from the 1990s. I mean, he's been an exceptional CEO. He's taken the sport through very difficult times. But time has moved on, and Adrian is completing his stint. And Vic has got such unbelievable insight. You know, he's run a team. He's competed at the highest order of touring cars. So his appointment, I think, was an unquestionable one. Mm-hmm. And I think the sport is looking forward to his leadership. I think he's going to bring very interesting nuances. Most certainly, he's got interesting concepts, mm-hmm. and I think it's going to be very beneficial, to the complete organization. The challenges which motorsport has always had is, the commercialization of the organization, not only being a licensing authority, but playing its part with politicians and with ministers, and to drive the organization forward. I think there's nobody better that could have picked up the hat now than than him, and just to drive it forward. And I think there's a lot of confidence in him.
Well, you mentioned politicians and ministers. We've got a serious ace up our sleeve there with Gate McKenzie and his love of the sport. I mean, he jumped in only a couple of months ago with the new government and has already done incredible things. I mean, a R5 million deal with the spinners from Cell C that he's instituted. He's already been over and in negotiation with F1. The F1 side of things, we're going into single seaters now. These youngsters are looking to go that route. So we need someone to open up some doors for us there.
You know, I've not personally met the new minister, but everything that I hear about him is that the president chose well when he made him the minister in this very important portfolio. Certainly the early indications are that he's not a man sitting behind his desk. He actually gets his hands dirty. He's traveled the world. I've seen that there's some criticism against that. Please, South Africa, stop criticizing people that do good work. The work that he's done with motorsport, as you say, within a very short period, he's landed this R5 million commercial sponsorship. So I think the time is ripe, you know, for somebody like Vic to engage with a proper ministry that wants to change. I mean, I think the minister understands the benefits of bringing a Formula One race and other FIA platforms to South Africa. It does tremendous work, you know, and benefits for tourism and in general, work employment, etc., etc. So I think everybody is exciting about the energy that a Vic, together with the minister, is bringing, and we're looking forward to a changed future very quickly.
Well, we did chat about the possibilities of F1 coming here and what the pros and cons are of maybe a circuit in Cape Town or coming to the legendary Kyalami circuit. Your involvement at this track has been pretty synonymous as well. You've been here since the sort of new circuit was built. The changes that have happened at Zwartkops have been tremendous. We've got big changes coming next year in single-seaters. So that's the reason why I brought you in as a single-seater driver. I mean, most people see you today, I beg your pardon, in the Super Cup car. But your love is single-seaters. I mean, you've got that incredible hill climb car that's been the dominant factor at Samola for such a long time. And now we see the introduction next year of MSA4, a brand new, almost European-esque style car with a halo device and all safety features, etc., wings and slicks, a new powered train in it with Volkswagen getting behind it. The might of Volkswagen Motorsport linking up with the might of Ian Schofield, one of your arch rivals in single-seaters when we get to Hill Climb, is a good thing for the sport and for Extreme Festival.
Yeah. Look, there's so much happening. Firstly, Ian Schofield, you know, what a visionary role player in South African motorsport. I think for years, the single-seater fraternity has depended on his energy to drive Formula Ford forward. Formula V has existed since, you've reminded me, since 1965.
Yeah.
So it's almost 60 years, you know, and look at the people that's gone through it. But there's time to move on. We need to be able to compete, and especially youngsters needs to be able to compete on an equal platform with their European and international counterparts. And what's happening is the new formula, MSA4, gives you the opportunity that youngsters can spend their money and get the experience in South Africa and hit the road running when they arrive in Europe. So that is a great, tremendous progress, number one. Secondly, as to Formula One coming to Africa, we all love Formula One. It is one of the major sports of the world, but it cannot claim to be an international sport, a global sport, if it does not have a platform in Africa.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
100%.
And I mean, I love Formula One. I've had a wonderful opportunity, you know, serving on the International Court of Appeal in Paris in motorsport. And the simple point is this, that people should understand that we cannot labor a small government, South African government, with the full responsibility, with a model that is working in the rest of the world, to expect of governments to put this up and to carry the bill. It cannot happen in South Africa. There's far more urgent matters to attend to expecting government to foot the bill. Equally, one cannot expect a racetrack owner to foot it. So to expect of Kyalami to put this up is completely unreasonable. The public can't pay for it. Otherwise, there won't be, you know, enough people coming there.
Yeah.
So the challenge is taking the right decision. I think with Lewis Hamilton throwing in his weight, the organisation and the fraternity, I think, wants it. But at the end of the day, we must make it work. And whether it's going to be Cape Town or Kyalami, Kyalami's got the history. But Cape Town is the place of the future. You know,
Yeah.
everybody wants to be in Cape Town.
Exactly.
Can you think those pictures that is going to go into the world if we can get it to Cape Town? So I think it's a 50-50 at the moment. Probably Kailami having the little edge. But at the end of the day, I think sensible business people must throw their weight in and everybody must contribute to get it to South Africa.
Andre, thank you so much for that insight, sir. It's always great to chat to you. If you take that F1 sentiment that you just spoke about, if you think about it, last weekend in Santon, 25,000 people paid to watch David Coulthard and the
Doing a few
Saffron
donuts.
run around the streets of Santon. You can see that there's a hunger for it. So I think we're certainly headed in the right direction. And if you look at this being the final race of Formula 1600, which has been a really competitive and successful category, it's the highest paying category in the country with the prize purse that Ian puts up for the winner. So long may it go on into MSA4. I have to say.
Absolutely. So firstly, from my side and from Motorsport, probably everybody, thank you to Ian Schofield. Thank you for all the competitors that has come through this. The future is bright. Where these cars will be going at, it'll probably be handed down into another series. But they've done fantastic for Motorsport, and it's kept single-seaters alive, because you cannot dream to go into Formula 3 or Formula 1 if you've not cut your teeth here. So big thanks to everybody.
100%, sir. Thank you so much. And once again, thank you for your time. I know you're going to get ready for your race. Good luck for the second one. Going to have some fun there with the youngsters in the Super Cup class.
Absolutely. Let me go and give it all. Thank you so much, and thank you for your work.
That's on a Besaid note, of course, stalwart in motorsport and the king of the hill on numerous occasions at the Samola Hill Climb. He'll be involved in the Super Cup class in Team Perfect Circle's car later on. And thank you so much for that, sir, joining us with a little bit of background information that, of course, he has in the circles that he participates in around the world at a F1 and FIA level 2. But yep, let's get back to the race action out on track. The championship is done. Jagger Robertson circulating with that brand new Sparko gold liveried machine helmet on there, looking the part after wrapping up the championship after race number 1, and definitely going to be looking to maybe get to the front and show these guys that this is his home track, and they definitely want to be up close and personal with him if they want to take it. However, he has to start slightly further back than what he would have from race number 1. Front end is Karabo Malamela. Second on the grid there is Casey Ensel Smith. But right on Ensel Smith's tail, as you can see there from that shot, is Jagger Robertson. Alex Foss is alongside Robertson on the second row, but he's in third place as we clear the grid now for race number 2. We look forward to seeing what's going down here for the final race of Formula 1600s, courtesy of InvestChem. Our grid is clear. We've got a green flag at the back there on the left. The 1 minute board goes up. It's the fastest probably minute of your life here. This 1 minute changes to 30, 30 changes to 5, 5 changes to lights on. And when those lights go out, it's the final time that Formula 1600s will be making their way down towards turn 1. Good start from Jagger. Trying to squeeze through there on Casey Ensel Smith. Ensel Smith shutting the door. But it's Karabo Malamela who gets the whole shot down into turn 1 and hangs on to the lead from the pole position. Casey up into second. Alex Foss possibly the third, forcing Jagger wide. Jagger having to go the long way around Cashville corner, but he'll try and hold on to that drive for the back straight. Maybe just sneak in between Alex Foss and Shren Naidu, who's on his tail as they come out of turn 3 onto that back straightaway. Foss has got the advantage, but Jagger comes alongside him now, looking for a way through. Can't find it just yet. We've got that metal U squares and AT&T machine of Renzo Ribeiro. Fantastic run here from him. Just ahead of him is Michael Besaidnout. A Huawei car of Michael Besaidnout flying at this point in time. But it's Karabo Malamela who leads things out as they get to the top of the hill for the first time. Casey Ensel Smith in second. He will secure second place in the championship. Stays where he is right now. Oh, and the battle continues further back there between our Kent category class. And this time out, side shaft did not break on Alan Mayer's car. That's what the problem was in race 1 there for the Lieutenant Colonel retired. But he now has sorted that. He had to drive all the way back to Kaya Stand to find spare side shaft. Got back there in time, fixed it, and he's got that Kent category Ford back on the track. Spinner. Oh, what a pity. That's our new lady. Simpiwe, unfortunately, spinning out in turn 8. And she's in quite a dangerous position. So are we going to need a safety car again here in the single-seater race? Bit of a baptism of fire there for Simpiwe. But needless to say, she is going to be in MSA4, the category you just chatted about with 100% note. Got the car going again, but now it's parked on the sideline. Cars are heading up towards turn 5. There's about 3 corners to go before they get to her. So will there be a need for double yellows or maybe even a safety car? Malamela from Enzo Smith, from Foster, from your new champion, Jagger Robertson. Srin Naidu, Martin Fadenau, Renzo Ribeiro tucked in behind him. Holtzhausen and Monconkwana behind that. Monconkwana having an absolute nightmare here. Kia has not had it go his own way. Kept it in the double yellows into turn 8 to just let the drivers know that there is a car on the outside of turn 8. She was at a tough start to her single-seater campaign here in Formula 1600s. Fortunately, she won't be in this class. Next year, she'll be joining a whole bunch of these drivers who move up to MSA4 in 2025. We've got the car going again. So we get it back on track, trying to find the safest and lowest point to come onto the circuit so she doesn't do any damage to the wings or undercarriages of these cars. Alex Boss fending off the new champion as they go through there, but safety car has been deployed. So safety car board, I kind of expected it to come out, and there you go. It is out now officially. So the safety car out, and that's due to the slow car on the side of the track. So they're going to give Simpiwe a chance to get going again, but what will happen now is Karabo Malamela will assume the safety car role until he gets behind that Pretoria North Toyota GR. There you have it. Safety car and yellow flags waving all the way down the hill. All this gives Jagger Robertson the chance to bounce. He caught them all napping in the first race with a huge advantage off the restart. And we'll be looking to do now, try and capitalize for fourth place on a similar kind of start here in race 2. Safety car has now picked up the lead as they come out of turn 2, Cashville corner. So it'll concertina this field up. A couple of guys are going to try and use the advantage that they get back again now with that safety car to maybe pounce on the cars that they've been fighting with just ahead. Nicholas Van Wheelie will look to try and get ahead of the leading Kent car class of Ian Schofield. He's able to do that on the restart. Behind that's Duncan Foss. Alan Mayer comes up alongside Ron Van Wheelie. A little gesticulation between the two of them there. A little chat between the drivers. I'm not quite sure if they can hear each other. The noise of those little 1600cc engines. The safety car still stays out at this point. Coming out of turn 6, will we see the lights go out, and will it peel into pit lane? We'll have to wait and see. The lights are out and it's going to peel into pit lane. So Karabo Malamela now is going to try and hold them up and do a similar thing to what Jagger Robertson did. Maybe just catch them as that Corolla goes off the circuit. GR Corolla from Pretoria North Toyota, the official safety car supplier. Here we go. Malamela drops the hammer. Doesn't catch them napping though. Casey goes with him, and so does Foss and Robertson. Jagger Robertson coming from the back of first 4 cars to see if he can get to the front and just steal the deal on his championship with another victory. The race 1 win was enough to get the championship in the bag and get it done. There's a 14-point deficit between him and Casey Ensel Smith, but Casey Ensel Smith, even with the victory, can only score 10 points. So it's basically all sorted out. But it's now who would like the last blood of 2024. Running Pretoria North Toyota colours. Licky Molly and Sparko. Ahead of him is the race driver SA and InvestChem car. African Heating Machine in second. And Karabo Malamela having a phenomenal run there for KMFT and Morita. There they come. Those cars squealing. They are pushing those cars way beyond what they're capable of normally doing under a normal human being. Some of these youngsters in these cars have absolutely no fear to run the car on the ragged edge through every single turn here at this 2.4 kilometer circuit. Schofield from Van Wheelie from Foss, and Foss just ahead of the battle, the second battle between Van Wheelie and Meyer. Oh, Jagger Robertson putting wheels on the dirt. Trying to run the high line around the outside of Alex Foss. Might just dirty up his tyre ever so slightly, and he may lose a little bit of traction. Not too much, though. He stays with Foss down that back straightaway. Watch for a possible overtake up to the top 5 if he gets the drive here up the hill. Is he close enough? Doesn't look like it. We'll have a look, but he's not close enough to make it quick under braking. I think that wheel on the dirt cost him a little bit of time. It's allowed Shrin Naidu to join up to the back end of him, almost under the gearbox, and Mark McFadden to the party as well. He's bringing Ewan Holtzhausen and Renzo Ribeiro along for the ride too. Ribeiro first of those. Holtzhausen just behind him. And it's Liam Palome, who's now been overtaken by Bongo Monkongwana. Gonzalo Corza, still on his own at the moment, is Corza. The youngster still getting to grips with his cars and not quite up to pace with the usual contenders. A man to watch out for in the future, though, if he goes the same way as his brothers have gone further up there in Malamela and Monkongwana. Casey Enzo Smith possibly holding Alex Foss back here. And the reason I say that, the lap times, we get 104.7, 104.7 and 104.9. So yeah, it's very evenly matched there between Enzo Smith, Foss and Robertson. But it's 104.5 coming out of Garabo. That's why he's pulling away ever so slightly. Got about a second gap there over Casey. Casey and Smith going to try and fend off the attack coming from Foss there. Foss had a big look. Wasn't close enough just yet though. Jagger Robertson settles down in 4th place. Looks like he's rolled off slightly there on the attack zone. Foss quickest this time. 104.4 from Alex Foss. So he's applying big pressure onto Casey Enzo Smith. As I said, this race all about the final blood of 2024. Who's going to have the last honours of the season on that top step? Malamela would love it. And right now, it looks like he's pretty comfortable in his ability to maintain that pace. Looks like Van Wheelie's applying a little bit more pressure onto the back end there of Scove. Scove soaking it up, though, for the Kent class. Foss is on his own, there for 3rd. And behind him, the battle continues there between Alan Meyer and Ron Van Wheelie. Two magnificent paint and hardware cars having their own little battles. Here comes Jagger on Casey. Casey Enzo Smith drop back. Big time. Problem there for Casey Enzo Smith. Foss is up to 2nd, Jagger to 3rd. Enzo Smith possibly to 4th. And Shrin Naidu had a big look into turn 1. Casey Enzo Smith has dropped down to 4th place. 2 positions in the space of that last half a lap. Jagger Robertson now realizes, hang on, I can maybe get through here. There's still enough time. Or is there? No, there is enough time there, unfortunately, Jags. We are down to 2 laps to go. Maybe 2nd place is going to be good enough. It might have to be, because I don't think there's enough time to catch Karabo. Alex Foss is not going to make it easy, though. Into those tires, really. They are battling out there with the heat of the day. At one point, we were here up to 32 degrees Celsius, ambient temperatures, 40 degrees Celsius temperatures on the track. It's showing how hot things have got out there on the circuit as well as in the race action. Race action about to start now for the final time for this category. The last lap of InvestChem Formula 1600 coming over the line. The start at the front end is Karabo Malamela. Is he going to take the final victory in this category? It certainly looks that way. There they come. Into that back straight away. Will Jagger be close enough to get through on Alex Foss? That's one big move that has to come from Jagger Robertson. Is he willing to risk the car? Is he happy to settle for 3rd, knowing he's got his championship rival right on his back? At one point in this championship, Casey had a commanding lead, but it's been a spectacular fight back from Jagger Robertson to come and take the championship here today at the final round. Didn't go right down to the last race of the season. The last race has been pretty spectacular in its own right. But Karabo Malamela going to be your last winner in Formula 1600. Pretty happy coming from that investment team and the race driver SA squad. Well done, the KMFT Marita man. And Karabo Malamela seals the deal ahead of Alex Foss and Jagger Robertson. Casey Inso-Smith in 4th place ahead of Srinadu. Here comes the battle for the lead for the Kent class. Are we going to see Van Wheelie have a go here at Scove down the hill? I don't know if he's close enough. Doesn't look like he is. No, he's going to have to set off a second. Good run there from Van Wheelie though. Give Ian Schofield a run for his money. And across the line, Schofield taking the double win over Nicholas Van Wheelie. Duncan Foss will come through for 3rd. And it looks like it's going to be, is it Ronald Van Wheelie? Yes, Ronald Van Wheelie who's beaten out Alan Mayer for the top 5 in the Kent class. Malamela, Foss, Robertson, Enzo Smith, and Trinado, your top 5 in Formula 1600s for the last time out on circuit in Vescam Formula 1600s. Congratulations to Ian Schofield on a magnificently run series. And congratulations to Jagger Robertson from our team and all his fans and friends around the world for wrapping up the final Formula 1600 championship sponsored by Vescam. Jagger Robertson finishes in 3rd place on the last race of the day, but top of the championship in 2024. Up next, it's the Volkswagen Rookie Cup, and this still has to be decided. Lined up and almost ready to go now for race number 2 of the Volkswagen Rookie Cup. Championship is going to be decided with this race. Judd Berthold taking the first victory. Has to literally finish, I think, in second place to wrap up the title. But there's still 8 more laps of race action for 2024 to go. And Ozir Khan and Divyan Naidu could still spoil his day. Highly unlikely he's going to fight as hard as what he did in the first race. But we'll never know. Young Berthold looking to pick up the prize purse and, of course, move into Polo Cup under Volkswagen Motorsport 2025. Having won the Rookie Cup and following on what Carl Visser did in his attempt to get into Polo Cup. That's the man that they're all going to try and beat in the 27 car there. Judd Berthold. Ozir Khan had a bit of a nightmare start, had to come back from almost the back of the pack to make his way through to eventually beat out Divyan Naidu for second. So it's Naidu who will be on pole. The black wing mirrors and black lipstick. Red lipstick and red wing mirrors is Ozir Khan. White and white is Judd Berthold. The dark blue is Josh Moore. And then, of course, our 2 formation flyers from the Volkswagen Driving Academy and Volkswagen Motorsport Rookie Cup coaches, Matt Merton and Daniel Rowe, who put on a pretty spectacular first heat of side-by-side for 8 laps. Literally every single corner of the circuit. Merton and Rowe were side-by-side and didn't give anybody a chance to win. Eventually Merton just pipped Daniel to the line to the tune of 9 thousandths of a second. So yeah, some fun to have and still to be had here today. Right, so we're going to bring them to the line now for the final heat of 2024. Naidu and Khan, Berthold and Moore, Rowe and Merton. Final clearance of the grid. 5-second board is up. Here we go. Great start coming from Josh Moore from the second row. He's trying to try and get on the inside, find a way through there early on. Outguns Berthold into turn 1. So Berthold has got to literally just finish this one up. I don't think anybody can catch him in terms of his lead in the championship as long as he stays on track. Back to Merton and Rowe. There you go. Almost instantaneously going into that formation flying. It's like an 8-wheeled Polo that's going through turn 3 at the moment. Naidu leads out. Great start from him. Josh Moore up into second by the looks. Yes, Moore's up to second. Ozir Khan down to third. Into the clutches of Judd Berthold. And then the coaches there, as I said, just going to be doing the same thing they did the whole of race number 1. Stay side by side all race long. Zia back at Josh into turn 5. And to come back through and squeeze his way through. Finds a way up into the 3 spot. Or from the 3 spot into second, I should say. Here comes Judd on the brakes for Josh Moore. Oh, a tap. Judd Berthold coming together there with Josh Moore. Little tap between the two of them coming out of turn 8. Berthold has to finish, so he cannot afford to be fighting and crashing into his fellow Rookie Cup competitors. He's knocked his wing mirror in as well now. There's the damage from that front right on the tap coming from Judd Berthold when Josh Moore came over onto the side of him. So some battle scars on either side of those cars. Back four, having a bit of a fight of their own there. The coach is now starting to get in the mix as well, putting the pressure onto Berthold. Divian Naidu and Azir Khan getting away. Daniel and Matt have decided to give up that formation flying and now go at it with the cars in front of them to have a bit of a dice. As I say that, they resume their side-by-side antic. Moore, the 3 spot. Judd Berthold will know 4th is good enough. Why he's not fighting so hard, he just got to finish the race to wrap up the title. Azir Khan might be closing slightly, but as I say that, on that last lap, fastest car on the track was Divian. Divian going into the 19.4s, 19.5s coming out of Azir, 20.7s out of Josh, 21.3s out of Berthold. Current standings. Here's Daniel and Matthew, 5 and 6. They're literally tied for 5th place. If you see them come across the line in the background, look at that. Purple lipstick of Daniel Rowe just slightly ahead of Matt Merton, and then Merton slightly ahead into turn 1. They're just putting on a demonstration here, these two. They really are. It's great to watch in the first heat as well. There's a bit of an internal bet between those two coaches as to whether they can get the difference between them across the line tighter than 9 thousandths of a second at the end of the race. Maybe that's their plan. Khan on the attack, closing things down. Definitely a lot closer onto the back end of Divian now. 0.7 of a second, less than half a second there now between those two cars. And they're coming to the halfway stage. Moore on his own, Berthold on his own. There you have it. Divian still stays fast on a 20. No, he doesn't. Oh, I lie. Azir Khan quicker, 19.5 out of Azir. So getting close to the fast lap times he was putting in earlier on with the 19.4s, but that is half a second quicker than Divian, so he will certainly be looking for a chance to try and pounce and get to the front if he can. So once that final victory of the season we mentioned, it's always an important one to have. It's like that last shot on the golf course. If it's a good one, you come back tomorrow for another round. If it's not such a good one, you might think about taking up other sports. 9 times out of 10, it's a good one, so it keeps you coming back for more. Yeah, we're not talking about golfs out there right now, we're talking about polos, the Rookie Cup. But you know what I mean in terms of the analogy that I'm talking about. We can always say a bad day's racing is still better than a good day's work. Here we go, down the hill. Azir Khan on the attack. Is he going to find a way through Jan Divian? Are these two going to give each other any room to play? No, none. None whatsoever. Yo, that's close. Nicely done from Matty on the inside. Oh, eventually gets ahead of him. So with that, Matt, no, there he comes. Daniel on the inside again. Doors open up. They are back into an 8-wheel Polo into turn 1. This time Matt follows Daniel through. Not the first time in about 20 laps that Matt followed Daniel through any corner. There we go. Door opens up. Room to play. Let's keep it wheel to wheel. Vivian has answered slightly. Going. No, not quite. Actually, on a similar lap time for those top two. So I thought Vivian, looking at his purple time, is still the 19.4 is the fastest, 19.479. But we're getting 20.1s from both cars now, and 20.9s coming out of Josh. Breaks into turn 8 now, along the end of the lap. We have got 2 to go. Naidu, Khan, Moore, Berthold. Berthold sitting down in 4th place knows that that is more than enough to wrap up the rookie title. I do know that I've got Claudio waiting anxiously down in the Park Fermé area. Hopefully we'll be able to catch up with a couple of our newly crowned champions as they come into the Park Fermé area before we get into the next races. Our plan anyway. Here we go. Turn 4, go to the top 2. Zia certainly looking more dangerous of the two. Literally hundredths of a second splitting those two cars at the moment. And it's definitely the red lipstick of Uzir Khan looking the more dangerous of the two. Here they come down the hill for the penultimate time. Final lap of Rookie Cup 2024 underway. And down towards Castrol Corner, Azir Khan was late on the brakes, not late enough to try anything to get through there. Divian makes a slight mistake, slightly different line there from him. He might have compromised his drive slightly. That may give Azir Khan a chance now. Azir looking to try and get into that slipstream, onto that back straight away if he can. And then carry it up the hill for an outbraking maneuver into turn 5. That's the plan here. See them just lift off and then loud pedal all the way to the top of the hill. Khan has got better drive, that is for sure. Can he use a little bit of slipstream up the hill? Maybe have a go here into turn number 5. No, Divian sees him coming, goes defensive. Naidu inside, looking for a way past is Azir Khan. He can't find it. Divian putting the car right in the perfect position to keep out the attack from behind. And he's going to hang on to the line. There's enough margin there for Divian Naidu to come take the final victory. It's going to go to Naidu. Khan in second and Moore for third. Berthold down in 4th place. Enough to wrap up the championship though. That's the reason why he stayed out of harm's way. He was not prepared to risk anything to win the Rookie Cup Championship. And here they come. Once again, formation flying from our two coaches. It was 9 thousandths of a second across the line as they crossed the line last time out. This time, how close did we get it? The lap time pops up. 19 hundredths. Not as close. So 100th of a second difference there between race 1 and race 2 on the two coaches in their formation flying for Rookie Cup. So that wraps up the first Rookie Cup of the National Championship Series here at Extreme Festival. Great to have them on this tour as part of Volkswagen's development of motorsport, and hats off to Mike Rowe and the whole team behind the scenes here for Rookie Cup. We'll be, of course, bringing that to you also on our post-production show later on in the end of October into the first week of November, possibly for that. So keep your eyes on Ignition TV for that, and of course onto YouTube as well for the production going out there. But well done to all the drivers too. It is a great effort there coming from Chad Berthold. And also don't forget, starting from this week, Monday, is all the action from the Kalani round of the Extreme Festival of Motorsport, the penultimate round of this championship on Ignition starting from Monday night. So make sure you check into that. But if you haven't already, it has gone out on YouTube as well. So we want to see you on YouTube. We want to see you on Ignition. All the action that came from these championship categories at Killarney at the penultimate round starts on Monday on Ignition channel 189 on your DSTV bouquet if you've got it. We are standing by for the South African Touring Cars and Super Cup. They'll be making their way down into the pre-race area. There they are on their way. And if we can catch up, I know that we're going to try and get some of the drivers down in the Park for May area. Get them right, Greg. Park for May is the end of the race. Pre-race is the beginning of the race. And hopefully catch up with Judd Berthold, because there's a possibility that the number 1 plate for Rookie Cup for 2024 will be his, which means he moves on to Volkswagen Motorsports Polo Cup Championship next year in the Astron Energy Polo Cup. No problem at all. Okay, I thought we were going to go live with him. Sorry about that. The interviews will be just for the TV production, so you'll have to watch the television production for those interviews with all of our newly crowned champions. So there we go. They are rolling in slowly but surely for Super Cup and for the South African Touring Cars. They'll be out shortly for their second heat and final race of 2024. Until they're out there, we'll be back shortly with commentary here on the final round of Extreme Festival at Zwartkops. So as they roll out now for race number 2, it's South African touring cars back on the circuit with the Super Cup class. And second place in the touring cars still up for grabs after Michael van Rooyen's off-track excursion through turn 1. According to some sources we have, running out a little bit of talent on his own there and putting it into the kiddie litter has dropped him now 1 point behind Julian van der Walt. So Julian van der Walt going to be fighting hard for second in the championship now. He starts from 4th on the grid. Remember, Michael will start from pole with the inverted grid here for the touring cars. And then further back in the pack, the South African Touring Car Super Cup class, it's still very much up for grabs between Machotsi and Campos. Campos has to get another victory, and Machotsi has to finish 4th or lower for Campos to win the title. Otherwise, Jonathan Machotsi will take the title for 2024. So lots of fun and games to happen, and as you can see, Tate Bishop and Campos will start from the front row as they did in the first heat, ahead of Machotsi and Diaz. That grid doesn't change up with the inversion, only the touring cars. So it's fun and games to come your way right now. Campos basically has to go out there and just win the race and hope that something goes a bit haywire for Machotsi. Machotsi has to do the same thing and hope for the same result going his way for this championship to be decided in 2024. Rolling up to the line with that inverted grid. Remember, you're going to be seeing Michael van Rooyen and Andrew Schofield on the front row. So a bit of a change up to that front row to what we saw in the start of race number 1. The Simmons Flynn Platinum Wheels car at the back there of Van der Walt, KP, sorry. There's too many Funders to remember there. Van der Linders, Van der Mavers, Van der Waltz, Van der Watts, all of them playing in this category. JP, apologies on that one. We'll be looking to try and maybe go a little bit higher up. He didn't quite have the start he wanted and also battled a bit at the back end there with the new rookie to the class, and that being Dylan Praji. Also keep an eye out on the progress of Andre Besaidenote. We chatted to him just before the start of the second heats. He's looking forward to a battle amongst those junior drivers. He says it's so good to be in the mix with such talented drivers when he comes from his single-seater hill climb stints and jumps into that Team Perfect Circle car that he pilots here in the Masters category. He is also the only Master here today, so it's pretty much plain sailing for him to get the victory in the Masters category, on a similar vein to what Roberto did down in Cape Town to wrap up the Masters Championship for Super Cup. Great to see such crowds, big crowds here at Zwartkops as well, and they are certainly enjoying all the race action that has been provided on the black stuff here today, as well as the entertainment on the outskirts of the track. Down at the Kazoo Racing kart circuit on the skid pan, we've got some drifters, we've got all our usual vendors and entertainment for the kids and moms and dads in the internal part of the circuit as well. So there you can see the final grid of 2024, almost good to go. Volkswagen Rookie Cup has just been sewn up by Judd Berthold. Berthold, of course, will be moving now on to the Astron Energy Polo Cup for 2025, and will take a seat in the Polo Cup Championship team for Volkswagen Motorsport as part of his prize for the Rookie Cup title. So having touring cars and Super Cup. Well, touring cars is done. Robert Volk got that in Cape Town, but as I said, fight on now between Michael van Rooyen on pole position and Julian van der Walt down in 4th place on the start of this one. But van der Walt has got to beat van Rooyen. Van Rooyen's got to beat van der Walt. Another big factor, of course, with that battle is that with Michael van Rooyen on pole and Julian down in 4th, it's going to make it very difficult for WCT to try and take the double 1st and 2nd place in the championship. But that's why one of the reasons we saw Robert Volk dropping back slightly there in the closing stages of race number 1. We wanted to move Julian van der Walt up a little bit higher up in the standings, which could potentially give him a couple more points, which it did, to give him a 1-point advantage over Michael van Rooyen. But now, the big factor is Michael van Rooyen pole position on every occasion this year on the inverted grid has gone on to take the victory. So is it going to be more of the same? He's going to have a tough time of it because right behind him is Volk. So will Volk hassle him from the word go as they go on the rolling lap start now, and maybe just force another mistake out of Van Rooyen? We've seen one from him and that Rustenburg Rocket man do anything about not making mistakes here in race 2. He's got the BM alongside him, and he's got both WCT cars behind him. There's no help coming from Saud Variawa, no help coming from Natium Samanga, and even a stablemate in the form of Anthony Pretorius is not going to be there to assist Michael van Rooyen in his attempt to get second in this championship. Similar vein, down in the Supercars class, Charles Visser too far back to be of any assistance to Jonathan Machotsi. So Machotzi's going to have to do it all on his own sim. And as much as he's going to have the ability to do it, he's got to fight with not only Ian Camper, but he's got to fight with Jason Campos and, of course, the other two stablemates out of that category, being Dominic and Calvin Diaz. Tate Bishop is the pole man, which makes it even more difficult to try and get a victory here. So there are a lot of permutations still to play out here for the South African Touring Car Championship and GDC and SATC Super Cup. So behind the Corolla they come. That car will put it lights out. Michael van Rooyen will then start to put that race pace down. And as he gets into formation, Schofield will line up alongside him. Volk will line up behind him. Van der Walt will be behind Schofield. Now, will Schofield play the team game here as well and open up a door for potentially to allow the Golf GTI 8 to leak through? Michael van Rooyen will dictate the pace. He's going to hold them up slightly and drop the hammer down into turn 1. Already a move there coming from South on the attack. And Volk's out of shape. Volk is out of shape into turn 1. Volk and Van der Walt have crashed into turn 1. It was a massive move. Natium Samanga had to take evasive action. There was nowhere for him to go. They're going to start under safety car double yellows. Or was it just double yellows down into turn 1? Oh man, that could turn into chaos for the Super Cup class as they go through there. Campos has stayed out of trouble. He's got Diaz and Diaz. And is that going to be his brother Jason? Yes, in the perfect position right now. What a start there from the two Diaz boys and Jason Campos. They've outgunned both the Angry Car and the Volkswagen Motorsport machine, but there's definitely going to be a need for safety car, possibly even red flag. There are two stricken WCT cars in the kiddie litter where we saw Michael van Rooyen in race number 1. Wow, what a turn up for the books here. What a start. That's how we do things. Yeah, safety car has been deployed. So the safety car gets deployed into turn 1, which will pick up the lead car, which will be Michael van Rooyen. I think he might have missed him because Van Rooyen actually went through just ahead of these guys. The safety car now comes out, but how much in the pound seats do you want to be, Egan Campos? Campos has got Machotsi way behind him. He's got both the Diaz boys and his brother Jason and Tate Bishop ahead of Machotsi. That is enough for Keegan Campos to wrap up this championship if we stay on the safety car, and this is how the race ends. Hopefully that's not going to be the case. But to get those cars out of the kitty litter is not going to be an easy task. We know how thick that kitty litter is. I think that was Nicky Petronas retaking position into the safety car, and that was given back to him. Red flag. Okay, flag comes out of the field, so there's no way they could have continued this race under safety car with those cars stricken. So we'll have to redo it all again. Keegan Campos is going to be thinking in his helmet, no, come on. I cannot be in a better position right now to wrap up the Super Cup Championship with Machotsi so far back. Machotsi's thinking the opposite. He's going, thank goodness for that. You've got to change your slippers into turn 4 as well. I wonder if somebody might have dropped some kind of fluid. One of the cars involved in that off-track excursion could have possibly gone through, and I think that's possibly why the red flag was down. They've got these two cars stricken down in turn 1. It's Volk and his teammate. And man alive, I'm not quite sure if we're going to get a chance to see that in a replay, but if we do, Robert Volk was completely out of shape heading into turn 1. Sure. Here we go. So no replay on this one, but Torino Toyota and our medical team will get to Van der Walt and Volk and just make sure they're okay. Hunley and the docs are going to climb out the car to go and make sure the drivers are okay in this incident. Julian stayed in the car. Robert stayed in the car. They'll all come and reposition themselves back on the grid for a restart. What it is going to do, if those two cars are out, Van Rooyen's got second place. He'll just have to finish the race, secure the points to get him second. But this whole turnaround from Super Cup point of view, played right into the hands of Keegan Campos. And Campos now will certainly have to do a lot more work to redo, try and hopefully do the same thing. Because I think what happened was, there's a possibility that Tate Bishop rolled out, realizing that there was yellow flags. So there was no overtaking allowed really into turn 1. And with that, everybody else didn't see the yellow flags in time, because they did come out relatively late to warn the drivers that there was an issue down there. And that's the reason why we had the Diaz boys and both the Camposes get through, and Tate dropped down into what would be 5th place. Anyway, doesn't matter now, because we'll restart it. We didn't complete a full lap in anger, so the restart will be a full restart. And until we've got these cars cleared and an opportunity to get that restart done, if anything else comes to us in the meantime, we'll come back to you with information here from our commentary. But just enjoy how quick our team from Zwartkops Marshals get these cars extricated so we can restart the touring cars and Super Cup class. Looks like we're almost good to go now for the restart of Touring Cars and Super Cup after a big incident in Turn 1 with the majority of our Super Touring Car Championship contenders. It looks like Volk's car is back on track, which is a good thing. I'm not sure if Van der Vat's got the PTR back on the circuit, but we'll wait and see as they roll off. Campos is looking for a restart, the dream restart he had in the first part of the race proceedings, where he was able to get at least 4 cars between himself and his arch rival. Howard Variawa and Natium Samanga. It is Van der Vat, he's back on track, so they've managed to get all the cars out of the kit unit. They've done some duct tape, zip tie, and whatever else you can do, repairs to the cars to get them back on the circuit, but it's going to be a bit of a tough ask now for these cars to come to the back of the pack. JB van der Walt in the Simmons Flay and Platinum wheels. Super Cup Polo with Nicky Vastanos at the back of the pack. Andre Besodino just ahead of him there for Team Perfect Circle. And the Parede and Playboy team. Visser and Liebenberg in shot. Both of them must have been thinking themselves, come on guys, can we get going as quickly as possible? We've got a flight to catch. And the two of them along in squads. I think Kent's actually left the car. You remember this morning in the Toyota Zoo race interview, he was not here. He's already left for Sano in Italy for the Rotax World Karting Finals. But Brad and Scholl still having to do some work here today to try and help their teammates out. So that's why they had to stick around. Come back under starter's orders, and it's restart completely down towards turn 1. Marco van Rooyen getting the drop down into turn 1, leading the 2 BMWs as they go through there for the start. They form up into formation for Super Cup start number 2 for Heat 2. Tate Bishop waiting to drop the hammer. He will dictate the pace, but it'll be inside line from Campos, looking for it again. Give them the Diaz boys. They are going to look to try and do exactly the same thing as they did in the start of the first part of race 2. Oh, Diaz out of shape, coming right across and into Campos. Oh my goodness, a massive moment there. It's Dominic Diaz who got it backed out, and he slammed straight into Campos. Nowhere to go from him. You can see he is not happy. Dom just saying, I'm so sorry. He backed into turn 2, and here comes some more trouble. Around the outside comes Jason Campos, hanging on to that outside line. Only just, he's on the dirt. Campos crew goes out. So the second Campos car, the turn 1 car, goes out at turn 4. We got Campos and Diaz out at turn 2. We got Campos, Jason Campos, that is, out at turn 4. Safety car possibly deployed again. Yeah, had to be. Oh, massive crash in turn 4 there. I'm not quite sure who else went off there. There were change of surface flags being put out earlier on. Oh, it's a huge one. That's the second of the Diaz cars. That's Calvin. There's Dean Fenter climbing out the car, running down to see if Calvin's okay. Dean Fenter also involved in that one. So we've got 5 possible Super Cup cars out of this race. Anthony Taylor alongside me, my buddy. Get your calculator, get your paperwork, get your laptop, go and find another couple of smart devices. You're gonna need them. Wow. Okay, so what we thought was going to be a similar start to what we had in race 2's first start turned into chaos, which has gone right into the hands of Jonathan Mahotsi, who now lead things out. Well, Dean Fenter was the first to get to Calvin Diaz, who's got bits and pieces of that Chemi machine of his all over the track. And they're going to have to be very careful as to a line they try and find through turn 4 to avoid punctures now, because there's a lot of debris. Brad is also involved. So I just saw the Toyota Starlet of Brad Liebenberg parked on the sideline as well. We had about 4 or 5 cars going into turn 4, literally side by side. There's not enough room there for 5 cars to go through turn 4. Calvin Diaz out, Brad Liebenberg out, possibly Jason Campos out, definitely Dominic Diaz out, and I'm not sure if Keegan Campos was able to get going again. The marshals, there was definitely big damage on Keegan's car. I have to agree, Paul, in my ear, they're just saying looked like lots of damage on the right hand side of Keegan's car. There was, but there you can see he's on track. So whether or not that damage is terminal or not, I don't know. Look at that. That's the Campos car. The Campos is back on track.
My side is just out of my shot.
And is that Jay behind him? Yes, it is. So both the Campos cars are back on circuit. It's both the Diaz cars and Brad who had a big moment there. There you can see Brad walking towards Calvin in his Stormtrooper Sparko suit there. That's the Toyota style that's in the wall at turn number 4. So we're going to have to redo this one again. Are we going to stay under safety car? Or are we going to go to red flag? Hopefully we stay under safety car. Get these cars cleared, get the track cleared as quickly as possible. Okay. There was a red flag in the background of the last shot there, so it's going to be a restart number 2 for race number 2. Michael van Rooyen must be thinking to himself, what have I got to do to get this race finished? I've got a whole shot twice now. Come on, work with me, guys. I need second place in this championship. So we'll come to the line and we'll have to do it all again. Big action down into turn 1, turn 2. Turn 2 saw some action between Campos and Diaz. Dominic Diaz was trying to get on the inside. I think he might have got a clip from behind and it spun him round. He went 180 degrees and went straight across the track into the turning point of turn 2, where we found the Campos transport car of Keegan Campos's. He slammed into the side of him and the two of them went off track. That car has got back onto the circuit and has got going again, but depending on how much damage is done to Keegan's car, we'll have to wait and see. He will retain his position on that front row if the car is not too badly damaged, and he'll have to restart from that front row with the damaged car. So he's got to do it all again. Dominic Diaz has got going again, so he's got back on the circuit. They didn't have too much damage. It was only the rear end that literally went into the side of Campos's machine. Look at how frantically hard these guys and girls are working. Incredible job again from our marshals here at Zwartkops. And our combination, of course, of Zwartkops and Kyle Army marshals that do the job here at both circuits. And a big clean-up effort being put in. Brad's car, stricken. Diaz's car, certainly out of this one. Worse for wear, I don't think you can find a Super Cup Polo than that one is right now. And even Big Max is going to have to come out to come and collect him. And if Dominic got going again, if he did, and he was able to get back to the grid, here he comes. Right on cue, thanks for that, Dom. Right on cue, could potentially get himself back to the grid. He's going to go sent down the shortcut lane, just to avoid all the marshals that are working to clean up turn 4. What you've got to be thinking to yourself as well is not only are the touring cars and Super Cup competitors worried about the debris there. Remember, we've still got extreme supercars to come and a second heat of bikes to come. And with this amount of debris down in turn number 4, that is a big concern if you're on a motorcycle. Great to see Dean Fenter jump out the car. He realized there might have been some issues. They came running down to see if his good friend Calvin Diaz was okay. We'll have to jump back into his car and get going pretty soon, though, unless there's damage on his car as well. And was he also involved? I don't think he was. He's having a look around the car. You can see just on the top right of the shot there, underneath our Wix Filters corner screen logo. Now, Dino doesn't look like he's suiting up at all. No, it looks like there might be damage on his car as well. He's put his helmet in, and his overalls are tied around his waist. So I think Dean Fenter may also have been involved in this incident. Can't see how much damage is on the front end of that car, but it must be on the front end because the back looks okay. So there we have it again. Super Touring cars and Super Cup with a bit of chaos. Did we not see this at the end of last year? I don't want to just say we did, but yeah. Who remembers what happened between Volk and Saud Variawe in turn 4 at the last round of 2023's championship? And now we're seeing more of the same here. A couple of drivers walking up and down the pits there, just trying to keep themselves in the zone. Don't want to be thinking about what happened on track. They want to be thinking about what they need to do now. And can they go back at it? You can see Andrew Schofield in the middle of the shot there. He's out of his BM. Jason Campos' car is parked on the left there, the turn 1 Campos transport machine. It doesn't look good if it's on the side. He did get going again, as I said, but he went right off circuit. He was the car I picked up on first that actually went off the track completely. And everybody else kind of got caught up in the melee that happened behind. So Dom is out of his car. Calvin's out of his car. That's another 2 cars out. So possibly 4 cars out of contention, maybe 5, depending on whether they can get Jason's car sorted out. While they're doing all this cleanup, though, unfortunately, we can't give you a replay of what went down. You can just watch the replay by reversing your live stream slightly if you want to see what you think might have happened. We didn't get the full crash, unfortunately. We were concentrating on what was happening at the front end, but certainly some big incidents in 2 starts now for the second heat of touring cars and Super Cup. We'll be back shortly with commentary. Okay, hopefully we can get into race 2, start 3, and maybe third time lucky. Miss Taylor alongside me thinks it's going to be third time lucky. Hopefully Lady Luck will bring us some Lady Luck now. Here we go. Pretoria Toyota Corolla GR on its way around to bring us into Heat 2's third start of Touring Cars and Super Cup combined. Michael Van Rooyen is on the front row. He wants to do what he did the last 2 times and get the whole shot if he can. Julian van der Walt is creeping off the line. That's not a good sign. Van der Walt's car might not start this one. Tate Bishop alongside Keegan Campos. Campos is in it. He's not going to give up without a fight. Despite a bit of damage on the, probably, what was on the front right of that car. After Dominic Diaz got out of shape going into turn 2 and slammed into the side of him. There was nowhere to go. I don't think it was Dom's fault. I think he got a tap from behind and it spun him round, and this is where the incident happened with Campos. It was the right-hand side of the car that had the damage, and as I said, not much damage to that car. You can see Keegan flicking it from left to right. He's ahead of his closest rival in the championship, and if Mokotsi stays exactly where he is for the entire race, the championship is his. And he has to get that third place. Even if Keegan wins the race, it'll be enough. Chris is behind him, so he'll be doing the defensive role to keep outside Variawa. The Calix car there of Cora Hill. Dylan Praji, Nicky Vastanis, and Van der Walt at the back there. JP in the Simmons Flay and Platinum Wheels machine. Amazing job, I've got to say again, from the Zwartkops and Kyle Omi Marshals combined. That part of the circuit half an hour ago was absolute chaos and just litter strewn from cars all over the place. We are 4 cars down. Brad Liebenberg. You can see Campos being held back now by the angry car of Tate Bishop. They've got to hold back because of the restart. Remember, touring cars start first. There are all of them back in action as we head towards turn 1 again. Lights out. Change of surface flags into turn 1. It's Van Rooyen around the outside, exactly what he did on the last 2 attempts. He's got the whole shot and he hangs on to it now. And he hangs on just ahead there of Volk, who looks like he's just squeezed through to get ahead of Andrew Schofield, his teammate. On the start, the Super Cup category, head down towards turn 1. Coming out of turn 2, there's a bit of action there between Pretorius and Andrew Schofield. Through, it looks like Campos has hung on. Only just, but right on his tail. Is that Visser? Oh no, it wasn't. It was Mokotsi. Just caught a glimpse of the car there. It looked like it was Visser, but it's actually Mokotsi. What a start there from Saad Variawa. Variawa up in the 3rd place, putting the Toyota Starlet from Gazoo Racing in between the 2 Volkswagen Motorsport Super Cup GTIs. Here we go. Up towards turn 5, AMG Fast PR Racing Academy. And all 3 of those PR Racing Toyotas are in the mix. Watch out for the back end as Van der Walt tries to get through there on Schofield. He's fighting hard and looks like they're with Martin Skamanga as they come down to complete the first lap in anger. Are we going to get a lap without any incident? Yes, we are. Let's hang on to that for a little bit longer now. Come on, guys. This is what the cars are coming. There's big balls already in this one. We don't need any more. As they head towards turn 2, Cashel corner. Big pressure from Volk. Volk has to get ahead of Van Rooyen. If he gets ahead of Van Rooyen and he can just move his teammate up a couple of positions, there's still a chance that they might get a 1-2 for WCT Racing if Van der Walt can move up slightly. Michael Van Rooyen's not going to let that happen. The Rustenburg Rocket knows exactly what he has to do here. He has to win. And he knows Van der Walt is right at the back of the pack. After seeing that car flicken and with some damage, he would have seen it on the grid. And we're working on it to get it sorted out. Seems like it's going okay though. Doesn't seem to be lacking pace as he goes to the top of the hill. There's a bit of damage on the back of the car, as we knew there was going to be. But can't find a way through there from Sawood Variawa. And I wonder if Sawood is now going to play the team game to ensure that at least Gazoo Race can get 1 step of the podium in the championship overall. Second one, the second most important one, as they head down towards turn number 1. This is Super Cup once again into turn 5. Visser under attack from Nicky Vastanis. Tate Bishop, we kind of thought there might have been a problem on his car. They were working under the bonnet of that car throughout the entire time they were on the grid and trying to get whatever issues sorted out, but it doesn't seem to be like it has been done to perfection just yet. As he comes across the line, he tries to go inside of Vastanis. Can he get away through? No, Vastanis holds the line. Barrio running slightly wide, clipping the curb on the inside of turn 1 in that Starlet. Visser closing him down. Remember, Charles Visser is going to literally be jumping into the car with Brad Liebenberg and Mr. Fisser to go straight to the airport after this to go and represent South Africa at the World Karting Finals in Sarno, Italy. The two championship rivals are exactly where Mokgotsi wants them to be. Definitely not where Campos wants them to be. Campos has to get the win. He's going to get the win. Mokgotsi's going to get slipped in, and that'll be enough to wrap up the championship. Watch out for this though. Natim Samanga applying pressure onto another youngster coming through this pack and becoming a serious threat. Oh, we've got to change up for the lead. Volk's at the front. Volk is at the front now and leads things out over his arch rival in this championship almost all season long in Marco van Rooyen. Van Rooyen, Volk, and Van der Vaart have gone at it at every single occasion. This time Volk takes the lead. He's going to cement the championship with a possible victory. Or is he? Look at the windscreen on Volk's car. Some serious damage on that windscreen. It's tucked in slightly there. Hopefully it holds the entire race. That Dunlop sticker might be working as a bit of a buffer to hold that windscreen together as they go to the top of the hill. Here they come. You're going to hear the Toyota boys in the background shouting for their man Van Rooyen to get through. Shouting for Nati to get through, possibly there on Pretoria. That's not an easy thing to do. Anthony Victorious, but this track is very good. Natim Samanga pushing, putting the pressure on, continuing to apply that pressure in a big way with 6 laps to go. There'll be 5 to go as they come across the line. As we cross this one, we're now into the second half of the lap, the second half of the race. Coming across the line now, also watching in the background. Howard Mariawa maintaining and staying ahead of Van der Vaart. Campos, Mokgotsi, Howard Mariawa, Nate Bishop. Nicky Vastanis has now fallen behind Bishop and into the clutches of JP Van der Vaart. So it's all still to play for here, and still 6 more laps of action are coming away. Campos and Mokgotsi are the championship rivals. Mokgotsi's got the advantage at the moment. If he stays behind Campos, it's a done deal. The championship will go to Volkswagen Motorsport and to Jonathan Mokgotsi. A man who started his career, remember, not in any form of race car or kart. He started behind the screen of a computer. And that's how he's built himself up as a racing driver and now potentially a national championship race winner and championship holder at the end of 2024. Amazing to think that how things have changed up in the world of e-racing, that you can come out of an e-racing career and turn it around into a full circuit racing championship. Victorious, as I mentioned, has just come back from some international testing duties with Mercedes-Benz in the GT4 class. Him and Ryan Nike did some incredible job overseas to possibly secure themselves a seat for next year. But now having to fight with Natim Samanga into the closing stages here of this championship. Battles car, pieces of car. That might be one of the pieces of the DPI that's down the back straight away there. Probably falling off the back of his car and now being helped onto the sideline by his teammate. There's a move from Tate Bishop up the inside of Star Barriawa. Change up between the Angry Racing car and that Mizzou Racing Starlet. There's only 2 Toyota Starlets and only one of them still left in the race. The other one of Brad's unfortunately slammed into the wall at turn 4 with the big incident that happened to give us this 3rd restart. Campos getting the job done, head down and trying to get as far ahead as he can. But with that car in 2nd place, Mokgotsi is in the prime position. Exactly where he needs to be. More than enough to wrap up the championship. Volk hangs on at the front end of touring cars. The lead over Michael Van Rooyen. Van Rooyen has tried hard to try and bridge that gap, and despite the damaged windscreen, Robert Volk is not being affected by that whatsoever. As he comes down that straightaway, what will happen certainly up towards turn 5 and maybe into turn 2 now. Not low enough yet this time, but had this race been a bit later on in the afternoon, that damaged windscreen would have been chaos to try and ski through, because both turn 5 and turn 2 here become similar to what Sunset Corner is at Kyalami, where vision becomes very, very difficult. The low stun. Well, they're very lucky that they've gone out at this stage of the race day, and that low stun is not in their faces yet. We are running slightly late in the proceedings, so if you're expecting to see some race action still coming from Extreme Supercars, they've still got to come out. We've got Astron Energy Polo Cup technique, we've got the Sunbet, the XNR Masters Cup, and the Gazoo Racing, driven by Netstar, still to happen. So we're not done with race action just yet, as we got 2 to go for our leading cars. Campos about to start his penultimate lap as he comes down into closing stages of this second. Absolutely crucial that he stays where he is right now and hopes that something goes wrong. It's highly unlikely, though. The way that Nathan's Motorsport and Volkswagen Motorsport team have prepped Jonathan Mahossi's car this weekend are going to make it very difficult for that car to have any issues. Alex Machine there of Cara Hill, one of our only lady drivers in this class. She's also had a spectacular season joining the Super Cup category at the beginning of the year and into a sort of second and a half season of this as well. He's slowly but truly improving. Speaking of improvements, well, there's a big improvement coming out of Nati. Nati on the back end now, Pretorius. Can he find a way through? He has a look into turn one. Pretorius sees him coming, shuts the door. Nati would love to make it 2 and 3 at least for the Gazoo team, and got lots of support as they head up to the top. Well, I'm thinking you're going to probably hear the guys in the background shouting for Nati if we stay with that shot heading to turn 5 and the AMG Driving Academy. Michael's got no answer. Robert Volk is just disappearing here. There's damage on the car, his ability to drive it. And just showing you why he's got that number 1 plate, because he does not give up even with damaged cars. We saw a completely broken car tire one round at the beginning of the year when we did the bumper round of both nationals and regionals combined, and the next day WC had put together a brand new car almost from a scrap BMW after a big incident in the qualifying session. Here he comes. Start the penultimate lap. In fact, finish the penultimate lap and start the final one. In fact, no, it was the last lap. I beg your pardon. Timing monitor going a bit wonky on me there. So the championship goes to Volk, and the final victory goes to Volk as well, with Van Rooyen in second. Now, this far back, Julian van der Vat behind Howard Barriauer. I think there's a possibility that Michael Van Rooyen will get second, and Van der Vat will have to settle for third in the championship. That's yet to be decided, though, and I don't have the championship points in front of me, but there was 1 point ahead in terms of Van der Vat over Van Rooyen. Van Rooyen has ended up 5 positions ahead of Julian van der Vat, so I think that's advantage to Michael Van Rooyen for second in the championship for his second place here today. This man is going to finish in second place despite winning the final race of the season. And Campos is going to be himself, how much more bad luck do I need? Jonathan Mahosi is your Super Cup champion for 2024. Great effort there from the Volkswagen Racing team. He wins out the Super Cup class and wraps up a phenomenal season of touring cars and South African Super Cup championship contenders. Robert Volk has made it to the line just in time by the looks of it. His car's just caught a light as he pulls to the sideline at Cashville Corner. Oh, it's Schofield. I beg your pardon. It looked like Volk. Just looked like Volk, but it's Scofie. Sorry, my bad. I should have seen the slightly different helmet there. But yeah, Schofield on the sideline and has just made it there. Looks like it might be the brakes that might be cooking there a little bit, eh? These brakes are hotly contested machinery in South African touring cars. So Scofie making it to the line and then pulling to the sideline to get some help from our marshals. But let's go through it one more time. Robert Volk, Michael Van Rooyen, Anthony Pretorius, your top 3 in the Super Cup class. Great effort once again from Egan Campos. He wins the final race of the season. He did everything right. He won both races on the day. He just needed the luck to turn around, and unfortunately his luck went completely south in the second start of this second heat of racing, where his good friend Miguel Dominic Diaz spun out and went slamming into the side of him. So nothing ventured, nothing gained, and unfortunately it'll have to come back next year to try again. Campos wins out. Mahosi, though, takes the championship in the Super Cup class. Up next, in a few moments' time, we stand by for Extreme Supercars, driven by Dunlop. Right, so up next we move into our final heat of 2024 for Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop. They're out on their second warm-up lap behind the Gazoo GR Pretoria North Toyota of safety car and pace car duties here at Zwartkops. We've had some chaos just before this in touring cars. If you haven't been watching and just joined us on the live stream, you'll probably want to rewind and have a squiz at what went down only a couple of minutes ago. That's why you can see black lines left, right and centre and some litter stricken on the inside of turn number 4 there. But now as the lights go out on that Toyota Corolla GR, it will be Ari Neveling in the Goscorp Bobcat Audi who's wrapped up the overall championship. Jonathan du Toit will be looking to wrap up the GT3 championship and keep out the 2 Scribantes. This time hopefully with a car that makes it all the way through the 15 laps of action coming away. Apparently Jonathan du Toit was an oil pressure issue and the warning light came on, which is why he backed out slightly to save the car and keep himself in contention for the GT3 championship, along with his arch rivals in that being Silvio Scribante and Gianni Giannacaro. Ahead of him, but needless to say, the 3rd place was still enough to keep him at the front of the championship. But Arnie Neveling has wrapped it up overall. And we'll look to try and make a bit of a swan song of it there. And around the outside of Budnick, who seems to be slowing into turn 1 in the Viper. That V10 Viper, unfortunately, giving up the ghost through turn 1 there for Bucketless Racing. It's like Charles Orangi's trying to get in on the exit of pit lane, so I don't know if that's going to be a safe position. We'll have to wait and see. We need a safety car again deployed. There is Orangi's having a look on the inside, trying to find a way past from Aldo Scamanti with turn 4. Johnny Giannacaro coming along for the ride. Looking to maybe steal one position away from Charles under braking. Turn 5, is he close enough? No, he's not. Charles will take on the brake in the Porsche. Stay there. Giannacaro and London, McLaren's. They complete the first lap in anger. Neveling out front, doing everything right as we did in the first heat. Get away from the fight that's going to rage for GT3 here between du Toit and Scribante. Like they're happy with the inside Viper being out of harm's way. It's going to be calling for that to be moved anywhere further. How's that? Arnie Neveling, fastest lap of the race, literally on that rolling start lap, already down into the 101s. But remember, we saw 58 from him in qualifying, so able to run at least 3 seconds quicker than what he's currently running in that Audi up front. A 103.9 and a 104 dead from the 2 cars behind him, so very evenly matched between the 2 Lamborghinis. With GT3 on it. Second of the A+ cars there. With the first class A being Charles Orangi's in that Porsche GT3 Cup MR. Slightly different version of the GT3 Cup cars that run in Europe, the MR series. Hard. Want to get onto the back end of Charles Orangi's. His brother Ricky's behind him, quite a way back though, ahead of Ant London. Looking for honours there, of course, in their respective classes. Ricky's on a car in Class A, Ant London also in the Class A hunt. Been running for national honours as well. We're Harple in the Porsche, after having back Supercar Racing. And in that 997 GT3 Cup car. Nick out, Mark Troy didn't make it back in the heat after a problem in the 430 Ferrari. Willie Stana looks like he stayed out as well, and so did Jimbo Giannacaro. They weren't able to make it out in time for the second and third cars in the GNH stable. A little bit of ground there to Aldo Scribante in the Scribante Concrete and Scuderia Scribante Lamborghini Huracan. This man just doing it all right up front. getting a massive advantage. Almost 5 seconds up the road now. Jonathan Troy and Arnie Neveling down into 59. Sub-minute laps around the track now for Neveling. Probably ideal conditions for him right now. The track has cooled. The ambient temperature has cooled slightly as well. So get the lap under the 1 minute bracket will probably be a little bit easier than earlier on in the day when it was so hot. Arnie now ideal. Lots of support here at Zwartkops from the Gospel and Bobcat Group. Hospitality Street here as well to entertain some of their guests. So up to Arnie to provide that entertainment here, particularly when the Extreme Supercars are on track, and that's exactly what he's doing. Neveling round onto the back straight away. 10.5 laps to go. Lamborghini is sitting 2, 3, and 4 at the moment. No changes there between them. Although they look like there was a little bit of a quicker lap coming in from Silvio. Yeah, about 3/10 up there over Jonathan Troy's 62nd 0.7 as opposed to the 62nd 0.45 from Silvio. So Silvio's turned the work up. Maybe looking to try and pounce now and get through on Detroit. Up a little bit of breathing room. Hopefully get away from Detroit if he does get through. Gianni in his Nismo Monster making his way down into turn 8. Just on the part of the car, part of the P&H Transport, of course, group of companies. The P&H Transport, Fisk Logistics, and of course, their Eugenie, part and parcel of their stable of logistics and trucking that they run. Brandon and Ricky Giannacara waiting for Shahir Harpel. Didn't quite get him to come into the trotches. He must be too far back. Certainly some pressure being applied now from Silvio's point of view onto the back end of Jonathan Toy. We're starting to feel the pressure. It's a lot closer now between them. Points for a second. As they crossed the line the last time, as it come down even closer, I think it may have. Look as they cross the line and that timing monitor to refresh. Yeah, stays the same. 1/6 of a second there between the two Lamborghinis for second and third on the road. Currently, the standings A+ on Neveling. A+ will be almost behind. This is the only 2 A+ cars running at the front end of this second heat of the cars driven by Dunlop. These 3 honours at the moment in the hands of Silvio Scavanti. Gianni Giannacara in third place. Last 8 Charles Ranges ahead of Ricardo Giannacara, Ricky Giannacara, and London. And Shahir Harpel will be leading out the Class B, as he's the only car on the circuit in Class B. So of the 9 cars circulating, that's how they stand in their respective classes as well. Silvio is trying hard, but can't seem to match a man who's had oodles of time around this track. Arnie just slowing slightly there. I don't know if there's a problem on the car, maybe he's backing out. I want to say he's backing out. He's still doing 60-second flat laps around here, but with that, you can see Jonathan Dutoy and Silvio have closed down on him. It was about 2 seconds quicker over the last couple of laps. Now, back down to the same track again. But Lamborghini's a little bit closer to the front end of this fight. Sure, he can control it. He's still 8 laps to go after 57 make it. 6 laps to go after 8 now. 7 15 lap here. 1019 from Arnie, 100.8 and a 100.8. How close do you want it? That's incredibly tight. 53 hundredths of a second there between Jonathan DeToy and Silvio Scribani. Second and third on the road, and 1 and 2 in PT3. Silvio showing the wheel. Jonathan DeToy saying, "I'm here. I'm not giving up without a fight." Watching that McLaren. Van Blunden down into turn 2, Castro corner. Blunden still getting to grips with this car. He's been a Porsche man for a long time, so change up the British machinery is quite spoken about. On occasions, a bit more difficult to learn how to drive, but it's getting better and better behind the wheel, that's for sure. Porsche's in formation flying there with Polo Randy leading away. He's the 911 GD3 Cup MR machine as opposed to the 997 GD3 Cup car behind him of Shahir Harpel. There is an answer there from Polo Randy. Quite his effort. The Lambo just to have the leg. As well as that Porsche works. A bit of squirt down the straight allows Aldo to stay in front of him. Overall. They've got 5 more to go. 2/3 done. And Jonathan DeToy still keeping Silvio Scribani at bay. 3 now running consistent around the circuit. All within the tune of about half a second each other, 4.5. The last lap. That last lap from Jonathan DeToy was his fastest. Got down to 60.3. He's got to find about half a second if he wants to get through on Jonathan DeToy, which is not an easy thing to do. DeToy around Zwartkops is a hard man to beat. I'm going to catch the corner one more time and down towards the back straight away. Neverland controlling things coming up on the back end of Blunden. That's the first car. Will be a hot one. There it goes. Spec Porsche. Also nice to see Keegan Masters out here. He'll be supporting his dad in the next race, of course, as part of the Masters category for Astron Energy Polo Cup. And the man has just come back from winning the Italian Porsche Cup Championship. London caught and passed by the Audi. That Aldo it is. Aldo Scribani spun out of the top of the hill past AMG Driving Academy. He might have gone into the barrier as well. Aldo's locked up at the top of the hill and got it out of shape. Now he's going to gift the victory to Arnie Neverling. No other A-plus cars were out there other than the 2 of them. We're going to get that car out of harm's way. May require a safety car. All they run is just under double yellows. His gaps are pretty big between the cars. There should be enough time for them to keep and avoid going left or right in that corner, other than maybe DeToy and Scribani. Oh, DeToy. Scribani's in pit lane. Silvio's gone into pit lane. Whatever the issue was there, Silvio Scribani had to go into pit lane. And that means we have got some serious problems there and a safety car. Safety car deployed there, and we'll pick up the lead car of Arnie Neveling if he's able to catch him. Neveling went past the exit of pit lane just before the safety car came out. Silvio had to go into pit lane for whatever reason. Aldo is pointing to the top of the hill. Jonathan Dutoy behind the safety car, and London behind him. They might be hoping that Arnie slows down, but it doesn't look like he is. Evelyn, 2 to go. This race could potentially end under safety car. I think it's going to. This race is going to end under the safety car, unfortunately, as Aldo Scrivanti has put his Lamborghini into the kitty litter, and there is Budnick waiting on the sideline in the Viper, not happy from the body language there of Chris Budnick. He then gave up the ghost in turn 1 on lap 1. So Arnie's onto his last lap. Safety car not going to catch him. He will bring Jonathan Dutoy across the line, and with the demise of Silvio Scrivanti, is that enough for Jonathan Dutoy possibly to wrap up GT3 championship? I don't know if Paulie's got the points ahead of him there. Maybe he can work it out for us, but I would say with Silvio not finishing, Jonathan might have done enough. Okay. So Arnie Neveling gets overall and the race victory, the final race victory. Jonathan Dutoy will take GT3. Charles Arungis will take Class A. And I would assume Ricky Zanacaro would probably take Class B. Oh, sorry, he's Class A. Sorry, but yeah, he's Class A, of course, not Class B. So yeah, I think Charles Arungis would take Class A, potentially. Although Arungis was out on a couple of occasions, so maybe not. Maybe not, I think. Yeah, he's done enough in this one to take it ahead of Ricky Zanacaro. Alrighty, here we go. Class B was only car out there with Shahir Harpel. He's not really involved in the championship, so he's not going to be in the championship battle for Class B. But, it's a pity to finish a race championship like we've had in Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop this season under safety car, but these things do happen. Checkered flag will be out. Arnie Neveling will take the race honours overall. He's already gone across the line to take the checkered flag and the overall championship. Good effort there from the Gospel Bobcat and Stradale Motorsport team. Here comes Jonathan Dutoy to wrap up the national class, GT3 class, with Extreme Supercars or behind the safety car. Just behind him will be Ant London, and then Class A's championship winner, Charles Arungis. Stand by for action from Astron Energy Polo Cup in a few moments' time. We'll be back shortly. Polo Cup's back on track now for the second race of the day and the final race of 2024. It's basically every man and lady for themselves out there. The championship is sorted out. There's no anything to be worried about in terms of the championship here. It's literally who's going to get the final race victory of the season. That's where we are. Coming into this one, of course, Jason Loosemore is your newly crowned champion. But can he do anything about possibly having the final say of 2024 as well in his championship season to beat Rory Atkinson on the front row, who is his pole sitter? Charles Smallberger, Hannes Skippers will be behind them. Mo Carodi and Carl Fissler, Jean-Andre Marais and Ethan Kutsia, Bjorn Berthold, Luigi Mussolini. It'll be Nirav Singh and Milan Emsley. Back of the pack, though, is Tyler Robinson. It did not go according to plan for her, getting in a second good lap in qualifying yesterday. She got one good lap in, got into the top 6 for that Super Pole shootout for race 1, but it didn't go according to plan, as you can see, for a second lap. But she starts at the back of the pack for the Cup class. The Masters category, well, Wayne Masters has wrapped that one up as well, so it's basically second place now in the hands of Derek Smallberger. John Kruger will finish in third, but as we've seen in the past, and hopefully not today, the final round of Polo Cup, when there's nothing to play for, usually ends up into being one of the most exciting Polo Cup races you'll ever see, and that's what we're hoping for. But with no incidents like we've had in Super Cup, in the Super Cup and touring cars, or just a few seconds ago in our final round of the Extreme Supercars driven by Dunlop as well. Time to clear the grid, and once we've got that grid cleared, we can go racing for the last time in 2024 for Astron Energy Polo Cup. Remember, this is also the last time you'll see these cars in this trim. There is a facelift coming for 2025. A little wing on the back, slightly bigger wheels, slightly different powertrain in the car as well. Give them a bit more power to play with. So look forward to seeing new Polo Cup cars in 2025 with the facelift option as the way to go for this championship next year. Astron Energy Polo GTI makes its way around, our official safety car for the Polo Cup and Touring Car Championships this year. He makes his way around, and for Rookie Cup as well. Rookie Cup also decided there with Judd Berthold taking the victory. He will, of course, move into this class next year as part of his prize purse for the Rookie Cup Championship. Luigi Mussolini only joined the championship halfway through the season, so his baptism into this category has taken a while for him to get used to. A slightly different car to what he was in Class C in the Volkswagen Challenge category. A lot of the drivers, when you chat to them through the season, will tell you that these cars require finesse. If you push them too hard, they tend to go slower. If you nurse them and treat them gingerly, they go fast. You know, when they go fast, they put on a spectacular show, as we've seen all season long so far. Let's see, are we going to see a change up? Are we going to see possibly somebody new take a victory here? In Hannes Skippers, or maybe even Mo Karodia thinking through for a win in Polo Cup here in the last race of the season. Never ever count out Ethan Kutsia, even though he's starting way back in 8th place. Andre Marais has been close there and thereabouts as well. He's now running for Summit Racing, remember, no longer in Team Red. He's moved out of that team into the final race, and hopefully will be joining us next year in the new Polo Cup version as part of that Summit Racing team, partnering up with Nathan Victor. That's the case. Down towards the final turn and onto the grid they go. And you see a couple of practice starts here from these guys as they try and get a little bit of extra heat into the Dunlop rubber. Loosemore lines up alongside Atkinson. Atkinson has got a clean line on the outside. Loosemore's got the dirty line on the inside. But as we've seen in the past, that inside line is not a bad place to start from. If you can hook up off the line and head towards turn 1, it may give you an opportunity of the whole shot, because it is a slightly shorter line. And of course, with that extra traction from a bit of the grip on the inside, it does help out. Will that be the case, though, for Jason Loosemore? Can he get the whole shot and try to get away and maybe just finish up this championship season with the last win of the season. That's definitely what his plans are going to be, I can tell you. Smallberger will look to spoil that. So will Hannes Schippers from the second row. They've been close. And they go at it again. 5 second changes to lights on. Let's do this. Final time in 2024. And here they go down towards turn 1. The Cup class starts first. Lights go back on again as we wait for the Masters to head up down towards turn 1 as well. The Ninja Nirav Singh around the outside looking for a way to get past on that of Luigi Mussolini. Like it's all clean and clear down into turn 2. Mocha Rodeo with Ethan Coetzee on his tail trying to get on the inside of Visser. Visser trying to go around the outside of Schippers, and Schippers looking for a way through there on Smallberger. Everybody seems to have got through turn 2 okay for now. They're onto the back straight away. Look at that, Luigi Mussolini with Nirav Singh on his tail. Tyler Robinson coming along to try and get up on the inside of the two of them as they head towards turn 4. Karodia is ahead of Visser. Visser drops back into the 5 spot behind Mo Karodia. In the Masters, it's Wayne Masters from the Sabertech car, and then John Kruger. Side by side in the background, Luigi Ferro, I think, was side by side there with Mike Barbaglia in the paybar machine. As they come out of turn number 6. A little tap from the back there from Smallberger onto Jason Loosemore. He tackles it. Loosemore wrapping up the championship yesterday in qualifying. Now looking to possibly go even better and give himself a chance to win. Oh, Smallberger Senior is out. The Big Mac making a mistake at the top of the hill. Derek Smallberger drops right to the back of the pack after recovering that car after turn 5. Charles lost out to Schippers. Schippers ahead of Charles into turn 2. But Dr. Hannes Schippers makes his way up into turn 2 now, tucked in behind Jason Usmore. John Kruger is third on the road behind Elna Cruz. If you get up to second, he might still have a chance of finishing up ahead of Derek Smallberger, second in the championship. Masters, as we know, has wrapped up the Masters title. Quite apt for his first time out in what has now been the return of the Masters category into the Astron Energy Polo Cup. Berthold under a bit of pressure now from Tyler Robinson coming out of turn 4. Loosemore just opening up a little bit of breathing space between himself and Schippers as Rory Atkinson runs onto the dirt. I want to be doing that too often. Litter at Zwartkops is absolutely phenomenal. It'll slow you up very quickly. Don't go off track here. We've seen it on a few occasions today how deep those cars can get dug in. That's another lap down of the 12, of the 10 I should say. 8 to go. SFA Renegade and Red Racing. Jason Loosemore trying to close things down here on that industrial petroleum and BHIT car of Rory Atkinson. But on his tail is the doctor, the dentist, Dr. Hannes Schippers from Dane Fern Dental, looking for a chance to spoil the day there. Coming a bit of a cavity there amongst these drivers, I think, in the mix at the front end. Ethan Coetzee looking for a way past on his hard rival and former teammate Nemo Karodia. Masters Kruger down towards 4 of the ESS Ferro Energy car there in first place, and down in second place by the look of things with Luigi in the second of those cars. The Polo train out of turn 6 down to 7. Left hand flicking down the hill, they go to the third left hand corner of the circuit. Late braking from Charles doesn't close the gap down on Hannes, but it does open up a little margin over Visser. Visser comes back at him though along the straightaway. All of them in the bag there for them to use in the closing stages of the second heat. Loosemore has closed down on the back end there of Atkinson, but close enough to find a way past, doesn't look like it. Kruger has got through on Elna and has now definitely bridged the gap rapidly onto the back end of Wayne Masters. Watching in the background for the return of Smallberger, he's coming up on Elio Mussolini by the looks of things, and that'll bring him to the back of the pack. Christel is ahead of Luigi Ferro. A bit of a change up there as well between the Aussie Drive car and the second of the Alpha ESS and the Ferro Energia machines. K-Bars Mike Barbaglia, even though would sick with the flu, sitting in 4th place. One of his best finishes if he finishes there, that's for sure, for Mike B. Well, Baglia in with a chance, possibly even of a podium if he can find a way through there on Elna. That'll be interesting to see. Front end of Polo Cup. Still no changes between Atkinson and Loosemore. Flying through towards what is going to be turned to the Castro corner. Just watching Carl Visser. He seems pretty determined to get through there on Smallberger, and reason being is he's been closed down dramatically by both Mo Karodia and Ethan Kutsia. Kutsia has got through on Karodia. Karodia dropping back into the clutches of Jean-Andre Marais. Tyler Robinson trying to bridge to them if she can. Is there enough time? Here comes Kutsia on Jean-Andre Marais. Down that back straightaway. Can hardly see the car behind him, but eventually, not on Jean-Andre, on Visser, I beg your pardon. Not on Jean-Andre, apologies on that, on Carl Visser. And a move there as well coming from John Kruger around the outside of turn 4. Kruger! That is incredible stuff from John Kruger. Finding some grip on the outside of turn 4 that I didn't know even existed out there. Wouldn't already made that difficult weight as they head up the hill now. In the background, you can see them heading there as we watch the cup cars down towards turn number 8. There's Loosemore, who's losing ground now to Rory Atkinson. He's turned the work up here into the closing stages with 6 laps still to go. Make that 5 as they cross the line. Halfway stage 3. Atkinson doing an amazing job in this car. And he only joined halfway through the season, so he'll be in a full season next year. Certainly he'll be a championship contender. This is the kind of pace to get that. Kruger has hit the front and leads the Masters category ahead of Wayne Masters. So John Kruger in that Habot lubricant performance machine, looking good for a possible final victory. He's also part of Team Red Racing as they head to the top of the hill and past that Universal Racing stable on the left-hand side. They're chopping and changing there between Visser and Skippers. Skippers has lost that 3rd place to Smallberger. Smallberger's ahead of him now. Visser going to dive, look for inside line. No, can't quite get there. Had a look. Skippers had him covered. Masters, oh, here we go. Luigi Ferro diving on the inside of Christel. Dale saw him coming, shut the door. Aussie Drive being a positive move across there to slam that door shut in Luigi Ferro's face. Coming along for the ride is Eric Smallberger. He'll be looking to get past on both of them if he can. Use the fact that they are fighting so hard, try and catch them out. Loosemore out of Castle Corner and heading to try and find some way of closing. Oh, there's a change up. Visser side by side with Skippers, gets through. Look at Rory Atkinson though. Atkinson did a 1 minute 13.1. He's doing 13.6s at the moment. Everybody else is in the 13.8s to 14.2s. That was literally half a second quicker than anybody else out on circuit there in that half racing machine of his. Christel off. Oh, wonder if there may be somebody else involved in that. Ferrer and Dell were very close, and Smallberger was closing down on them, so we'll have to keep an eye on whether those two survive. Christel went off. So on the back end of Smallberger. And after that, Carl Visser looking to maybe get onto the podium here. The top 6 car on the podium. Here we go. Masters back at Kruger. Inside line from Wayne Masters. Kruger on the outside. He'll hang on to that outside. If he comes inside for turn 7 and down the hill, he'll be inside for turn 8 as well. Andre Marais currently sitting in 8th place on the track at the stage. First, the meet in the sandwich between Skippers and Smallberger. Ethan Kutsia has got Mo Karodia all over the back of him again. Karodia's bridged the gap, closed down that little margin that opened up earlier on. Same thing can't be said here from Jason Loosemore's point of view. He's not able to do anything about the man out front, Rory Atkinson. Yes, great driving from John Kruger, keeping out Masters for now. They were evenly matched heading down towards turn 8. Into turn 1 though, Masters have opened up the door and Kruger's taken that inside line again and held the inside line all the way through. Masters going to try the inside line for turn 4 because he think no he can't. Wayne Masters behind John Kruger as they head through turn 4 up the hill one more time. We've got 2.5 more attempts to do anything about the race victories here on this 2.4k circuit at Zwartkops. This is a great run here from John Kruger. He needed to be out front. See with Jerry Smallberger so far back. Will that change up second place in the championship? I'm not quite sure. I think Smallberger will have enough in hand, knowing where he is, to keep out John Kruger from taking that second place in the Masters Championship. Atkinson from Loosemore, Smallberger from Visser, Visser from Kutsia. Skippers has dropped down to 6th place, so he moves down one position again behind Kutsia. Herodia has got a problem. Herodia dropping into the clutches of Jean-Ray Marais and Tyler Robinson. So what went wrong there with the most car on that last lap, but he's dropped right back about 10 car lengths off Kutsia and Skippers. And about only a car length ahead now of both Jean-Ray Marais and Tyler Robinson. Berthold in 10, Milan Emsley in 11, and Pierluigi Mussolini just ahead of the Ninja, Nirav Singh. Kyle Army exhaust car is the last car in this pack of Cup category contenders. Will he be caught by the Masters category? There's big enough margin, maybe enough margin there to keep them separated for the next lap and 2 corners for these, and 1 lap for the Cup class. We're already gone across the line to start their final lap of 2024. Down into turn 2, Cashel corner. It is the Industrial Petroleum Machine of Rory Atkinson, followed by the new champion, Jason Loosemore, for Team Red Racing, Renegade and SFA. The man from Richards Bay has taken the championship. He's an oval track specialist. He's learned how to turn right as well as left. A fantastic effort there from him, but he's still in with a chance of a double championship this year, because he's still in the running for the oval track championship as well. So, Mr. Loosemore having a spectacular 2024. Up to the top of the hill goes Charles Smallberger. He's going to try and fend off Visser and Kutsia for the last 3 corners. He should be able to do it. There's enough room there, I think, for that OMP and Sabertech car. Will have to settle for 4th and for 5th. Herodia or Robinson for 6th place. We'll wait and see. Final time into turn 8 past the Volkswagen Driving Academy. It's Astron Energy Volkswagen Polo Cup coming to a close. The number 1 plate was decided yesterday already, and Jason Loosemore is your champion, but your final winner is Rory Atkinson. He takes it over Loosemore and Smallberger. Visser, Herodia hang on to keep out Tyler Robinson, but here come the Masters. Oh, lovely stuff. Eric Smallberger just squeezing through there in the closing stages and getting ahead to finish up in what will be about 4th place on the Masters side of it. Mike Barbaglia and Luigi Ferro to the line. They'll back on track and finishing. So there is Loosemore, your champion. Right behind him is your final race winner, Rory Atkinson. The rodeo goes by. Not even look and say hello from Mo Rodeo there. He doesn't seem to be too happy with that result. And then down that back straightaway comes Barbaglia. There is Nirav Singh in the Kyle Army exhaust car, just waiting for Masters. There he comes. Wayne Masters, your Masters champion, and your final winner of 2024 as well, beating John Kruger and Alma Cruiser to the line. Great effort from our Astron Energy Polo Cup drivers all season long. Well done to the team behind the scenes for bringing us all of the race action there for another outing. 27 years of racing in Polo Cups. We go to the 28th season next year with a brand new facelift car for the 28th season of Polo Cup. Up next, we're going into Sunbet ZXNR, and there you can see one of our Sunbet ladies rocking the Sunbet shirt there. All going, of course, to cancer research and to the Cancer Foundation. They are selling those shirts if you are here at the circuit and want to buy them. There will be a couple, I'm sure, at the prize giving that Ron and the team will bring there. But up next, we're going for 2 wheels for the last time in 2024 at the National Championship level with the Sunbet ZXNR Masters Cup. onto the circuit for the last time for 2024. Sunbet ZXNR Masters Cup making their way around, take up their positions for their start. They got, of course, the sighting lap. They'll take up their positions on the grid, and then they will go for another warm-up lap. Get the heat into the Bridgestone tyres that are provided for these motorcycles to go to play with. As I said, we've got a couple of riders here today that may be joining the bikes and brunch run tomorrow, making a full weekend's race of it. That's what they're hoping for sure, as they come round turn 6 and past the Gazoo Racing stable. The Toyota Gazoo Racing still coming away as the final race of the day. Runs slightly later than scheduled on our program due to the fact we had some big incidents in the South African touring car and Super Cup category. Now waiting to see who will have the final say in 2024 for the Sunbet ZXNR Masters Cup. Running a campaign today as well with Sunbet Cares. Been selling some really cool ZXNR Masters Cup shirts. And if you want to get some that you at the circuit, or if you do, there's a couple left. I know that Ron's got a couple left that she might put up for auction, or if you do want them, get onto that Sunbet ZXNR Masters Cup Facebook page, Bronwyn Golgachi, and chat to her. Some really cool shirts that they've had done to support cancer, and of course the month of breast cancer here and all around the world. So here we go. Senna took the first one relatively easily. AJ Fenter held on to beat out Damien Purificati. Those are the front 3 riders on this grid. See Nicole Purificati there alongside her husband. Next will be looking to join ZX10R Masters Cup next year as one of our lady riders. And hopefully we'll also see the return of Landy Sinden if she's coming to play. So we may even have a ladies class in the ZX10R Masters Cup next year. Ian McMahon, Dave Entercott and Graham Van Bredar are the second row ahead of Dave Varinga, James Parson and Peron Parassaman. It's Byron Rothball, Christian Caravello and Adi Van Dalen that make up top 12 bikes as we're about to roll out now for the warm-up lap. Really cool field of riders out there this weekend, and of course once again showing the incredible effort that you put in on the sidelines from the team that run the ZXNR Masters Cup. They certainly make sure that Sunbet, Red Square, Bridgestone, Kawasaki are all happy with the way they are getting return on investment. Great premier racing category in the country on 2 wheels. Make its way around the Zwartkops track for the warm-up. Dave Entercott, Ron McMahon, Purificati, all making their way down to the line now. Will it be Alan John Fenter or Cancella take the final race of the season? AJ already got lots of plans in place for next year for TT and for the Northwest 200, possibly for the Manx Grand Prix as well. So, he's going to be in and out of South Africa on a few occasions, as he has been this year, not only with his TT efforts but also with the helping, of course, of KJ Monanyani in the Red Bull Rookie Cup. KJ will remain there next year, so he's got some international duties to do. Our second board goes up, lights are on and off, and we are racing. A good start there coming out of Ian McMahon right behind Team Stellars ahead towards turn 1. Just gets outrun slightly there by right Peron Parassaman. He went from the left hand side right across the nose of the rider just behind him there. If I'm not mistaken, that was Adi Van Dalen. Van Dalen had to be very wary of the Parassaman machine flying through turn 1. But everybody seems to have got through unscathed and onto the back straight. Stella out front yet again. AJ in second place. Further back. September fighting hard. On a chance to try and catch Renatus Vanikak and Adi Van Dalen. Caravello not too far up the head of them. Van Bredar, the outgoing champion, only done in about 6th place. And he goes as they come through. A 10 lapper. It was supposed to be 12, but it's only going to be 10. The riders were a bit worried about overheating, and a couple of cars have had some issues with overheating, not only on the tyres but the engines as well. We've got quite a warm day out there. Quite down. Ideal conditions just yet here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. It's still a real field out there of 31 degrees Celsius, so it's pretty warm. And there's still quite a bit of race action to come our way here today for the final round of the Extreme Festival National Championship. 70 bike out there, of course, True Seller Angling Supplies, Kawasaki of Dieter Hazeman. K9 Law Enforcement's bike now being caught by Graham Van Bredar on board his Technology Spots motor Kawasaki. So Ryan McMahon in under a bit of pressure there from the outgoing champion. And even Darlin keeping Dieter out and trying to find a way through there on Perron. AJ looks over his shoulder. He'll see what he saw the whole of race 1, and that's Damien Purificati looking to try and close down on him. The two stable mates working together. Purificati had a bit of breathing room over behind McMahon for 4th. A bike 4 in 4th place. As I said, that number 11 will turn into a number 1, a single number 1 digit on that bike for 2025 for Cancella. Coming up to the top of the hill again. We watch Purificati close the gap down as we saw all of race number 1. He's able to find a way through on AJ. Fine, then Ambrar got the ink on his belt and takedown. How's this little fight? Great battle here. Byron Roth called for on harassment, change up there. Magic Bike has got ahead and past Harassment. Harassment returns the favour down into turn 8. Back up ahead, Byron Russell, who then does the same thing coming out of turn 1. Oh yeah, this is a lovely little fight here between these two. And Adi Van Dalen just getting away as they fight out. So stopping and changing slows them up and allows Adi to get a little bit of breathing room between himself and the two riders behind him. AJ late on the brakes into turn 5, past AMG, past PR Racing Academy. And off the number 4 bike behind McMahon. All no changes between them and Bredar. Sitting in the 5 spot. He'll wrap up Class B championship. This is a good run here, as always, from Cancella, right in front of all his sponsors, doing exactly what he needs to do to ensure that he keeps the partners behind him for 2025. And he's putting back in the Sunbed ZX10R Masters Cup 2024 season. About 6 seconds over a second and third place. This is further back in the pack as we watch James Parson starting with Dave Baringa. Not trying to close things down there on his Class B rival, James Parson. And Baringa fighting second place in Class B. The road from them, of course, is the leader of Class B. That's Van Bredar there. He's giving a shot right now under braking. Turn 8. Much advantage there for Graham Bamidar, who's right behind Hein McMahon, getting away here from Boston and Varinga. Varinga closing down rapidly on the back end there of James Boston. So certainly a bit of a fight on here in the closing stages of the final race of the season. And into the second half of this race, Boston seems to be under a bit more pressure now from David Varinga. The pressure up. He's coming from Grand Bidar, but I don't think Grand Bidar wants to go home with a broken motorcycle, so he's quite happy just knowing that Class B is done. But the Class A competitors ahead of him and one behind. And that buffer from behind is one that he's going to be happy about. And that Cape Town's Storm Engineering, Motorwise and Ravenel Kawasaki of Dave Entercott is a bit of a buffer between himself and James Parson and Dave Varinga. And of course, he would love a chance to squeeze through there, get ahead of Hein McMahon if he opens up the door. Fakati also just taking a little bit more gingerly here into the closing stages, using a couple of bike lengths to AJ Fenter. Into the left-hand side of the bike and down the hill. That known law enforcement fight of Hein McMahon, Scrappy as he likes to be known, taking on for a potential fourth place, but that could be a podium in Class A for him. No, it wouldn't. He's just off the podium, I beg your pardon. Just off the podium for him. So it's 1, 2, 3 and 4 Class A. 5th place is Class B. 6th place Class A in Entercott. 7 and 8 are Class Bs in Boston and Varinga. Caravello is a Class A competitor. Ahead there of Eddie Van Dalen. And Eddie Van Dalen also out of Class A. It'll be a long way down, and I think we're going to pick up on, once again, Jacques Cruz leading Class C. Right now, it's Raymond Kill leading Class C. A good fight between Kill and Cruz for 7th place on the road. So, nice little battle to wrap it up there from Raymond Kill. Nice return for him as well. Change up possibly here. No, not quite. Yes, there you go. The pressure applied by Varinga. Forces Boston wide, and up to second goes Dave Varinga. With the juggernaut pounces going into the last lap and a half. Varinga up ahead of James Boston and into second place in Class B. Incredibly got down to a 1:02.6 in this race. That's the fastest lap. He's on his final lap and on his way to wrapping up a title. He didn't have to go to Cape Town. He didn't go down there for that round of the championship. He decided to miss that one, riding with an injured wrist as well after breaking his wrist only a couple of weeks ago. Didn't seem to affect Kinsella's ability on the motorcycle one bit. Final look over the shoulder there, just to make sure, as you would do any form of motorsport, even with the margin that he had over AJ and over Damien Fakati. It's Sella comes down to celebrate championship and the final victory of 2024 on his King Price Extreme Kawasaki. Great job. Oh, Parassman down on the last lap. And looks like he's gone down. Is that? Oh, that's Byron Rothwell. Rothwell and Parassman have gone down at turn 2. The checkered flag is out. The 2 riders down at turn 2 on the last lap. There's going to be a little bit of a change up there as they come across the line. Dave Varinga should still finish up behind Dave Entercott. Ben Barson behind that. It's going to move Christian Caravella up into 9. 10 will be 8 Van Dalen. It's going to move, actually Renatus Vanicek will move up into what will be 11th place as Perron and Byron Rothwell walk away. Fortunately, both okay. Maybe an attempt to pass each other into turn 2 didn't quite work out. Bella celebrates down the back straight away with the championship and the final victory, wrapping up a fantastic season of Sunbet ZXNR Masters Cup, and of course in association with Red Square, Reload, Kawasaki and Bridgestone and TRP, assisting with some of the equipment on those motorcycles as well, and on the riders too. Massive thanks to all the riders and everybody behind the scenes from this championship. It has been an epic one again. Looking forward to 2025. For more Gen 6 bikes will be in the mix there, I'm sure. And we've got a little wheelie there from 8 Van Dalen as well. Thanks for that one, buddy. We get one. Oh, there we go. All right, AJ attempted one there as well. Not too bad. No one can outgun the number 69, though. Right, that wraps up our 2 wheelers for the day. We'll be back shortly with the last race of the day here at the Extreme Festival, coming from Zoo Racing SA and all of our Toyotas. Final race of the day, final race of the season as well. Making its way onto the circuit now for the Toyota Gazoo Racing GR Cup, driven by Netstar, including the 86 League, the Media Corolla Challenge, and the Yaris Cup, all combined into one big final affair. And we've had some great action all through the season. The championship's all wrapped up. It's basically just final honours that are up for grabs here today. And certainly looking like we're in for a bit of fun and games in this one as well, between the media guys and our dealer team drivers, as well as the Toyota Gazoo Racing Academy pairings as well. The team was kind of wrapped up in Cape Town in the Yaris Cup. There was still an opportunity for Mario de Souza to still finish up at the top end of the dealer team. And there's going to be a bit of argy-bargy between them to sort it all out. Needless to say, it is all sorted out now. It's basically just the final ones, and nice to see them going past Gazoo headquarters with the lights ablaze, giving the fans a bit of a thrill. Yako is good, starting from a little bit higher up in this one. As we go, we're doing 2 warm-up laps. Looks like we're doing 2 warm-up laps. Yeah, got 2 warm-up laps here for our Gazoo Racing Corollas, Yarises, and 86s to get a bit of heat into the Dunlop rubber. Maybe also just give them an indication as to how the circuit has changed, because it has certainly changed dramatically compared to when they were out earlier on in the day. There's been a lot of fracas in the other categories, so it's giving the guys a chance to see where potentially their lines might have changed if they've got to avoid some dirt on the circuit. Darby's going to try and avoid anybody getting past him, try and wrap up the season, the championship, as well as the final winners. We've seen most of the championship contenders do today. Lucas Severus would love that final victory, that is for sure. I think even Dylan Praji might have a go. Watch out for Ryan Naka jumping in there. And Sitsaba Mashigo, remember, he was our media challenge winner last year. He got the choice to come and participate and jump in with the junior development drivers. Took the advantage without even a second thought, and has had a phenomenal season in amongst these youngsters that possibly have a lot less to lose when it comes to their in race cars, and how they would throw caution to the wind if necessary. So it is a GR Corolla from Pretoria North Toyota that moves off the circuit and hands the whole man duties to Darby Fanamava. For the last time, we go under starters orders. Hopefully, as the lights will go out, we head down towards turn 1. And Nicholas Ferris trying to get the drop there off the line. He got the hammer down nicely, but under pressure in the background. Look at Brian Naka trying to come through there on Dylan Praji. Here comes the media challenge versus dealers and academy driver challenge. They head towards turn 1. They'll also climb on the hammer early on. A couple of cars with some overheating issues, I believe, in race number 1. Understandably, in race 1, we were up to about 37 degrees Celsius here at Zwartkops. It's dropped down to just under the 30 degree mark at the moment, so still pretty warm, but not as hot as it was earlier on in race 1. If you watch the 86ers fly through turn number 4 and up the hill. Is that Praji up into 3rd by the looks of things? It is. He's made his way up pretty rapidly. Nurse leads out. Hazen in 2nd, it is. By the looks of things, Rich back into 3rd place. In the background, we watch side-by-side action from Lutfield. As the Hannes goes on the high side, trying to get through there. Alex Shahini looks like he's just ahead of that, so under braking we'll get to see who they are, because lights through turn 4 is now pretty difficult. You'll also see that the light and vision, if you're on board with these cars up towards turn 5, becomes a bit of a problem. Big dive on the inside there from Shahini, trying to find a way through there on Bernie Hallberg. Didn't quite get there, I don't think. But, here we go. Here's a possible change-up. Zafiris on the inside. Oh, forces Raji wide, and here comes Sachaba on the inside, capitalizing on both those cars running wide. Ryan Naka now going to try and use it to his advantage as well. I think Zafiris might be able to hang on, only just. And a big dive on the inside there from Mashigo. Try and make it stick and move up into 2nd. He didn't make it stick though. He drops to the back and into 3rd as he goes side by side with Praji. And Praji around the outside for the man from Bulawayo as he heads up towards the top of the hill. Here comes Ryan Naka. 3x3 to turn 4. up towards turn 5, and Sichaba's got the inside line. Wally forced Prodigy. He won't. He's going to have to go defensive on Naka. He shuts the door on Naka. Prodigy comes around his outside. Up 3x3 out of turn number 6 into 7. Still 3x3. That's the way to do it. Oh, I suppose it's the final race of the season. Boss say no holds barred. I don't think that was the case. No, but they're not doing a no holds barred there. That was great racing. Fantastic room given there. Just enough to play. A little bit of damage there on Sichaba's car by the looks of it. Yeah, side sill coming off the side of that car. But needless to say, I don't know how he hung on there, because 3 cars out of turn number 7 doesn't usually end up well. Ask me, I know very well how that can turn into something quite horrible out of turn 7 if you've got somebody getting out of shape in front of you. Mario D'Souza from Motors Toyota, currently at this stage down in the 9th spot and looking for a chance to get through there on Rion Esthazen. Esthazen having a good run there in the 5 car. Hanging on for second at the moment, but further back from that, Jaco fighting with the Latvian machine. Then it's Bernie. Behind Bernie, we've got Kumbi. Kumbi on cars coming through there. Late braking from the Yaris's now. We've got 4 of them mixed up in amongst the media challenge. And it's every man for themselves out there. Picked up from Alex Dehini saying that car overheated and went kind of into the safe mode. Got up to about 150 degrees Celsius, so that's how hot the car got in the slightly warmer conditions earlier today in race 1. TOC will be watching that car just in case it tends to throw that piece of side sill off somewhere. Could be pretty dangerous. But if it stays on for the next couple of laps, maybe Straba won't have to come in and someone to forcefully remove it. Just back in by the wayside, he tries to close down on Dylan Prodigy. Prodigy is 3rd, but he's got Sichaba closing him down again. Late braking from Sichaba closes that gap down to about 2 car lengths. Behind that, Naka does the same thing, so equidistant there between them. Problems once again for that Latvian machine. Is that another overheating issue for Hannes? Cars, you can see from the headlights that have come on there as well, and the flashes. Must be some kind of an issue on the car. Maybe gone into limp mode or into that safe mode that it goes into if it tends to find that things are starting to overheat. These cars run as standard road going cars just with roll cages on. That's why you can see with the hazard light coming on under braking, showing you that the ABS system kicks in. You need to learn to drive around that as well as a racing driver. Most of the racing guys would not understand how that works because it doesn't happen in a normal racing car. This venture from Toyota has certainly paid dividend in terms of the return on investment that they've had in developing some new drivers for their TR Racing Academy and getting some great coverage from our media teams that are involved. Fredo wrapping up the title this year with the media challenge in the form of Paul Nurse there with the Hulk green livery on the side of his car. 3.5 laps to go for him ahead of Hector Hazen. Paul DeFoss leads out the Yaris. The front end of the Yaris is ahead of Mario D'Souza as he was in the 50. Would wrap up the individual title in the Yaris Cup. We'll have those points good. It's never kind of been explained to us as the commentary team, I've got to tell you. We were just kind of working on how things play out and going with the normal way that race action tends to come to a close by this stage of the season. 5 Esthazen, he's had a fantastic day in the saddle. He certainly doesn't want to finish any lower than where he is right now. Second on the road would be ideal behind the newly crowned champion in the media championship there, Sean Nurse. Nurse quickest on track as well, 13.7 from him. So showing what the capabilities are. That just over 220 kilowatt engine that comes from the GR Corolla. slightly less powerful vehicle behind in the Yaris's, but the nimbleness of the Yaris keeps them kind of equal amongst the Corollas. Corollas also all-wheel drive. So let's see how that plays around too. And also gives them a chance at this stage to start to see the back end of the 86 league. Everything's gone according to plan. So you might start to catch the back of the 86ers. They're not going to catch this man, Darby, out front by a country mile at this point, and that is the lead he's got over second place, Nico Safiris. Safiris defending the attack coming from Praji and from the Chaba Mashigo. Ryan Naka's in there as well. Kind of a four-way fight for second. Boss leading Yaris ahead of the Souza from Motors Toyota. Behind him is the 333 car of Theo Brits, and then the NMI machine of the car of Mario Fenta. Werner Fenta, beg your pardon. I can't remember all these names of these guys. Only about 500 cars I've got to remember all year long. So, slight slip of the tongue there. Apologies there to Mr. Mario / Werner Fenta. But needless to say, we are still in with a couple of laps to go. NMI Toyota fighting with Motors Toyota, Roller Toyota. Those are all the dealerships that have got a chance to drive in this PR Yaris Cup. They do after this because they take the knowledge of what they've done on a race day and put it into practice in their dealership in the GR section to sell the GR products to the general public. Not only the Corollas and Yaris's, but every other Toyota product that has a GR version of it. There'll be a couple of those headed in the very near future up to a certain Dakar race, where a couple of drivers that were involved today will be involved. And Steve Minigan to fly the flag high across South Africa. Garvey on his way up the hill for the last time. Into the sunset of AMG Driving Academy's turn 5. Past the GR headquarters for the last time. Didn't even give them a wave. Well, that could be a career limiting move there, I think. No money teasing. So well done, Doc. Vandermeer, literally unbeaten. Has been the dominant factor in this 86 league, and as it should be, that's the final win of the season here at the Extreme Festival of Motoring. Final at the Zwartkops International World of Motoring. Because the Lions for Nurse wins out the media challenge, it is going to be Paul de Vos to win out for the. Where is it? Just trying to pick up. Rian Este hasn't dropped that quite badly. The Vos gets it. Yeah, he does win the Yaris Cup section. So I was just watching how Rian Este was dropping by the wayside there. I was expecting to maybe see the Vos squeeze through on him, but no, Este hung on. Takes 7th place overall. Second in the Corollas. And it's Paul de Vos, Mario de Souza, and Theo Brits, your top 3 in the Yaris Cup. So there we go. Wrapping up what has been a spectacular 2024 Extreme Festival of National Championship categories here at Zwartkops, the home of the Extreme Festival. We hope you've enjoyed all the action that we brought you throughout the day. Massive thanks to our marshalling team. They certainly had their work done out for them today, having to recover and clean various incidents throughout the day. But as always, a spectacular job done by them. To our medical team, Hanley, John, and a couple of new contenders down in the medical squad today. Thank you so much for keeping us safe and making sure the drivers were safe. To all of the competitors, without you guys, we can't go racing, of course, and without you guys on track, there is no racing. So to you and all your sponsors, we wish you guys a spectacular festive season. Get those cars ready for 2025. We can't wait to start the season next year here. And then, of course, to all of our background staff in terms of race control and Tanya and her team here at Zwartkops, thank you so much. On behalf of our Two Wheels and the Planet Margate team and all of our camera crew, we hope you've enjoyed the action that we've brought you. And please make sure you go on and watch it later on, like and share it, pass it on to all your friends, fans and family all around the world. And we will see you back at Zwartkops, remember, for the 16th of November when we wrap up the regional side of the Extreme Festivals at that final day. And that, of course, happens here at Zwartkops, the International World of Motoring. From my side, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. Take care then. Bye-bye now.